skyscraper.
The architect is giving it away that it's skyscraper.
高層ビルだと思います。
I can just tell because of the kind of sculpture.
Acho que eu vou acertar todos, né? Tá fácil. Isso aí é mole.
Wait, what?
うわ、むずい。見たことないけど、なんか見たことある。
I see a book. I'm pretty sure it's cafe.
Isso aí é no café lá, pô. Isso aí, esse livrinho aí, ó. É no café.
カフェ。
Yeah, this is skyscraper for sure.
I say we're pretty good at cafe, yes, I know that map.
Yeah, okay, nah, got that one wrong.
I see some anime books. I don't know what anime that is though.
I want to say skyscraper because I see like kind of the pattern on the wall.
背景、背景。壁の。
Do lado da suíte lá, do Sky.
Skyscraper.
That's skyscraper.
5 de 5 é muito fácil, cara. Isso aí, ó. Dá pra ver tudo, pô.
待って、どこだ
Yeah, I'll just go chalet. I have no idea.
It's so easy. Yeah. Fronteira, border. No... Arquivos?
オーダー。
This is, I think, border. I think it's in tellers.
もう分かったのは、上の。
The same thing here. I recognize the pattern in the ceiling.
Essa é difícil, pô.
The radio, I could tell just because of the knives and the stuff in the background, so quite an easy one.
They both have radios in the map, so it's Nighthaven or Consulate.
Vou chutar chalé.
Basement on clubhouse.
Night Haven Lab.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say Consulate Garage.
Wow, okay. I was completely wrong. I just got done playing Drone in Unknown.
Had a lot of fun playing today.
全問正解。私だけでした。
And yeah, see you guys at the major.
Torce pra dar pro seu time aqui, ó. Ó, vamos em busca do bicampeonato.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. And now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new MAD roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, there's no one in our way.
I want MAD to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just gotta take their soul away. You just gotta destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Herds da W7M e eu tô aqui para mostrar para vocês as minhas configs dentro do game. Começando aqui no geral aqui, rapaziada, a única coisa que eu mudo é o drone depois da preparação, que eu deixo no manual. Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar vida porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio, o volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, o barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4:3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada. Eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal. Eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow. Eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12:12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as três primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just gotta take their soul away. You just gotta destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
if we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent WrestleMania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Top it. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch.
Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him.
No! Better! We are now down to our elite
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one last stand in its bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now? It's time to make history.
One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4. But Souls does not care! 1 kill away, and it's Volks to die! A new generation pick up where legends left off!
Good morning, USA! I've got a feeling it's about to be a wonderful day. Welcome to the grand finals of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major! I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's fresh. You might have noticed that we don't exactly have our full suits on quite yet because we got a couple of other orders of business to get to before we jump into our grand final later today, Los versus W7M. And as much as we might want to talk about that game right off rip and just dive full bore into the analysis, there's a couple of things we got to knock out first. Later on in the day, we've got the operation reveal for Deep Freeze. Anyone excited for that? We've been collectively hearing rumors about that for a really long time. There's some really exciting stuff to look forward to. They've been teasing it in content for the past week or so. Stuff like map run, the new map, the new op, all this stuff. I'm really excited to go see that when it finally comes up, guys.
It's going to be fun. We've got a lot of interesting things in store for you before the grand finals. We've got, of course, the reveal with a lot of new stuff coming through, which we won't leak just yet. And then, of course, the show match as well. Should be a ton of fun.
Yeah, we just need everybody not to call the new operator overpowered until you've actually played it, guys. Trust me.
Yeah, we'll get to that obviously a little bit later on. But first, there was a big signing for some content creators out front earlier this morning. How many people were at that signing, by the way? Anybody get up early to go see Macy J, Bolo, and all those guys? Anybody here? Hardly anybody. Oh my God.
It was early, Jacob. It was late
early.
night last
That's
night
true.
for many people.
But now we're about to see them face off in a meme match. We've got 2 teams of content creators, one for Skittles. Any Skittles stands in the house? Anybody? And one for Bolo.
Oh, bit of a crowd favorite here, Jacob.
I was gonna say, good grief. Let's talk first about Team Bolo. He's your team captain. We've got Coconut Bra, King George, your boy Roy, and Macy J. I don't really know if you could have gotten a lineup of content creators more star-studded than that one, guys. That's pretty crazy. How many YouTube subscribers between all of them? Like,
too many. Quite a few. And we've got the statistics up too. Bolo, 2 invitational losses, never won a major before, 3 losses to Mirage throughout his whole career. You know, this guy, everybody talks about him like he's some great player, but I'm looking at these stats. He can't even get as many TikTok followers as Jinxie.
We even saw him try to return in NA Stage 2. He played some NAL, and he wasn't even very good in that match. That's why he's having to play in the show match today, Jesse.
Oh, dude,
my God.
That's a deep cut. Why you got to do Bolo like that? Good grief. We gotta talk about their opponents. Team Skittles also has some pretty star-studded content creators as well. It's Skittles, it's Gregor. I know there's a couple Gregor fans in the house. It's Atheno, it's Priest, and it's Brit. There's a couple of very old hats in here, and then you mix Atheno in there with everybody else. I reckon that everyone here on this list is totally deserving to be on stage.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get a fun game for them. Priest has clearly shown up with his game face on, so I appreciate that from him.
Oh no. Oh, they didn't just do Skittles like that.
No.
You could have put crowd cheers at the bottom of this graphic, and I think it would tell a similar story too, unfortunately.
I asked a couple of the NA guys back in Talent, and I said, oh, I don't know Skittles, what's he like? And they said, he's famous for being friends with pro players. So I don't know if we should be expecting too much from him, you know.
Good grief. How many people have become pro players because they were in his stack? I'm thinking like Kino and Drib, and Jolton was in there at one point, but he never went anywhere. Sorry, Jolton. I gotta do you like that. So there's a lot of people that Skittles has been playing with, but I didn't realize it was that drastic of a jump.
Well, listen, everyone loves an underdog story, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna be cheering for Skittles in this crowd, I'm sure of it. They cheer for Los.
They do cheer for Los.
Many people have called Skittles the Los of North America.
You know what? Hold on. We'll put that to the test. Is anyone here cheering for Skittles?
Some guy just yelled no.
Jeez. Anyone here cheering for Bolo? Let's just get that out of the way real quick. So all I'm saying is it would be really funny if Skittles wins.
It'd be good. It'd be good.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Well, it would just be a North American crowd disappointed once again if that happens, Jacob. That's all I'm saying.
We've had too much of that. We've had too much.
Somehow he didn't take over nearly as much of the poll as I thought it was going to.
You know, we got big names on both sides, right, Jacob? I mean, this is going to be a fun game. I think we'll see. What I'm expecting is a very serious game of Rainbow Six. I'm expecting to see the best gameplay out of Bolo that we've seen in years, Skittles as well. I think we'll get a very, very competitive match today.
I think if it is, I hope it's a meme match, Jesse, because if it's a competitive match, there's only one team that's winning that, and that will be Bolo's team. If it's a meme match, they'll have a lot of fun. You never know.
If I don't
we'll find out.
1 or 2 really nutty coconut bra angles that suddenly make my ranked games hell.
When I saw that he was in the show match, I thought, I have died to so many shit things in this game because of angles that he's found and he's created. So I hope every single one of them gets used against him today.
All right, you guys ready to have a little fun before we kick off this morning? All right, it's Team Skittles and Team Bolo. Let's go to Ian on stage.
Thank you very much, Jacob. What's going on, Atlanta? ATL! You know what? I love a championship Sunday. Of course, we've got history to make a little bit later on. But we've got an all-Brazilian grand final. One team, when the best of 5 is all said and done, will raise that trophy in the air and make history. Are we hyped for our grand final later on, ATL? Any W7M fans in the building? Right, I'm ready for this. I don't know how they turned it around with you guys, but any Los fans in the building? I love it. America loves an underdog story. All right, before we get to the serious business, these guys have teed it up perfectly. It is time for a show match. Everything always goes a little bit crazy in this, so you're gonna love every second of it if it's your very first one. Let's bring out our amazing team, starting with Team Skittles! Gregor, we got Brit, Athena, Priest, and they're taking this deadly seriously. All right. I'll be seeing you soon for an interview. Team Skittles ready. They've got got an opponent that are looking to crash the party. Please welcome onto the stage world champion captain, Team Polo! Messi J, King George, Coconut Bra. Your boy Roy, hold on. If I'd have known you were coming, I'd have gone to the gym. Should we do some press-ups? Let's go. Nah, you're too strong for me, bro. All right. Skittles, can you come over here? What's up, Bola? Good to see you again.
Back at it.
This guy tells me all the time, oh, this is my last game of Siege, I'm retired, and then you're always back ready for more, right?
Yeah, in some form, I always find my way back on stage. You never know what the next one's gonna be.
He's always ready to go. Skittles, how you doing, man?
Doing fantastic.
I've seen you, you're like the coolest, most chilled guy in Siege as a content creator doing your thing, and I've seen you all over the arena. You've been enjoying your experience here in Atlanta?
Of course, it's been a great time. I've loved it.
You've got your work cut out for you here in this show match, though, up against this world champion here. Anything you want to say? Get in his head a little bit? You can go face to face here. I'll step out the way.
My shirt says, I'm a nice guy, but not today. Not today.
Bolo, no games. No games from him.
No, I guess not. I mean, he might be a nice guy, but there's nothing nice about his play style. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. We've been playing for a bit, and I know his weaknesses and I know his strengths, and there's a lot more weaknesses than strengths. Let's leave it at that.
Just got a little bit cold here in Atlanta.
We're friends outside of this, but not today. Not today. Enemies today.
Outside, sure.
Oh, okay. Bolo, Skittles, please go and take your seats. This is where it all goes down. It's time for our show match. It gets to the grand final later on, but we're kicking off in style with these two teams against each other. Derry, Ace, I think Stokes in the building as well, casting this. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, Ian. We are in for one hell of a show match. After all that roasting on the analyst desk, we had to wear the short sleeves today. We were stood here like
kind of hot there, yeah?
Although, as you can see, Stokes did miss the brief on the flower shirt.
My bad. He did not understand the assignment.
He did not. We need to get marker pens.
Guys. It's fill in the blank, okay? I just didn't fill in the blank. That's on me.
Maybe next time. For now, we'll make do with having you here, man. Can't wait for this one. I'm next to two really loud buggers for this one, but I'm sure it's going to be a bit of a screamer.
Absolutely. I'm super excited to cast with the two Brits. We've never got to do this before in a tri-cast either, so why not do it for the show match when there's so much on the line, guys?
It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got a lot of surprises coming along, as would be expected, pretty much. And I can't wait to see. We've got, all category of player up there. It's a lot of fun.
Surprise number one is going to be the map. We were told earlier we were going to house. Now we're going to yacht for the show match. So
wow. I'm going to have to dig through for the call-outs on yacht.
I tell you what.
Wow, I didn't realise we were under the microscope.
This will be like baby's first cast again, just being like, they're going into that room. We'll just make do. We'll make it as we go along.
Engine, I think.
Should we design our own call-outs as we go along? That feels like
we could do.
We'll just try and figure it out.
We will see what we
step
see.
In through the map. However, the game is pretty much ready, so let's get ourselves into yacht for this first one.
Wow, I did not expect yacht.
Alrighty. Here we go. And just so you guys are aware, there are 11 rounds of fun for us to get into for this one.
We will see all of them.
We will.
Do you have the itinerary right here?
I do have the itinerary. There are some really fun. I don't want to spoil it.
A schedule of surprises.
Don't spoil too much.
Let's just say round one, everyone knows what's coming when it comes to a show.
Oh, come on.
It's got to be the Nomad Knife.
Oh,
it's the Nomad Knife.
Starting off the right way, folks. A little air jab action.
What's even banned coming
Surely this has got to be a no ban.
To be fair, let's not lie. They've definitely sat there and obviously scrimmed this map 10,000 times.
I love that this no ban is going to get bigger cheers from the crowd than any other ban that we've ever had.
What if they ban anyone? Thank you.
At least nobody cheesed and banned the Nomad. That would have been a moment. That would have been a moment right there. Like, guys, we got to reset the server. All right, we banned anything defensively? I don't think so.
I think we're going to join in the last one. Yeah, we've got to go for the last one. When it comes down,
we need a really big one this time, guys.
All right, hands in, everybody.
Get ready.
Oh,
not yet.
You got to start.
You got to wait for the countdown now. Ready? Over 4. Ooh. I feel a game without Clash isn't necessarily a bad game, though.
Another Brit down, so it's good in my mind at least, come on.
Honestly, we walked right into that one.
We did. We really just walked ourselves into that. So as I said, it is going to be that absolute chaos to kick things off in the first round. Athena's the one donning the Nomad.
We've got the Nomad pick.
We have. The thing is, we've seen people get really cheeky in show matches before where they'll try and just hang away from the circle and capitalize.
That's what I love about it. You always get a villain. In a Nomad knife fight, you always get a villain who doesn't play by the unwritten rules.
And to be fair, Skittles came out and said, I'm not a nice guy today. Is he going to be that guy?
Is he going to be that guy? I mean, there is always that one person, like you guys were saying. I hope everybody's going to be a good sport here today. Got a couple more seconds before we get out of the prep phase, guys. But it's already a ball. We have everybody locked up here at the back end of Yacht. Castle barricade up just to make sure nobody can run back into the
you know what we forgot
area.
to brief Bolo on? The mouse spins.
We
did say so. I want to see the spins again. I've missed
We got excited because we can have the Bolo spins. Obviously, we spot them on the other players sometimes, but we can have the original and best.
Well, here we go. Everybody outside.
Free cam on I never thought I'd see the day.
Free cam Nomad knife fight. What a wonderful sight.
2023 in Rainbow Six Siege, folks, but we're heading back to 2019, 2018 times here with this air jab fight.
Here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on 3, 1, 2, 3, here we go.
The Warden's cheating. Of course, Bolo's got on the Warden. He wants away with it. He really wants to get rid of Gregor chasing him down.
Where is the support at here? They need some help. Macy J's got it. Macy J's got 2, but Gregor will put him down. Skittles with a very nice fight, and it's going to be the blue team of Skittles to take round 1.
I tell you what, Skittles weren't messing about. Straight in there.
Straight in.
Like Bolo. You're mine.
Bolo had a smart play though. Bring the Warden so he doesn't get hit by the flashes because the attackers were all throwing the flashes.
You are then a 1 speed, and we saw exactly how that worked out.
It didn't really pan out. But
nah, it didn't.
I like the end from the blue team there. They recognised they were in a 3v1. They used that numbers advantage.
Yes.
They pinned that final orange player up against the iceberg, and there was just
felt bad for Macy. He just got swamped by like 3 people.
He was trying to fight for his life too. He got 2, but then Gregor comes through, and they quickly dispatch at least Tim and make things a little bit easier there for the blue squad.
Well, round 2 is a, air quotes, normal round.
Normal round.
There is no such thing as a normal round in a show match.
I can definitely tell you that lineup is not normal. Wait till you guys get to see this. It's going to be a lot of fun.
To be fair, you've got King George on the Rook, and we've been saying all tournament long, it's the one thing we haven't seen in the competition. Now it's in it.
There we go.
Technically.
Brought it along.
Well, actually, we could cross something off Fresh's list here.
Skittles on it.
Somebody's got to play Thunderbird, man. If we get a Thunderbird play.
That's a good point. You know, fun one as well. Priest is indeed playing on controller, by the way.
Probably the best controller player in the world.
Very, very possibly.
Possibly.
You don't say Penguin's saying that. Careful, Royal Penguin's like, man. Ow.
Yeah. Royal Penguin wants a word after
way.
Oh, the classic.
Oh, Georgie.
One of the maps that no doubt hasn't really been treated for spawn peaks of it, at least, so there's still plenty of that attempt coming out the other side.
I've got to say, I love that they still know the spawn peaks. But how often are they playing? They haven't probably played on Yacht in months, years. And they still know the spawn peaks.
All right, Keeney. That was definitely in his last YouTube video. The best bulletproof camera placement on Yacht. You'll see that on Monday.
Oh, Priest. Impacts out towards him, but it's Atheno first. Take down George here. Over swings on the top floor.
Atheno definitely stepped up there like, the future is now, old man.
Oh, light screen in.
They're just going to be pushing in. Gregor's really looking to get something going here, but there's just nobody to challenge at the minute. Priest is going to be on the blitz looking to drop down. We've got Brit working the Carly long range angle as well, but at the minute, Team Skittles just struggling to get themselves into a position to impact on this.
Gregor smoked by Macy. Brit goes down elsewhere, though. It's still an advantage so far for Team Bolo at 4 and 3. And Bolo was debating the hatch. Is this like the most deep teabag we've ever seen?
I think Bolo's just doing pull-ups on the hatch.
Just dropping the bag from height. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, Bolo's had to show off his muscles real quick there. He's like, look at my arms. Look at the way I flex on the hatch. Gotta check those earbuds, buddy.
Right, Skittles has got it all to do against 4 on the other side.
Macy really flexing his solo queue skills in this one. The nitro kill and the little sneak on the flank, just working on his own. Skittles taken down once again by Macy. A triple kill on the round. He's flexing on them.
Macy is his own man. Well, the solo queue warrior himself. Who else would you expect?
Self-sufficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
He kind of ended that round actually on the theming of round 3, which is shotguns only.
No way.
Terrible round for me. I'm absolutely awful on the shotgun. You've really got to manage your...
How can you be bad with a shotgun?
Because you've got to manage your encounters. You've got to make sure you get in them at close range. And
so you had an easy way out there by saying I just can't see properly.
You really did.
Another excuse you can roll out, Tim, for being bad at the game.
I'd like to say I've never used that as an excuse, but I do.
You really have the ace in the hole there, Ace. Let me tell you. But we're going to see some shotguns here, and that also begs the question on what shotguns we're going to see, boys.
Oh, yeah. And there's a minute. There's a whole. I was going to say, there's going to be a few super shorties in there. Since the buff, it's
I was hoping for a Jaeger pick, but I'm not sure that we're going to get the Jaeger shotgun. But there's plenty of variety to go at.
My favorite here, just going to throw this out there, definitely has to be Maestro's shotgun. If you guys don't remember, it's a slug shotgun with a 1.5, and it's got 30 rounds in a single magazine. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a good time.
I think George is just really taking it to the extreme as well.
Reload.
Down with the shotgun, interrogation. It's the only way to play it.
I think that's what we've got to see, isn't it?
Oh, this reminds me back to a game that we cast once in the UK, actually. It was I think it was a team called Randy's. They just played on Coastline, opened up every soft wall and floor on the map. We had to stop casting because the sound was that deafening of 10 shotguns just ripping through the map. That's horrible. Oh, look at this. Turtle Squad, let's go.
Oh, I like this.
Put in a twist on the shotguns only round. We're going to have the crouch walk approach. I think Greg is just ready with that light screen again. He's going to send it in ahead of them, and here we go.
So
look, he's ready. It's Macy again. He's making a superstar of himself. Gregor is going to shut Macy down, though. King George battling through that soft wall. Plant is not going to go down.
They bail. They get out. It's a 2v4, and that's really the execute done and dusted. No way you're trying to get a shotgun kill through them. No way you're getting one through the drone hole. Instead, it's Impact's trying to rip on through. Not being found out, but it's looking a bit dicey for Team Skittles, Tim.
I just love how many of these shotgun shots are landing, but they're from such distance. They're just not doing the damage. King George gets in with the final kill, but there was a lot of accurate shots there on the shotgun.
I think the castle ran up and tried to like forcibly barricade it as well.
Oh, just at such range, it was no damage.
So this one's a fun one. The captains on either team are blindfolded. The rest of their teams need to, with their voice, guide them through the round, and no one else can kill each other until one of the two blindfolded players have died.
This is amazing.
Yes.
I love this so much.
So I just wish we could hear their comms through all of this, because can you imagine the chaos of trying to guide each other? Look, they're changing settings for it.
Bro's like, okay, listen, you need this operator right here, okay? Guides mouse. This is so ridiculous. I love Brit's mouse pad. Look at how colorful that is.
We need some mouse pad cams. We've got to check those out.
Wait, hold on, pause for a second. Speaking of mouse pad cams, does Skittles not have a mouse pad?
Is he not at all? Is he not just
I
playing
don't
black?
think he has anything. I think he's playing just raw right on the table.
I mean, that's
oh my God.
This is brilliant. So you've got Skittles running around on Ash, and you've got Bolo on the Azami. Amazing. I'd love to see someone look at this.
Oh my gosh. Guys, we have their paw on our secondary screen
I haven't seen movement like this since Des last played ranked with
Oh, thanks, Tim.
Oh man, here we go. Now you guys get to see this. Look,
honestly, it's identical to rank with Des. It's brilliant.
The thing is, how do you tell them where they are on the map here? You're on stairs. What stairs? Just stairs.
Oh man, the callouts are going to be keen here. And Skittles, I mean, he's going for it.
Skittles is looking good at the minute, but that was just going straight. He's just been told go straight. This is where he gets into problems when he gets towards the map.
Okay.
We'll protect the president here.
It's like protect the president. Okay, they're trying. They're ready.
Oh my.
I'm just concerned about the attackers getting into the map, to be honest.
Okay.
I love how the crowd's celebrating Bolo getting through a doorway.
What I understand is they had to get into kitchen, and that's where the firefight is going to take place. So there is a good amount of time to get teams inside and then inside the kitchen. Gordon Ramsay could only dream of this kind of chaos.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Skills has definitely been told to vault there, thinking he'll go over the handrail.
Line him up on the doorway and just going to say, shoot!
Oh my goodness.
That's not a bad strategy, to be fair. If they can just get Bolo in position and all he has to do is pivot, then that might work out for them.
Oh, bless him.
I have to know what the explanations are like to actually get them to turn.
We need this round clipped afterwards with the team comms. This is something that we need to hear.
Is Bolo lined up? No, Bolo's not lined up. They got concussion mines. The concussion isn't going to help. It doesn't do anything when he can't see.
Oh,
how the mighty have fallen. Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Surely you use sound here. Remember, Bolo's got to find Skittles or vice versa first.
And the thing is, they can't see. They can't see Bolo or Skittles' screen to give them like specific. They've just got to go off like their in-game like character model. Are they aiming up? Are they aiming down? It's difficult to see.
Here. I don't know if it's friendly fire or what. There's only 60 seconds left. They've got to find each other soon.
Oh man, Skittles might be a detriment to all of society here.
I love that Team Bolo have just let down. Skittles with the shot, and that's going to surely open things up now for an absolute massacre inside a kitchen.
Roy's just chilling. They didn't know where he is, right?
Poor Britcopter stray along the way there, taken down with the team kill.
That was unreal. And then we have a normal round coming up. Now things can go normal. Again, normal is a stretch.
It's as normal as the teams decide it's going to be.
Exactly.
Sure, we'll get some unique operator choices again.
I feel sorry for Brit there. She was taken down by the blindfolded teammate Skittles did. Unfortunately.
Well, we almost saw Priest being taken out by Skittles with the Ash as well. I was like, man, wrong way.
Yeah, tagged him up with the G36, then almost killed him with the breaching round. Not exactly something you want out of your team captain.
Juicing up with the Rook. Why not? Few extra bullets.
Give yourself every opportunity. We did consider playing on coastline, of course, but we couldn't let Coconut Bra anywhere near the purple tarps.
I'm sure we'd find a new way to break it.
We thought it just wouldn't have been fair.
Oh, this
got
is
too many angles on there.
Perfect lineup. Perfect lineup.
Atheno catching some strays in that too. Oh, Skittles actually killed Brit as well.
Yeah, that was the stray.
Oh man. It's okay.
It's okay, President Bolo, we got you.
Fantastic.
Oh, excellent. Like I say, a normal round here, and then we get into some more fun stuff. I actually understand, they don't know this, I don't believe, but whoever loses this round, we get 3 ringers stepping in for the losing team.
Well, this is it, whoever's behind. So the fact they've come in 2-2, there's actually a lot more hangs on this round than they might think. There is a little bit of jeopardy for, like you said, the team who wins this. There's going to be a couple of surprise substitutions for the losing team to give them a little bit of a boost.
Priest is so desperate to make this shield work, by the way.
I don't think that's going to be much of a boost for anybody.
Well, Skittles this time around going to be on the sniper. It's going to be Priest trying to barrel into this top floor. The EDD catches feet. Light screen out here, and they're actually going to destroy the light screen as well. Priest, a lot of damage dealt to him, so I don't know how much he wants to try and flirt with this.
King George just looking for that peek around, just playing in behind that cover, using the attacker utility against themselves. But here comes Roy. He manages to take down Brit with a headshot, and that gives advantage to Team Bolo.
Tell me they ain't taking this series when there's flanks coming out and around him.
King George manages to find Priest. That's the controller off the board as well. Skittles taken down. It's all falling apart for Team Skittles right now. But as we said, looking towards round 6, that might not be the end of the world for them. Atheno, he manages to battle a little bit, but they know exactly where he is, and this is going to be a tough finish for the blue team.
Yeah, they've gone in this situation a couple of times. That 1v4 for Skittles in our last air quotes normal round. They might need some help. Avino doing his very best here just to try and even look at getting inside the map, but it's being a little bit difficult. Manages to find one. And then your boy Roy steps across for the close down. Right, it's time to call in some reinforcements, I think. It's time for some assistance.
I think the blue team needs a little bit of backup.
I'd say so.
We're going to have a few coming on. We've got a little listening.
Very lightly.
Very lightly.
Very lightly. I'm enjoying so far. To be fair, the Clash ban I actually think, now I think about it a bit more, total target ban.
Might have been
towards
the move.
Bikini.
Might have been the move, honestly.
I think it's just great for it.
Clash is the no fun operator. Wait, hold on.
Who's
this man? Are you allowed to beat who? What? Is that a banana?
Looks like a banana.
Is that a banana?
A cowboy with a banana?
I mean, this is Georgia. It's quite a tall hat you got there, sir.
It's Bolo.
Oh.
Eyes on Bolo.
There is such a threatening aura coming from this man with this banana. Are you about to? Whoa, I thought they were about to kiss there for a second. Whoa, hold on. Hey. No. Yes?
Yes. At this point, we've sent it this far. We've got a cowboy on stage with the banana.
Come on, ladies and gents. Bolo, Bolo, Bolo.
It's a banana in the crowd.
Oh.
Eat it, Bolo!
This is too intense. What a moment. Feed him! Feed him! Yes!
And that's what we all came for.
A mid-game snack. Why not?
What a day to
One more.
One more fight.
This is ridiculous.
What are we doing? Imagine tuning into a Siege broadcast for the first time, and this is what you see.
The loudest cheer of the weekend. And what a day to bring a giant banana plushie with you.
Oh, man.
Excellent. Excellent.
Oh.
Get the potassium, man.
Gotta say, Jason Bolo Doty, you look damn good. You look damn good. Oh, wait, whoa.
Kino?
Is that Kino?
I think this might be some of the reinforcements.
Kino, that's not yours.
Send in the cavalry.
Whoa.
Quite literally.
Wait, hold on a second. A little love between Skittles and Kiki, guys. Isn't that so cute?
All right, so Skittles has been benched.
Oh! All right, whoa. Let's not let him near Monty, okay?
Keep him firmly away. Does he carry this, though?
Does he carry?
There's been a bit of dominance on Team Bolo so far.
Well, we did say that Team Skittles maybe needed a little bit of reinforcement, and coming along could be the little boost that they need there to get them leveled up.
He's definitely sat there like, what the hell are these keybinds?
Yeah, there's definite keybind issues coming in. He's like, what? You've got crouch on spacebar?
But man, no wonder you got less followers than Bolo.
Oh.
And now he's got to gas his team up. Moral support from behind. They've actually got a coach now. This feels a bit unfair. A coach on one side, not on the other.
Into the coach role. And
there you go.
The thing is, that could work, though. He could be feeding a little bit of information. I don't know how strict they're going to be on the rules about coaches not speaking. Maybe, he could give it a little bit of information to his team, monitor all them screens. You've got to really take advantage of this.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Could be indeed. All right. And do remember, Skittles is not Skittles any longer. It is going to be Kino here.
Wrong guy, buddy. I think Bolo thinks it's Spoit that sat down.
I'm just more excited to see Kiki on somebody else's complete setup. Different mouse, different keyboard, different
There's going to be a
binds.
little bit of acclamation to the round, I think, is the only way I can bet.
Oh, we've got a classic.
No, you're not.
We've got a
Priest.
classic. Priest
All right.
is going to be just hiding away in the corner.
Everybody, you better shh, be quiet. We don't want him to know.
Oh, he hasn't checked.
George?
He's still not checked.
I think Priest is
Roy.
getting away with it.
Oh my, he's actually...
Roy.
Roy has no idea. No way.
No way.
Does he know?
So free.
No,
he's going for the shot and it's the wrong one.
Priest! He got it!
I can't believe that has worked. What a classic play coming in from Priest. Sees us at 3 versus 3 in the round.
That's unbelievable.
Skittles just going over there, disrupting the other team as well, turning a few monitors around, messing with a few settings, I think.
Oh.
I mean, they need the help, but it's working. At least was.
No way Macy's playing the objective in a show match.
Yeah. Brit's got it all to do. I feel bad for Team Skittles. There's been so many 1vx's already in this game that they just can't get on top of.
Brit's just suffering nade after nade here, but Brit's a real show match veteran. We've seen her in quite a few of these.
Oh, behind.
He knows what to do. Can she find the pistol? That's the interrogation!
But what are you going to do with it? 2 to 5?
No!
Didn't look skyward.
Brit deserved so much more.
Woman of the hour. Thank you so much, Britt. We appreciate you for that interrogation. I mean, you have to go for it in the moment, right?
Of course, there was absolutely no other option.
At least there's something coming out of that round. The Skittles isn't enough. Kiki had 1 round.
I think it looks like we might have a split setup
Oh,
here.
surely not.
I think we're going to have Kino on
Oh,
mouse
they're
and we're going to have
resetting
Skittles on
settings.
key, but I don't know. We'll see as it... This looks much more like Kino's getting involved.
All
He's
right, so
getting
if they can't win
hands-on.
as individuals together...
Maybe.
No
Very maybe.
way.
Okay.
Skittles has kept one ear off his headphones so that he can communicate with Kino, and it's going to be...
Do you think he has to relay to Kino what everyone else is saying? Kino can't hear it.
I love this from Priest. Absolutely brilliant. We've never seen this in a show match before. Just the sneak attack, that reminds me of Mag. Do you remember Mag in the show match on Miller where he hid in the corner? It reminds me a lot of that.
But Roy gets shot and doesn't even turn like, oh man, he's scratching the back of the leg, who cares? They are going for it. It's a full send.
It's a hive mind here between these two. We'll see if it's a successful hive mind.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Never know
a
how
bomb
these
and
things
defuse
can
it.
potentially go. Coconut bra. What else would you expect? He'll remember the default camera here on Yacht. I was honestly sitting here when we were loading the game up, and I was like, what are the default locations for this map? I haven't loaded this map up in probably 5 years.
In fairness, we haven't used a single call out yet, still.
We haven't. We haven't. I think I only know casino. I think that's the only one I know.
We got bedroom. We got bedroom hallway. Bedroom stairs? Question mark?
This is the problem when it's Team Bowl, it's a real struggle because we've got the player counter. You know, here we get to see King George. He's focused, he's locked in, he's ready for the round, but that doesn't help us. You know, we've got the glass scope out. Taking it back to those original operators for King George, of course, you got, you know, he's world champ back in 2017, but it doesn't do anything for him there as your boy Roy finds him, getting inside the mind of a diamond and taking him down with the shotgun kill.
Too easy. Couple more kills flying on through the march on in. Yet again, it's a 1vx coming out for Team Skittles.
Priest put it up with the controller players. He'll be able to get one, but Macy J, once again, solo Q warrior. He'll play the objective, and he'll get that case down. It's going to be a clutch moment here. Nade upstairs from the glass, but Priest has other things in mind. We'll work back over towards the back end engine room here. Does have that entire wall open, but so many targets to find. Nobody really giving him a look either.
Why would they? It's not really you play it the proper way, it feels a bit too easy. They're spotted him though.
So.
Now, where does the call out come in there on where he is? He's downstairs.
He's downstairs near an engine.
He's in the
somewhere
bedroom engine room. It's all bedroom here.
I'm so disappointed because I really thought Skittles would be top dog.
Nah, team, you've got 2 world champs on the side of Bowo. Bowo, he's one of the best players we've ever seen, and he's absolutely dominating at the minute, Des.
Yeah, but Skittles has got that wonderful thing of being 6'3", Bolo can't get that.
There's once again, you're just wrong.
No, like, it's not. Skittles
Yes,
is the
Des,
man.
you're wrong. You're just wrong.
You're just wrong.
Thanks, Ian. You're not meant to be against. I tell you what, you guys sort this
you're
out.
wrong.
This is absolutely
You're wrong.
ridiculous.
I just got brought up. Hey, Derry, come back.
Des is out. Des has had enough.
Come back. Hey, bro, I can't do this alone. You know that.
Des has stormed off in support of Skittles. He's really backing his man, but for me, it's Bolo all the way.
I want Derry back here. He's done me dirty. Just leaving me.
Well, you're
It was
Derry
Derry's
now.
idea. I'm Derry, am I?
Yeah, you are.
I'm Desichu. All right, well, as you can see, we're getting right back into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. And what?
Are we getting an Ian casted round?
I think we need a 1v1 to decide this argument between me and Des. I think we need a Bolo versus Skittles here.
Yeah?
Come on, Derry, get back up here.
I think that'd be the idea.
I'll tell you what, Derry, I will be your hype man for this round. And Stokes, you can be Ace's hype man for this round.
I think Ian should just cast the whole thing.
Yeah?
I don't want to
Look,
talk.
they're doing it for us. Bolo's backing me. Skittles is backing Des. Who's going to come out the winner?
Come on, Mr. Chambers.
Well, look at this, Bolo doing what Bolo does best. We're now switched to Skittles. Looking a little bit clueless here by the iceberg. Don't really know what to do. Bit snowy out here, bit chilly. And we're over now to the world champion. Don't really know what he's thinking. But he's looking good, whatever he's doing.
Who are you?
Huh? Look, we're dipping.
I like that we've created a bit of an arena for this.
I know, right? They've gone for it.
Hey, tell me what's happening.
They're in a 1v1, mate.
They're just toying with each other at the minute. They're just trying to size each other up here.
Oh.
I knew that would be right. Look at that.
The world champ got in his head just before he started in a 1v1. You can't stop him.
And once again, without argument, Ace is right and Des is wrong. It's a wonderful day.
And we're going
Listen to the
overtime, Des.
charm with a Bolo spin. Honestly, this might be the best day of my casting career.
Oh, man.
See you later, guys.
Des is shook right now. It might just be me and you here, Sam. Oh, yes! And one more bite.
Oh, come on. Bolo, you got to finish it now. Come on.
You're going to have to be louder if you want him to hear you.
Maybe we'll get it over here on border, folks, because we're not actually done yet.
Oh, we changed maps?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, we did.
The mid-switch?
Yeah, not
At least we know some call-outs now.
Right, yeah, now we'll actually know what the hell is going on in the map, at least. But yeah, not only do we get an Ian Chambers casted round, which I was not expecting at all. Round of applause for Ian Chambers, folks. Shout out to our lovely host. Love that guy so much. But we also got a Jason Bolo
And we
Cody
also
victory.
got Tim being right for the first time in his life.
For the only time that matters, Des, the one that was live on camera. You can never go back on that one.
And you Brits, you guys fight about everything. You fight about your premier teams. You fight about what.
I'll tell you what,
wins
and
the
any
show match.
Brits watching this will really appreciate this.
Oh,
We
did
were
you say
talking
that?
earlier
Yeah.
that if Sam ever came over to the UK, there are so many places we've got to show him. And what were the two things we defaulted to? Greg's and Weatherspoons.
Yes, yes.
Definitely not the places I recommend anyone goes if you go to the UK. It's not exactly going to send you home with high hopes. I guarantee most people here have no idea what that means, but the Brits know what we're on about at least.
Oh, in the description, it sounds like a great time. So I'll definitely tell you, especially when it comes to spoons, it was, right?
Yeah, Weatherspoons, yeah. It's just, you got to live it to really understand it.
Well, hopefully one day. Fingers
Hopefully
crossed. And fingers crossed that we can get something out of this Skittles team here. Because, guys, they've been kind of trash this entire time. I'll just be real with you. Like, just not looking too good.
I don't think we are going to border. I think we are sticking with Young.
I
think that was just a little. That was just a little server wobble.
I would have taken the best of three on
thing.
border to end it out.
I was hoping that we'd get a little bit.
I need to make sure I shake Bolo's hand after this for proving me right in that little argument.
Well, like I said, I'll never be 6'3".
I love that it took a literal world champion to prove that I was right over you.
I mean, hey, he might never be 6'3", but you know, height doesn't matter when you're picking up so many hammers, guys. Okay, come on. Closer to the ground. Better center of gravity.
Center of gravity. That's
yeah,
it. You can handle the weight. How do they build that synergy?
This is some hard coat right now.
Hey, I was short once, and the guy was like 5'11". There you go.
Yeah, that last bit never happened for me.
I'm sorry,
not me.
Maybe if you just ate more bananas.
But you know what? There is a really special gift in this world called a box that we get to stand on for most of our broadcasts.
Quite frequently.
I'll tell you what's been funny. When me, Tim and Mandy have been casting this event, there's been a shortage of boxes. It's been calamity trying to get enough boxes.
Oh man, yeah, they had a box there for a little bit that they gave to Carter, where he was actually taller than me standing on the box. I was like, absolutely not. I was like, no,
get off that box.
Yes, exactly. You're not magically going to be 6'3", okay? Might need you in the starting lineup for the Bulls.
Back in for Yachts then. 3 rounds to go, so we're playing up to 11 rounds.
My question is now going to be: does anybody remember what the score was?
I believe it was pretty dominant towards Team Bolo, as much as it pains me to admit it.
After 8 rounds, I think it was 5-3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Losing side definitely had 3 rounds. It was either 5-3 or 6-3, where we had the server set to.
Yeah. This one is a air quotes
Got
once
3
again,
rounds to go.
normal round.
Yeah.
By the way.
Quote unquote.
Quote unquote.
Unquote.
The next
It's
round's got
almost
some
like
fun
an
stuff.
overtime best of 3.
Almost. Yeah, it is, yeah. Do you want to get
3 rounds
with the line? It is kind of overtime, isn't it?
Well, boys, whose line is it anyway?
It's Tim's. You got to feed it, Tim.
Do you really want it?
I really want it.
I don't think you do.
I think I really do.
Please.
I'm not sure that you do.
I really do.
We've all pulled this little cheeky spot before on Yacht, haven't we, boys?
No, I can't say I have, Sam.
Well, Ace, Des, you guys just aren't built like me. What can I say?
Yes. Forged in the depths of Yacht.
Exactly. You don't know about when Yacht was in rank.
On the galley!
Question mark.
Oh, hit them with the question mark in the old chat. Bolo's really feeling it after that 1v1.
I just feel like my point is getting muddied more and more here.
Just not helping you.
Nothing's helping me here.
One more of those, please. That was pretty sick, I'll be honest. I always love to see whenever we get to see that sniper rifle hit a big moment. Skittles. Nice little
I love
lineup
this.
here.
The pre-rip nitro, there's going to be no audio cue whatsoever for them approaching this window, but your boy Roy, he's right inside the man there, and he thinks, I know where this is going. We're heading downstairs instead. And they're going to move in through engine room in this little train of pain that's coming.
They got the Osa at the front, the Blackbeard over the top. This is something that we used to see happen a decent bit with Blitz, where you just have the Blackbeard man, the top angle, and you can clear rooms. It's going to be effectively. Just George using the Gara hook for literally no reason. No reason.
Why not?
At all.
I'm going to join the party up
But it's so fun to use. Like, why not?
Oh!
There you go. It's the strategy is paying off here. They just can't get the shots past the Osa shield, despite trying. Gregor really trying to push. Does manage to land a couple, but still difficult here. Finds a way around the side. Bolo is down, but there comes Roy again.
Swinging on him. Priest at range, finding one. He's got all the fire in the back pocket still as well, but you're facing up against 4 here. You've still got the frags to come out from Coconut Bra as well, potentially. It's feeling ugly.
Yeah, if you're in ranked right now and you hold tab and you see those 4, you're like, all right, I quit. It's okay. You can just have the elo. George is going to come up and clean up Priest. It's down to Britt versus 4. She'll be able to at least get 1 on to Georgie. Still have 3 to find, though. Britt pressured in from pantry here. I still got my comps, guys. Look at this. Staff dormitory here, too, on the mid-floor.
Little jump for Britt going on.
Oh, yeah. She takes down the bra. It's up to Bolo now on the swing. Britt's on very low HP. Britt down. It's up to Mason.
Britt goes huge.
That's not one Britt. That is the Britt, ladies and gentlemen. And the question mark in chat against a world champion. I love it.
How many times can you say you've done that, right?
And that is what show matches are all about.
Right. Now, you want to see...
We love to see it.
If you want to see the quality of gameplay drop, that's exactly what we're about to get. Players need to swap mouse and keyboard hands. So right-hand players become left-hand. Now, not forgetting Priest. Priest has to play with his controller upside down.
Ooh.
That's going to be rough. Look at this. Oh,
wow.
Beautiful.
Actually, though.
The thing is, you get a beautiful opener like that, and then Britt just cleans house and takes the highlight for the round.
So beautiful. That was a hell of a shot, though, from Bolo. Slipped it right in between the 2 rails right there. A pixel up or a pixel down. He probably doesn't hit that, but still get that moment there for Britt. And here we go, ladies and gents.
All I've watched on our preview monitor on the left is him running into walls.
So it's going to make it inverted as well in terms of the controls. So
yeah,
wow, that's going to be a bit crazy for Priest.
The others, I think you can kind of get away with it. Like, it's okay. But
Really struggling with the up and down at the
Priest will
minute.
still be figuring this out in 3 minutes' time.
Yeah.
The good news is that they at least get to keep their eyes, so they can see. That's at least one good thing. Oh, we're gonna have Britt on the Cav this time around. She's feeling herself now.
Oh yeah, why not? You've already seen one interrogation, what's two?
I mean, how can you not after a 1v4, including what was? I don't know if George was still alive at that point.
George was. It was George.
That's
Mason
2
and
world
Bolo.
champs in a 1v4. That is. I'm not. That's rare even for pro players. That's unbelievable. No wonder she's out on the Cav.
You know what I feel we're getting in this round? These could easily be clips from all of my games.
What, the ones where they keep dying?
No, the one from this particular round where
Oh, okay.
it looks like
Mate,
someone's
Priest just
touching
looks like
a
a
mouse
hot
and
walking
keyboard for the
around.
first time.
And somehow
Gregor's
they're a
looking for
flat
one.
player.
They've got the right idea. One on the outside, behind the pillar.
Ooh.
Just holding a world champ at bay. Gregor's trying their best, but Bolo may just find it out. There we go. Actually get Skittles through instead. So Gregor still alive with a chance to shotgun at range. The world champ. I'm not too sure about that one. Bolo picks it up, which will probably mean that next round and our last round is going to be the decider for the whole show match.
It's certainly the decider of these three.
It's a classic, like, soccer thing. Last goal wins.
I know
basically
that
what we're
hurt
going
you to
for.
say. I know it really hurt you to say soccer. I'm sorry that you had to.
I had to like pause for a second, let the pain just subside of saying it.
Oh, surely not another!
No! Bolo, have a heart!
I think Bolo's taking that 1v4 personally. He's like, nope, you're not having it this time.
Oh, God.
No way.
I mean, that's something.
I mean, there's one thing swapping around, but Team Skittles just hitting him with the style there.
Oh, all right.
You know, kind of nasty with the ambidextrous setup.
With the amount of chaos in the round, it's not out of question that he gets the kills he needs.
I mean, if you'd have known beforehand, you could have spent like 6 months really training for this and just get...
To be fair, I think everyone got
Take it really seriously.
an hour ago on what was going on. So
I'm
there's
just saying, in case I ever get asked to do a show match, I'm going to start.
Great. Are you also
training
going to
this at home.
try turning your monitor upside down, Tim, as
Yeah,
well?
just in case. I'm just going to play with all these like funky setups so that I can be prepared just in case that day comes.
Well, you won't have to work on the blindness part. That's kind
No,
of...
that's very true. To be fair, I don't need the blindfold.
Just wear the one eye patch. You'll be okay. That figured out. Nice little setup there. George will be able to take down the last player here in the ambidextrous round, and they'll switch back to normal hands now. Try and see what
For our
on
last
this
round.
next round. Do we have anything on the itinerary for this?
No, this actually is a normal round, but I expect there to be something creative coming out from both teams.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Look, pretty surprising. Absolutely no one in saying, okay, playing with the controller backwards is infinitely harder than normal. Surprising no one.
Big shocker. Big shocker, I know.
That is a really cool mouse mount.
It is sick.
Very funky.
It's like those very colorful mouse pads.
Let's get ourselves into the last, but certainly not least of our rounds then. Round 11 is going to come along, and certainly since the little rehost we had, things are even. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Team Bolo looking to take this one as well as what we'll call the first half. It was a little bit more than
A lot of flash photography coming out of Bolo's squad here, too. We got Ying.
Oh,
We've
wow.
got Blitz. And Macy probably has some stuns in his pocket.
Probably got the flashes, yeah.
This is could be one for the history books here. We already got one out of Brit, but what else can we get out of Team Bolo?
I'm interested. Priest gone for the alibi pick. Are we going to have the classic get the decoys on the floor and stand amongst them and see if you can surprise the attackers? Here we go. We'll find out there. Oh, I think that's exactly what we're going to get.
Oh, maybe.
Let's see how
Just
good they
hunker
are.
down.
Yes, I love to see this.
The key thing about this
Just needs to get a
folks,
line up on a door, that's all.
Absolutely. The key thing about this is, folks, remember the clones do not match what you are wearing / what you have on attachment. So they'll be able to see that hollow sight if they have keen eyes and pick them out. But speaking of picking out, Roy, we've already lost George, but they're lining up this Gara hook now.
George is gutted that he misses out on that chance for a highlight reel from this last round.
Yeah, he wanted to go on the charge with the blitz, but that's not going to happen. It's all going to be down to your boy Roy. With that Gara hook, as you say, just looking to create that little bit of explosiveness into sight. Priest, he's moving around too much to be a decoy. You got to stand still if you want to surprise him.
Oh no, hit from Boyd straight up as well with the Gara. Shotgun at the ready. Brit quickly dispatching that down to a 3 versus 3. Gregor's still down, but imagine being res, but no! Bolo straight on in, traded out as well. It could actually be a win for Skittles here.
On to Brit and Skittles to pick this up, and what a shot from Skittles. Nice little heel turn there. He'll find the last one on the balcony, and although a little awkward at times, it rolls over for the blue team.
Bit of a scrap is what we've had to deal with there. Apparently, Team Bolo did win.
I was
had the
say,
most
I'm
rounds,
pretty sure that was
unsurprisingly.
This is going to be the big win for Team Bolo. I think they won by, I think it was 1 round in the end. Maybe.
Quick maths.
We'll get quick maths. We'll get some quick maths, and we'll get you a final score. But I think it might have been, what we had, 11? I think it might have been a 7-4.
Well, congratulations to Team Bolo, as they will be the squad that takes the dub here in the show match. Round of applause, ladies and gents, for Team Bolo.
All right, well, let's get down to it on stage. You stay with your winners, and I'm sure we'll have a good chat.
You're right, I am. I'm on my way down now. Hey, did we enjoy that show match, ladies and gentlemen? Well, there was some interesting rounds in there, that's for sure, but proving his World Championship mentality and prowess, Bolo leads his team to yet another victory. And this is the thing, right? It's all hugs, it's all smiles, it's all fun and games right now. But these seats will be filled with different players a little bit later on for our grand final, which will bring a much different atmosphere here in the Gas South Arena in Atlanta. Bolo, come here, and Skittles, please rejoin me in the center of the stage. Bolo, can anybody stop you, man? You're untouchable.
I guess so. I mean, Skittles was, I would love to say, it was hard and it was, like strenuous and we had a battle of our lifetime, but I mean, y'all watch the same thing we just watched, right?
Do you want to give any last thoughts before I present you all with the trophy, Coconut?
Nah, it was a good game. It was first dub on land, so felt good.
Yeah?
The worst part of that match was having to see Parker.
Just GG's, it was fun.
Right?
Yeah, I haven't played yacht in like 4 years, so that was kind of refreshing.
But you guys are amazing. And you know what? I've got this is going to shock you. You weren't expecting this, were you? You weren't expecting this. This is yours. Right here. This is yours. I want a full-on traditional trophy lift here, all right? Everybody, wait for the call. Ladies and gentlemen, your Blast R6 Atlanta Major Show Match winners, it's Team Bolo! Congrats, guys. We'll see you all very soon. Thank you very much. Enjoy the grand final. Bolo, before you leave, one quick question. Who's taking it?
Whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Can we see who is taking it from the crowd first?
Yeah, crowd. Who's taking the grand final? Is it W7M? Is it Los? Bolo, what are you saying?
All right, well, I think I'm in the minority on this one here. I love Cameraman, he's my boy, but I mean, come on, W7M. I hate to say it. They're gonna take it.
He's calling the back-to-backs. Bolo, go enjoy. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. All right, when we come back, of course, we've got that amazing grand final coming up, but another thing that you're all here for, the Operation Deep Freeze reveal. We excited about that? It's next!
Hello, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators. so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when he comes out next season. See you then.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. And now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new MAD roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
Scream now!
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, there's no one in our way.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonics, and welcome to my fresh install. For diffuser, I have manual because I play support, so I gotta make sure I have the bomb at all times or I'm able to drop it inside the site. For drone prep, also manual. You also want to sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the same. Doesn't really change much. Audio, everything on super high. I play night mode, surprisingly. I don't know, a lot of people don't play like that, but I like it. Basically for display, we go to as many hertz as you can. We go to 4.3, but that's all preference. I like 4.384 for me. 4.384, and then at the bottom, I personally do 95 HUD display area, and then 94 menu display area, with a brightness of 61, I think it was, some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. We go low, we go LOD quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality, pretty sure that's very high so you can see the shadows when they peek you. Reflection quality low, VFX low, ambient occlusion low, anti-aliasing off. And that's basically it for graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say raw input off, mouse inversion obviously disabled, then sense is obviously up to you, but I play 1010, 400. You can mess with the magnification obviously. I play with, let me see if it lets me. Thing 1x is 28, 1x 28, 1.5, 55, 56, and then 57. Mouse scroll wheel, I have it off because I grip the mouse kind of weird. Gadget deployment, advanced, joint deployment, advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean with my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just have the mouse buttons, and then gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone, and then it's basically it. Everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons, and then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me see better. At least, now that's what I think, could be placebo, but it's all preference. Everything default, and then opacity 100. I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see, so up to you really. And just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am now.
Back to the Atlanta Major. Y'all having fun so far? Well, we have more fun in store. Some big reveals. Hey everybody, I'm Jackie Jing and I am with Fresh and Jesse. It's a little cold in here. I brought my jacket up. Are y'all feeling the same way?
Jackie, I don't know what it is. I flew here from Canada. It was snowing when I left, and somehow it's colder in this arena than it was when I left home.
Yeah, very, very, very cold.
Yes, certainly a chill. Fresh as his hood up, man. Anyway, what did you all think of that show match? I'm not gonna lie, I was a little distracted. I look up and I see Parker in a cowboy hat with a banana and bolo, and I was like, what am I watching right now?
I know that was pretty normal. I think that was, we all
Adorable?
kind of expected that. Oh, pretty normal, you know.
Okay.
Standard show match stuff.
I liked the interrogation. It was probably the best bit of the whole show match. Maybe the 1v3 as well.
The 1v, yeah, the 1vx was pretty good.
Well, was that 2 world champions it was against? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that show match was absolutely wild. I do want to pick your brains, though. We've been here for a while now, y'all. It's been really fun spending time with you. But what's been the best part so far of the Atlanta Major? Ooh.
I think it's got to be the crowd. I mean, I've said it during the quarterfinals. I thought it would peak when we had North America playing, but they've really gotten behind Los as kind of their new savior who they're going to pipe up and go through all of these matches. They're obviously the underdog in a lot of these games, and the crowd's really been getting behind them. So that's been my favorite part, Jackie.
Yeah, the Dark Zero chants, the SSG cheers. I just heard Lobin. Was that right?
Lobin fans.
Okay, hold on. W7M? Oh gosh, we got some thumbs downs. Okay, Los. Oh, wow. The crowd spoke, Fresh. The crowd spoke.
Yeah, they absolutely love Los. I think it's a big underdog story, and that's what they can get behind.
Yeah.
And also, they beat FaZe yesterday, so that was great because the crowd was not liking FaZe.
Well, what's been your favorite part so far of the
My
major?
favorite part was also when FaZe lost, but for a different reason. That's because I didn't have to dye my hair because of the wager me and Jesse made.
Yeah, honestly, for me, it's been kind of the massive upsets. GK, Bleed, they were really fun to watch.
True, they were really, really impressive. And I think it sets the stage well for the 6th Invitational coming up in February. A lot of the minor regions starting to heat up a little bit, unlike this damn arena. So I think it's exciting. We're going for a good show.
Okay, almost to grand final time. Y'all ready for that? I know, I'm chomping at the bit, but how are y'all feeling? You excited? Yay.
I'm excited, Jackie. I'm also excited to see what the meta might look like for the 6th Invitational. The new patch coming out. I don't know. I think there's going to be some cool stuff in there.
Yeah, we've had a little sneak peek. Haven't we? And all I've got to say about that is the new operator. Bit of a Swiss Army knife, does quite a few things.
Okay.
And also the new map. It's absolutely ginormous. And I can't wait to see it.
I know we have the ominous counter up. I know y'all are gonna help us with the countdown. This crowd's been so amazing. They've been counting us in before the stream starts, and I'm always like, oh, I love you all. But okay, we got some little teases there. Anything else you can say? What's Ubisoft bringing us?
Oh, Jackie, it's tough to say, but I think that we've already teased a little bit. Some secondary gadgets might get changed. Some metas might be shifted up a little bit. You know, I think we're all a little bit tired of maybe getting blown up by grenades. I know I am. So we'll see what happens with those. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, they didn't like that. Okay.
Some sledge mains in the crowd.
Oh, we have a countdown. Should we just count down with them? 3, 2, 1. Operation Deep Freeze!
And welcome to Operation Deep Freeze. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and we're gearing up for the final season of Year 8 of Rainbow Six Siege. To get us started, Creative Director Alexander Karpazis is here with an overview of the season and some roadmap updates.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Operation Deep Freeze. The entire Siege team is really proud of the work that we're about to show you today. Before that, we have some updates on the roadmap that we want to communicate to you. One of the big changes is the shield rework that we talked about earlier in the year. We want to give it a bit more time before we can finally put on the polish that it deserves, which means that we'll be pushing it into Year 9 Season 1. However, we want to show you these changes this season, so expect a test server to go live where you can check out all of the work in progress changes we're bringing to Shields, and you'll also have the ability to give us feedback on these changes before they go into the next season. On top of all of this, we have a new operator, Tubarão, who's coming to the game, joining Wolfguard and hailing from Portugal. He has a new ability that's quite frosty and brings a new element to other gadgets in the game. We have a new map as well, the Lair, which is Deimos's HQ for all of his nefarious deeds. There's much, much more. This is just the tip of the iceberg when we talk about Operation Deep Freeze.
You may have seen the teaser trailer for the new season's map, But now it's time for the full tour. We're jetting off to Deimos' secret headquarters, where Assistant Director of Level Design, Mahdi Tayab, will be your guide.
So Lair is coming to Season 4. Lair is a huge military facility inside of a giant cave, and it helped us design different type of gameplay. For example, one of the spawn point, the shooting range, leads directly to the top floor since its elevation is at the same point. So this is one of the cool features of the map. Since it's a cave, you can imagine there's lots of different tunnels, there's lots of access, and these spawns are also very safe. So if we look floor by floor, and let's start with the basement, you can imagine it's very damp, dirty. They work with dangerous chemicals. On this floor, we have one objective, lab and lab support. What's interesting is that the lab is right at the center of the layout, so most paths will inevitably rejoin into the objective. So from round to round, you can use different type of strategies and you'll always find something new. The first floor, in contrast with the basement, is a lot cleaner, it's a lot brighter. On this floor we have two objectives. One of the objective is the bunk and briefing room. Interesting thing is that players on defense will have to watch out for the reachable external wall, but we made sure to give enough covers on both ends to make sure that the defenders have enough flanking path. If we go on the other side of the floor, we have armory and weapon maintenance, and from there players on attack can use the shooting range to get into the objective. Let's talk about the second floor. Also very different compared to basement and first floor. It has a more refined look. We have an objective there, which is office and R6 investigation room. Outside of it, there's a mezzanine that attackers can use, and there's entries right into the objectives, but they have to watch out because defenders also have vantage point into the mezzanine. So what excites me the most about this map is there's lots of ways to attack, defend, and lots of different ways to strategize all of it. Lair won't be bannable for Operation Deep Freeze, and we hope you enjoyed the map.
Operation Deep Freeze will mark the full launch of the Reputation system, complete with new UI and a grace period during which the team will continue to monitor the system. For more details on this new phase, let's hear from UX designer Roland Poe.
With the launch of the commendation system last season, we've been really happy to see how everyone's been using it. Giving and receiving commends, getting the alpha pack drops and maintaining their streaks, and just generally celebrating the positivities that Siege has to offer. We've also been monitoring the system and listening to your feedback, which is why the commendation system and reputation system were hooked together, now acting as one to provide guidance, to promote positivity, and to create a safe play space for all. In Year 8, Season 4, we're going to be activating the reputation system in a grace period. And what that means is you're going to see new UI in the Reputation Center, you're going to see increased notices in-game, and the first look at the impacts that will start to affect your account based on your reputation standing. And these impacts can be things such as changes to the rewards you get at the end of each match, it can be access to playlists, and it can be progress towards special drops and exclusive cosmetic bonuses. With the updated Reputation Center UI, you're going to see a lot of information all about how to get the best standings. You'll see information about how the system works, about each of the individual standings, and personalized information dedicated to you. You'll see things such as guides about how to spread positivity, about the individual impacts that will be affecting your account once we leave grace period, as well as tips and tricks you can use in your matches, throughout the game, and even beyond to become great Siege community members and great Siege players. As always, we'll be monitoring the system and listening to your feedback, and with everyone together, making the Rainbow Six Siege community as great as it can be.
Next up is an explosive topic that's been cooking up for quite some time: frag grenades. They're changing, and Associate Game Director Joshua Mills is here to tell you how and why.
So the current state of frag grenades in Siege is that they're incredibly powerful. Basically, they are killing machines. You don't have time to react to them if they're cooked properly, and they can take out a decent amount of utility, and by decent, I mean all utility, depending on how they're being tossed. and they can take down soft destruction. What are we doing with the frags? We're removing the ability to cook the grenades. They're still as powerful as before as far as like the damage they can do and their killing potential, but it's more reactive for the defenders. So basically a grenade comes in, you have to make a decision. Do you move into more precarious position? But again, we are removing the ability to cook them. When you deploy them, they'll have a 4-second fuse timer on them. And then after bouncing off a surface, that fuse timer actually drops a little bit. This is very similar to how the flash grenades work currently. The biggest benefit to the change that we're trying to do with the frags is to allow operator diverse loadouts, which is, it's not the must pick. It is pick based on scenario and based on situation you're in. You can't just have the one pick option that is the option because there's no point for anything else to exist if that's the case. We want that and distributing. We want more operators to have them and have access to them and be able to play around with coming up with new ways to build out their loadouts.
This season, the Rainbow Six Siege team is looking for players to participate in the Siege Marketplace Beta. To tell us more about what that is and how to register for it, here's Business Strategy Director Mohammed Ben Hanada.
We are happy to announce that we'll be launching a marketplace on Siege. So for over 8 years, we have released hundreds and thousands of skins on Rainbow Six Siege. This is a place where you'll be able to buy and sell skins between each other. We want to give you the possibility to actually sell the skins that you don't want anymore and to buy skins that you no longer can get from the store. You will be able to register for this marketplace beta through the QR code or the website link on the screen right now. This marketplace will be available on browser, through PC or mobile. All of the transactions will be made through Rainbow Six credits on this platform. We will be selecting players to give us feedback, test the feature before we fully launch it in year 9.
Coordination, teamwork, and map knowledge are crucial in Siege. Easier said than done, of course, but 2 features coming this season will give you new ways to practice with your friends and sharpen your skills. Technical architect Alex Busby, creative director Alexander Karpazes, and associate game director Christopher Budgeon have all the details.
With Year 8 Season 4, we're introducing the Versus AI playlist. The first iteration of this playlist will allow our players to compete against Defender AI operators in Clubhouse in our bomb game mode. And these AI are a bit different from what our players are used to. They are engineered and designed to emulate how our players play the game. Some experienced players might even notice the AI using their favorite power positions or gadget strategies. At launch, the Versus AI playlist will have 2 difficulty levels. The first aimed at onboarding new players, so a bit more of a forgiving environment to help people learn and enjoy the mechanics of Siege, while the second is there to provide a more challenging environment for our elite players to warm up with. You will join a game, you will matchmake, you will have friends in your squad. The AI will be setting up the bomb site, they'll be putting gadgets in the same place as players do, and they will be defending it as fiercely as players do. In the coming seasons, we plan to release new operators available for the AI to choose from, new maps, and players will be able to play as the defending team against attacker AI.
MapRun is a new learning tool we're bringing for players, which allows them to specifically learn maps. It will be focused on guiding players on how to navigate and how to learn callouts and how to communicate with your squad. With MapRun, we have 2 learning modes, the target drill and the landmark drill. Within the landmark drill, players will be given an image as well as some different information about that specific location. Once they find that landmark, they'll be able to interact with it and they'll be given a new one. In target drill, there'll be pre-placed dummies and commonly found enemy positions on the map. That way, you can get in with your squad and start to think about where do we clear the map? Where are enemies commonly found? Where do they like to hide? In the target drill, you can turn aggression on or off. So now the dummies will shoot back and you'll have to get into a good position while you clear the room. MapRun will launch with 7 maps. This will include our new Lair map as well as the revamped Consulate map. Try learning Lair through MapRun. This is the beginning of MapRun, and we really want to hear from you. What training tools do you want from an experienced player? What training tools do you want to bring your new friends into the game? All of this information will be great for us as we continue to build and evolve MapRun for the years to come.
So you just saw a lot of exciting stuff when it comes to the AI playlist and all of the onboarding features that we're introducing this year. This does come to a difficult conversation when it comes to situations and training grounds in the game. We'll be removing situations and training grounds, or as some others call it, T-Hunt, from the game. This is a very difficult decision for some very good reasons. We're introducing a lot of tools today that teach the player the game and allow them to warm up, and it brings them closer to that true experience of our ranked game mode. Every single time that we change an operator, update a map, or change the balancing that affected T-Hunt, it meant that we diverted resources away from us making better and improved features in the game itself. But we are committed to the features of AI Playlist, the map run feature, which you just saw, and finally, we'll be bringing even more updates to the shooting range so that new players and experienced veterans will have what they need to experience Siege to the fullest.
Quick question. Do you play Siege with a controller? Then I've got 3 words for you. Full controller remapping. And that's not all. Associate producer Jane Gonkar from our Kyiv studio is here to share the good news.
We are excited to announce that we are rolling out the first iteration of input customization for controllers. This will allow controller players to map up their own schematic, which is great, since those bring benefits to players wishing to get an edge of their game and accessibility for players with special needs. We are also planning to bring several smaller features, like for example, the trigger.zone customization and stick.zone tweaking that comes as direct result of community requests. Stick.zones can now be set all the way down to 0. Just bear in mind that some devices might have drift issues depending on their make and condition. Another feature that players have been actively mentioning is improving the hip leaning input on controllers. Something we're glad to announce we have a solution coming later this season.
When you take a look at the Operation Deep Freeze Battle Pass rewards this season, you'll notice a few helpful changes. Business Strategy Director Mohammed Benhanada is back to give us the scoop.
I told you last season that we will be looking at improving the navigation on the Battle Pass. This season, we will be bringing the map that will be interactive. It's an easier way for you to actually see the overall Battle Pass and navigate through it. Can't wait to have your feedbacks on this, and it's only a first step to improve the navigation in the Battle Pass. So again, stay tuned for even more.
It's time to learn more about the operator who gives Operation Deep Freeze its name. When you need to cool things down and put the attack on ice, you'll want Turboral on your team. Art director Joanna Choi is here for insights on the design of this operator, and then we'll go to Director of Gameplay Design Jeremy Carvin and Game Designer Dominic Clement for details on Turbo's chilling gadget.
The idea came from visual inspirations like Portuguese serving champions, so we suit him with military-grade diving gear as well as a diving survival knife. And of course, we topped that off with the traditional DAE signature beret. We also gave him wide shoulders from swimming, and we gave him a big wide smile to draw people in. But at the same time, he's very empathetic and he has kind eyes.
So for Turboral, we created this modern cryogenic canister which contains liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen that are separated for security reasons. And when the canister is ready to get thrown, the two liquids are blended, creating this mixture that has strong cooling capacities. The canister has a glass that will break on impact, releasing this compound that will spread around and that will affect all the surfaces and all the objects that it gets in contact with.
Diving deeper into Turbo's ability, Turbo bring the Zotoganister. These things are throwable that will detonate on impact. And when they detonate, they will release a super cool compound that will freeze pretty much everything in its path. As an attacker, when you step into this effect, you're gonna notice it. You're gonna be slowed down. You'll also be leaving frozen footsteps. So these footsteps are visible on the surface you're walking on, but be careful because they're also visible on the surface below.
The effect is not everlasting, it's only a few seconds. If you have any of your gadgets that are in the area of effect of the Zoto canister, they will be disabled or they will be paused. We realized that, well, with really cool temperature, your electronics go down. If you have enough ice, you can also affect mechanical gadgets, like mechanical joints and stuff like that. So that was kind of like the eureka moment where we was like, it can also be affecting mechanical gadgets. So when you're facing a termite and you see the charge start to fuse, you have this moment of reaction where you can deploy your Zoto canister on the wall. You're going to be stopping the termite and its track. And now you're giving your team breathing room and some time to kind of think, okay, what's going to happen? What are we going to do with this? Because it's not going to destroy the termite charge. It's just going to freeze it and stop it for a second. The wall is still going to blow up at the end of the effect. Tubaro's role is one of a flex operator. This operator can both play as a roamer and as an anchor. As an anchor, Tubaro's role is really to kind of slow down a push so that the defender can really react to whatever the attacker are throwing at them. But as a roamer, you can do similar things, but do it at a further distance and be kind of safe from fuse or something like that, and be able to switch between your roaming role where you disrupt the attack a bit further from the objective and be quickly running back to site and slow down whatever is happening on the objective. With the introduction of RAM, vertical play has been playing quite a big role. So with this gadget, you can use it to deploy it on the ceiling and disrupt these attackers that are above you. You can also use it to slow down the attackers, freeze them, disrupt them, or also freeze other breaching charge that they may be placing on the ceiling.
Frozen device.
Of synergy, I would say, is the gadget denial. So you have Bandit, Kaid, and Mute. Tubaro will be joining their rank and denying the wall for the attackers. You can pair this operator with, let's say, Bandit, and give Bandit more time to replace his battery and Bandit trick while the attackers are trying to breach. The second group, I would say, is the intel group. You have Pulse and Solace. They provide a lot of information and a lot of intel for Tubaro so he can deploy his gadget and hopefully catch the attackers that are playing upstairs or in the room next to you. The final group is, I would call, the trap operator. So you can think of Ella, Fenrir, or the other trap operators. These gadgets can be paired with the Zoto canister to really create some really disruptive and effective traps for the attackers. Looking at the counters, the first one is Maverick. Because yes, despite having a fiery gadget, he's the only hard breacher who will still be able to go through a reinforcement wall that is affected by this gadget. You can also bring an operator like Zofia, because Zofia's explosive charge will not be affected by the Zoto canister. So you can use it to destroy the canister and get rid of the effect. You can also bring frag grenades, which will also not be affected by the Zoto canister. Finally, we also have operators like Twitch and Zero. Their gadget, equipped with their laser, will be able to zap the canister and get rid of the effect. If you just want to wait and be patient, you can just wait for the effect to run out. But if you're not patient and you want to get rid of it as quickly as possible, you can shoot it, you can melee it, you can use your sledge and sledge it. It will immediately remove the effect and the ice will melt. Taking a look at the primary weapons of Tubaro, we have two options. First one is the MPX, which is a classic weapon, one that you can see on Valkyrie. It's a wonderful weapon for a flex operator. Your second option is the AR-15. Yes, a DMR on defense. This DMR creates a lot of distractions, and also the weapon is pretty loud, pretty powerful, so they'll be scared.
Caught you.
In terms of secondary weapon, you have one option, the P226 MK25. It's a reliable secondary weapon. So we wanted Tubaro to be able to really fulfill his role as a flex operator. So we gave him a balance of 2-2, 2 health, 2 speed. In terms of secondary gadgets, you have two options. The first option is the Nitro Cell, which is really useful when you play this operator in a vertical way. You can try to catch the attacker upstairs if you're able to catch them with your gadget, but be careful, don't throw your Nitro Cell and your own gadgets because they will be disabled. So try to play smart and try to anticipate where the players are going to go if you do catch them. Your second option is the Proximity Alarm. This one is great to bring if you're more aiming towards using it as an horizontal gameplay. It allows you to put it in the doorway and have an early warning so you can deploy your Zoto canister in this doorway and make the attacker think twice before swinging on you. This operator is super unique, and the fact that it brings not only a disabling effect for electronic, but for the first time it brings a disabling effect for mechanical gadget. So it affects pretty much everything. At every moment of the round, you have something that you can contribute with your gadget, and there's something that you can do that will hopefully make your team win.
You could play the season test server for Operation Deep Freeze starting tomorrow. Explore new strategies with his gadget and chill your opponents to the core. And remember, whether you're on the test server or just playing as usual, reporting issues you encounter to R6Fix will give you the chance to earn some neat rewards. Now, before we wrap up, there's one more thing. Get ready to fight.
Yeah, hey there, dude. Let me feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. Fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that, yeah. I'm trying to get ahead, get out the way. Now move forward, stand back. Step up to the plate. For my city, for my town. I do whatever it takes. Round one. Fight.
What did y'all think of Operation Deep Freeze? Okay, I'm liking that reaction there. I mean, right off the bat, we gotta talk about Tubarão. Ice cold, Jesse. Get it? Ice.
Yeah, it explains why we were feeling so chilly before that panel started.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Listen, Tubarão looks really, really cool. I'm super excited to see the different ways people try to play with this operator, because you can play him down below with the C4s, you can use him to flank, you can use him to deny the walls. He's a really interesting operator, and I think people are going to get very creative with how they want to use him.
Yeah, there's a little bit, and I'm just going to say it, there's a little bit of defense power creep coming in there. Like you say, you can use him below with the feet and the C4, you can use him to synergize with Bandit, Cade, Mute, all that good stuff for the breaching, and you can use him as a roamer to flank and, you know, get rid of Nomads and Claymores. And he has an AR-15. It just keeps going and going and going. Very good operator, I think, from the concept.
Yeah, the crowd was loving the frozen footsteps. They just lit up. Also, we have to talk about Lair with this dungeon-esque feel. I was loving it.
Yeah, Lair looks super cool, right? A huge map, gonna be really fun. I think it's beautiful as well. A lot of the most recent maps have looked absolutely gorgeous. Lair might take the cake for the most appealing map, at least visually, with how it's been laid out.
Yeah, I think I said it before as well. Very big map, but
really
it's got some unique features. Like you said, they said in the video, is that you, as an attacker, you kind of spawn and you're at the roof level. It's like the spawns are very big. There's a lot of cover in them, and you can attack them out from a lot of different ways. They've seemingly thought about wherever there's an external bomb site, a breach to an external bomb site, how the defenders can then counter that external breach with the windows, and there's courtyards and all that type of stuff. So I don't know if it'll be competitive viable, because I've not played it and I've not seen it in that environment, but it certainly looks like a fun map.
Yeah, and they can try it out with map run. So how do you think the community is going to react to this new operator, the new map?
I think people are going to love them. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with these new operators. I'm really excited to see kind of how things change. I'm already kind of theory crafting with the meta, right? I think that we're going to see a lot of those bandit tricking and impact tricking strategies come to life. You can really keep those walls closed now that we have these new operators and some of the changes. Playing from below is going to be a bit tougher with the nade change, so we might see operators like Zofia and Buck really spring into the meta. I'm excited to see what pros want to do and what the casual fans bring out.
There's a very real chance that, you know, in a few hours we will see the last ever frag grenade kill from below.
That's so true.
In this grand final, I think, you know, the frag grenade changes combined with that, you know, the new operator coming in, a little bit of defense power creep alongside, you know, his army, Solus Fenrir, etc. The meta's definitely going to shift for Six Invitational, which means all of the teams, you know, what they had, because so many strategies rely on the frag grenades from below, are going to have to be changed. Defense strategies are going to be changed for that, create more utility power positions. So when we get to Six Invitational in Sao Paulo, we're going to be like, what the hell's going on? Who's going to be the best team? We simply won't know.
Yeah, and Twitch chat is echoing the sentiments that you were saying, seeing the new operator unbalanced. Are you surprised by that reaction? Hey, Jesse being like,
Listen, let's play the operator first.
If defense has got 10 overpowered operators, they're all balanced. That's
Hey,
There you
okay,
go.
I like that. That works, right? Okay, I do want to talk about the AI playlist a little bit. That looks so cool.
Yeah, I've actually had an opportunity to run around and play a few rounds of AI playlist. I'm not ashamed to say this. I did get beaten by the AIs a couple of times. I was playing 1 versus 5. That's all I'll say. Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool concept because it's not just like anything we've had before. You know, they put the utility down. They reinforce walls. You jump in as an attacker, and they're pinging you on default cams as if you're playing a normal game of Siege. So I think for a new player as an onboarding experience, I think it's going to be a really strong tool that they can use.
Yeah, I think it'll be great for new players. I also think it will be good for experienced players as well as a great warm-up, right? If you're jumping in, you want to start your ranked game for the day, you want to start getting into it, that's a good way. Play against some AI. If you miss some shots, if you're cold starting the day, it's a great opportunity because nobody cares if you do lose to AI, as sometimes we all do.
And you both touching on this a little bit. We are expecting major meta changes with this.
Certainly. I think obviously with the new operator coming through, and then we don't know exactly what the other balance changes are going to be. We don't know yet. But I do think that with all these new operators coming through, with the millions of different ways it feels like you can play Tuber out, we're going to see a lot of really creative strategies when we get to the 6th
Yeah, I think particularly, not just in the case of, I think breaching is going to be the key one, right? Stopping the breaching, but particularly stopping the breaching so that another operator can either bandit, Cade trick, or impact trick, a piece of utility off a wall is going to be key in this meta. Combine that with the frag grenade changes where teams are going to really struggle to clear out power positions. I'm going to expect the meta to shift significantly. It's already defender favored, but shift significantly defender favored.
Okay. Okay, crowd, y'all excited about Operation Deep Freeze? I love y'all. Are y'all excited about the grand final? We are minutes away. We're just going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Grenades. You love them, I love them, but why are they so heavily restricted on operators' loadouts? Their power, as well as the ability to cook them, have progressively made this secondary gadget the reason to choose an operator. In an effort to curb this powerhouse of utility and destruction, we have slowly over time removed grenades from our operator loadouts. We don't like that. If there's a tool in the game, you should have access to it. We are currently reworking their system to bring them in line with the other secondary gadgets in the game. Now connect to the reveal panel to see what this change entails.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just focus our minds to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is screaming because you just put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games. But other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Herds da W7M e eu tô aqui para mostrar para vocês as minhas configs dentro do game. Começando aqui no geral aqui, rapaziada, a única coisa que eu mudo é o drone depois da preparação, que eu deixo no manual. Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar a vida porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio O volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, o barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4x3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada. Eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal. Eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow. Eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12/12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as três primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. MapRun will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into MapRun and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
Paris, Raleigh, Mexico, Sweden, Charlotte, Berlin, Jönköping, Copenhagen. 8 events with 8 different winners, and save for just one player, 8 different lineages. Today, in the capital city of the American South, that narrative changes completely. On one side, an 8-year veteran whose career needs no introduction, spearheading a team of the next generation looking to finally cross the finish line. On the other, the current juggernauts, 9 months removed from their last trophy lift. We've already made history this week, but it's time to do it again. It's time to get serious. Now is the time to see if the unstoppable force claims another victim. Now is the time to start seriously considering the word dynasty again for the first time in years. Now, it's time for the grand final of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, your host for tonight's proceedings. I'm joined by brother from just over the border, North American analyst Jesse J. Chick. And former G2 analyst and current European expert, Jack Fresh Allen. Gentlemen, 2 weeks of competition has led us to one game. One match, one best of 5 decides who walks out of Atlanta with the lion's share of $750,000, a whole bunch of SI points, and that trophy right back there.
Jacob, it's an all-Brazilian battle between 2 teams with such different stories as well. W7M, the greatest Brazilian team to ever play this game, hunting for their back-to-back major titles, and Los. They finished 8th place in Brazil, crawled through the last chance qualifier, crawled through Swiss, made it here to the grand finals stage. We have got an amazing game.
I'm loving the underdog story of Los because people wrote them off in Brazil, people wrote them off in phase 1 of this tournament, phase 2 of this tournament, phase 3 of this tournament, and here they are in the grand final. And we saw how much it meant to them yesterday when they won and they got all the way through. Backstage, they're calling all their families, crying, big emotion from that team. And on the other side, you've got Cool as Cucumber, W7M. They've been in every single final this year inside the official circuit. 6 Invitational, Copenhagen, and now Atlanta as well. And for them, it just feels like a bit of another day at the office almost.
W7M making history just last night to become the first team to ever qualify for the grand final of every single big event in a Siege calendar in 2023. It was SI Grand Final, it was Copenhagen Grand Final, which they won, and now they're about to see if they can't win another major grand final, and they become the first back-to-back champion. We've never seen that before.
We never have, Jacob. No team has ever won 2 majors throughout the history of Rainbow Six, so W7M have the opportunity to do that today. But you got to imagine, right? They've already done this before. The other team against them, they're going to be just a little bit hungrier.
Maybe a little bit hungry, but maybe a little bit more nervous as well.
True.
Like I said, just another day at the office for W7M. They've been here before. They know what it's about. They know the pressures, and they know playing against a Brazilian team in a grand final. They don't let that get to them. We saw it get to FaZe. We saw it get to Liquid in Copenhagen. So W7M have been there before, and they can pull on that experience. But like you say, for Los, it's a free shot, man. It literally is. They've had this just journey all the way through. I do wonder, and I'm kind of just theorizing here, was yesterday their grand final? Was getting to the grand final the big achievement for them? And can they emotionally bring themselves back up? Because it was on such a high, they'll come down and they need to get themselves back up there today.
The pressure is certainly going to get to them and will be a factor in this matchup. But if you needed another reminder of what they're fighting for, let's just do a double check. The prize pool, first place, $200,000 is listed for the victor. You're already walking out with 80 grand US, which is already fantastic. You're also fighting for a little bit of SI seeding, because even though we have all 20 teams locked in, you still want to try and see how high you can't climb that list before the big dance.
Yeah, I think certainly for Loss, that's the big thing is, they want as many points as they can absolutely get. W7M, the fact they've won a major and in a final, they're pretty much going to be the first seed, regardless of what happens. But yeah, for Loss, a bit more money, the chance to be called the champions, and a higher seed at SI, to fight there as well. That's what they want.
Los already achieved the grand prize maybe for them of qualifying to the Six Invitational when they won their quarterfinal matchup. Many people thought, maybe is that the last that we've seen of Los? Did they just blow everything on this one quarterfinal? Because it was extremely important to them. But then they came into the semifinals, had a fantastic showing against FaZe Clan, brought out even more new stuff, and now they're here in the finals. We're gonna finally see, do they have even more new stuff to show W7M? What will they bring to the table?
I think the paths for both teams at this point, I don't really know if there's one you can say was a harder one because both of them presented equally difficult challenges.
Yeah.
The fact that Los knocked off a hometown favorite and then defeated the team that was #1 in Brazil is already impressive by itself. But I don't think W7M had a slouch path either. Both of them had to face equally difficult opponents here.
Certainly, and we see Los, their run through it so far. They've yet to drop a map here through playoffs, through Swiss. They were extremely strong as well. I believe it's 7 maps in a row from Los that they have won. Now, we've seen streaks get broken before. G2 entered their semifinal on a 14-map win streak, was it?
You had to do me like that, Jack.
I just had to, and obviously that didn't go too well for them. But still, if they can keep up that momentum on the side of Los, you've got to imagine that does help them out.
Yeah, and I like the confidence of Los as well. The maps that they're picking into, the maps they're leaving open for their opponents, the fact they got 7-0 on main stage, like, you know, some of them things, they've got a lot of confidence coming into this, even if they do tend to be the underdog in every single fixture that they play.
I just want to do a double check because a lot of people said, oh, W7M might win the whole thing. We have our predictions from way a long time ago at this point of the tournament. And I know some people did have them all the way up there. So Jackie might still get something here. Jesse did get his 3-0 prediction correct from the Swiss bracket, but that was the only thing. Everyone else is in the red. No one had Los going this far.
It's been an insane major. I think I'm seeing a lot of NA and European teams there. We got a couple more W7Ms here on the second page. Mandy and Taro, Pangu, Stokes, a lot of believers here on the reigning major champions, so that's good. But I think what we saw at this event was total Brazilian domination. We really should have had, maybe of us as analysts, some more Brazilian teams winning this event because those of us picking Sonics, those of us picking G2, BDS, maybe we were a little bit too hopeful.
The only Brazilian team not to be involved in a major event final this year was G2, who won 6 Invitational. Every other final has had a Brazilian team or 2 Brazilian teams.
It's always the Brazilians. It's always them when you least expect it. Are we back in another year where they're just going to win everything again?
Probably, but that's a very good sign for the fact that Invitational is going to be in Sao Paulo this year. So, you know, although it would be kind of curious if no Brazilian team made the final in that one. We take it all the way over there and then they, drop off. But no, I think we are in an era of Brazilian domination. And I think the reason for that is the way that they see the game. Because when they're playing the game, they apply this split theory where it's about singular positions. They see it from a top-down point of view, and they just take the ground that they want. They manipulate defenders. It's such a good way of playing. And you're starting to see Europe come to it. I think NA is a bit far away for that, and APAC as well. So I think we're in for a long period of Brazilian domination.
Well, if we had to have another Brazilian derby, at least we get it in front of this crowd with these 2 teams, with this kind of storyline. Atlanta, how are we feeling right now? It's time to kick off the proceedings. It's time for the face-off.
O time traz nível de competitividade acima dos demais.
Our team bring the underdog energy. We're very prepared to crush this competition.
It's very hard to play against underdogs because they have nothing to lose. I think it's going to be not an easy match, but I think we're going to get the win.
I don't know how to say this in English. The word is esbugalhado. It's like when I open my eyes and I'm so on the hype of the match. All that time, I just want to kill everyone on the server, and that's a problem for them.
We know how to play the game, like better than anyone else, so I think that's our biggest strength.
Be careful with me. If I'm esbugalhado, you guys are done.
E acredito que fora a parte individual, a nossa parte coletiva é muito forte.
Lobin and Maya, they just gonna smash everyone. No one can beat them.
There's another 3 players that can handle you guys as well. So that's it for you guys. We're going to smash you all.
We're gonna win this for sure.
This bad boy has been several months in the making. A W7M roster that everybody pegged as probably being one of the favorites to win the whole thing, as the caster prediction said it was. But a Los team that was 8th place in Stage 2 had to fight their way back through an LCQ bracket and also had to play in the play-ins in order to get here in the first place. This matchup on paper is not the one anyone anticipated to be a grand final matchup, but the fact that it is has so many cool storylines leading into it, and it's a damn pleasure to see these 2 battle it out in a best of 5.
I think the big thing from this tale of the tape is that we have the best attackers in Lowe's going up against the best defenders in W7M. So on any map, that half where W7M are on the defense, that's going to be the crucial half, in my opinion, no matter what the map is, because these two teams have been crutching on that particular side to win the tournament. Now, or get to the final of the tournament, not win it. Now, obviously, Lowe's are defending pretty well as well. They were up in 4th. It's just W7M's attacks that are struggling. They're sub 50%, which is one thing that we are not used to seeing for them.
Yeah, the exact numbers on that, 74% defensive win rate coming through from W7M. Three-quarters of rounds, they are nailing it down on defense. And for Los, it's a little bit lower on attack, because attacking is generally lower across the board. 58% though, still topping out the tournament. And as Jack said, strong defensive win rate as well coming through from Los. So these two teams, I think Jackie hit the nail on the head. When we get them on their favorable sides, we are going to see peak Siege here in 2023, and we're going to get to really see what the meta looks like.
It's not just, I mean, their defenses are fantastic, but the attacks is what we have to focus on, because they've got a record breaker in their midst right now.
That they do, Jacob. Loban has been playing insane this tournament. In fact, he currently leads for the greatest performance on entry at a major that we've ever seen. I've sorted these top 5 players by differential. We see plus 23, 34, and 11 coming through from Loban, just barely edging out Cyber on his miraculous run in Yavle for FaZe Clan when he dominated the server. He walked away with that trophy. Loban following in his footsteps now. He's already beaten Cyber once in this tournament. Now to come through and again be putting up such insane entry numbers. 3.09 on the ratio. These just aren't numbers that you see from the vast majority of players that grace this stage.
Yeah, and I think particularly for Loban, you know, when Lost came into this tournament and everyone was thinking about them, they were saying, is there a reliance on Maya as the player to go through for Lost? And Loban's been the one that stepped up alongside him and said, yeah, I'm the guy as well. And I think that's very important, that you don't just have that reliance on just one player. The fact that the second player's made that step up has made them a much better all-rounded team, and he's playing out of his mind.
The attacks are fantastic, the entries are fantastic. The entries are always going to be the thing that we talk about, but the defensive setups themselves also need some love because they've been doing so good for this tournament so far.
Yeah, Los are doing great in the server, but they're also bringing some ridiculously cool new setups. We saw this throughout the quarterfinals when they played against Dark Zero. Some of these setups that they've showcased, we'll take a look now, have been absolutely insane. When they played DZ, they brought out so many different sites on Chalet. They loved the Mira, they loved the castle. It honestly reminded me of how NIP like to play some of these bomb sites. On Chalet, we saw a variety of different bomb sites. They ran all 4 top to bottom, and then they started repeating sites which they hadn't even won the time previously. This is a games defense where they set up a great setup on the top floor with those mirror windows and the castle barricades. DZ didn't know how to handle it. They had to ignore it. They hit site directly, doesn't go their way. We saw a similar story when they got to the second map, where every single time Los are bringing these new strategies. They're bringing some cool ideas on maps that they haven't played throughout the tournament, and that's given them the edge where they've really started to pop off.
I said this about their attacks, but also on the defenses. It's all, the Brazilian theory is all about manipulation of people and locations.
Yeah, this castle barricade, I mean, the way that they set up that Tea Room Karaoke bomb site on this map was just incredible. Giving up Geisha, not trying to hold it. I actually talked with Canadian last night when they played this matchup. He said, we had no idea what we were going up against. There were some crazy things, and we just had to kind of ignore those and try to hit the site. There were some other stumbles in that game from Dark Zero, undoubtedly, but I think you cannot discount both the in-game play that Los are bringing on their entries from Loban, but also the creativity. The prep work they are putting into these matches ahead of time are a big reason why they've made such a Cinderella run so far.
I think you can't take anything away from what they've done to get here, but it's the opponent that they're facing. The guys on the opposite side of the stage that are going to be the biggest problem. Even if you pull all the creative strategies out and your entries are fantastic, you have to go up against the current major champions, the Kings of Copenhagen, W7M. We asked whether they were going to be a juggernaut because there were so many instances in their history where they would get to a playoff bracket and then go out early. They'd be the favorite for a tournament and suddenly they're gone before they actually win anything. They get to grand final of SI and they choke at the last second. They get to Copenhagen and they finally cross the finish line. Now they're looking to do it for the second tournament in a row and make some history.
Yeah, and the guy that is just on your screen just there, Felipox, I think can be attributed to a huge part of that. The fact he came in alongside Nade, one of the best support players in the world, really leveled them as a team. It allowed them to have their split theory, allowed them to have their defaults. Felipox kind of calls, shot calls no matter what, no matter how he's feeling, very confident all of the time. But the one thing that I want to attribute this team and to why they're such juggernauts is their coach Igor, because he has two facets to his kind of coaching philosophy. He has the strategical aspect, but he also has the motivational aspect. He will give them the proverbial kick up the backside when they need it. He does not let their mental go down. Where you see some Brazilian teams fail is when they're against other Brazilian teams. You saw it with FaZe yesterday against Lost. The pressure of being against a Brazilian team that understands them. We saw it with Alamat when he shut down yesterday calling for G2. We saw it with Liquid against W7M. Igor does not let this W7M roster do that, and that's why he's one of the best coaches in the world.
When W7M won Copenhagen, they did it with a little bit of birthday magic, which propelled them on their journey to win that trophy. And today, they happen to have something very similar. It is Philippox's birthday. Right now, November 12th, as they play another grand finals on a major stage. This already helped them win one major when they had a previous player with a birthday. Now they're back in the same situation. I gotta believe, is the magic gonna be coming back?
I mean, I would ask this crowd to sing happy birthday, but we all know NA crowd's trying to coordinate. Maybe we save that one for later. And that's a really big deal. If you can use a really happy moment to try and propel you through what is a very stressful situation, you're gonna give it your best shot. These guys also played a really stressful opponent yesterday. They had G2 in the semifinals, and one guy just ran a rough shot over the entire server, Jack.
Yeah, that's going to be hard. And I think, the one thing about him is he's not had the best tournament today.
No.
Yesterday pretty much carried him from an okay tournament to a great tournament. And when you're looking for somebody to step up, he turned around yesterday and said, I was the guy. And W7M's kind of front three is pretty much, well, it is pretty much the best in the business, right? It hadn't quite been firing, but had yesterday probably inspired a lot of confidence in his team against the world champions by just taking the bull by the horns.
Yeah, and what we see from W7M, Hertz popped off on their defenses against G2. What we see from them is they can play any style of defense that W7M need for the moment. I think their GK game was a great example of that. At the start of the series against GK, they sensed that their opponents were a little bit mentally nervous, right? It was their first time on a main stage. They sensed GK maybe we're going to be a little bit weak, so they went hyper-aggressive on the defenses, challenged them at every possible moment, played a really fast game of Siege, and it got them a lot of rounds. By the end of that series against GK, W7M were playing a much more simple, passive, slower style of defensive Siege. I think they recognize our opponents have warmed up. They're going to be taking advantage of the opportunities we give them a little bit more. Let's rein those in a bit. I think W7M, one of their biggest strengths is their ability to play so many styles on D.
So they've been doing a lot of things right. Both teams have been, but now we're going to let the coaches do battle against one another. It's map ban time. Remember, this is a best of 5. You have to win 3. Every other series has only been to 2, which means we start with 2 bans, Clubhouse and Nighthaven off rip immediately. Then we do 4 consecutive picks into 2 more bans with 1 final decider. Gentlemen, what are we thinking about this 5?
So I'll take us through the first couple of bans, Clubhouse and Nighthaven. Really no surprise. W7M have been perma-banning away Nighthaven and Consulate throughout the stage. Nighthaven has remained. Consulate has been brought into their pool. So they get rid of Nighthaven, low student, don't like Clubhouse, and it also makes sense because W7M love that map. The first curious one for me is Lost picking into Consulate, because they didn't look too hot on it when they played against D plus Kia all the way back at the start of Phase 2. And W7M yesterday destroyed G2 on Consulate. So it's a very, very powerful pick for me.
Yeah, that's a really curious one for me. You've obviously got to imagine that they think they didn't play it right against D+ at the start of the tournament, that they've been working on it in the backlines. I do think as well, further on down this map ban phase, there's some interesting choices by Los, right? The bank then being picked by Los in those final 3 maps. Obviously at that point, it's just that it's just the order of the final 3. But I do think Bank is very strange. W7M 4-0 on Bank so far this stage, and Los's 3 plays were a 7-2 loss to Keed Stars, then 7-5 win over Scars, 8-6 win over NIP. Those are pretty shaky results for a map that they're going to be playing third through this series.
The one thing that I will say against is when 2 Brazilian teams play off against each other, especially in the best of 5, things do get a little bit funky because we only see the external results, but they scrim each other all of the time and they will intricately know each other's games. So the Bank pick might just be that they've seen a weakness inside of scrims, inside of practice. And if you did a preference graph for W7M, Bank is quite a low preference map. So I won't say I'm not surprised, but I can see why they might have fought through that process.
What do we think all the way down to the very end? If we need to map 5 and it has to happen on Skyscraper, we'd be here for about 5.5 hours trying to get to that point. But anything on Sky, guys?
I mean, we saw in the clips, the Skyscraper from Los has been very creative. I'm going to be taking a look, if we get to that map 5, are they going to be bringing a lot of those really unique strategies with the castle and the Mira from Los that they ran against Dark Zero? Or are we going to see a completely new ball game?
It's probably a nice thing for Los knowing if we get to map 5, if we happen to get there, the last time we played it, we got a 7-0 win on this main stage. One thing I will say is we've not seen W7M on this map the whole stage. They do like it. It just never seems to be getting brought out in the map vetoes for them. So they've probably hidden a few things away should they need it all the way on map 5.
All right, I'm not going to have you guys do a full series prediction because that feels like it would be a bit much for a BO5. But we're going to Consulate. It's Los's pick, but like you said, W7M have a pretty decent history on it because of what we saw yesterday. So who takes map 1, guys?
Map 1, listen, from what I've seen, the Consulate has looked much better from W7M than Los. I know that they picked it, and I do want to believe that they've been putting in the work for it. But from what I've seen, W7M are the better team on this map. I'm going to go with them.
I'm split between my head and my heart. My head does say W7M, but my heart says Los are going to take their map pick.
You want Los to go map 1?
Yeah, Los are going to win map 1, Jacob, yes.
All right, sounds good. Atlanta, you ready for your grand final? One more time. I said, are you ready for your grand final? This best of 5 starts right now.
The Blast R6 Major, are we ready?
It's the home of the Falcons, the Hawks, and the Braves, and we are proud to add another international competition to an already storied sports town. Welcome to Georgia.
Talon, the first team eliminated. The players not particularly happy about that. They played 3 maps, and that's all they could muster.
Condolences, Knights. They gave it a good go. Alpha Atheris, their hopes and dreams have been crushed.
The matchups don't get any easier. They only get harder.
Looking for something, anything.
M80 a run that only ended in misery.
Scars, disastrous.
The team that flew all the way from Korea now has to fly all the way home. For NIP, it's home time. Sonics
are sent home.
The curtains close on Bleed.
It's tough for Wolves, but it's not meant to be.
VP eliminated. That is it. They are done.
This is where the real work begins.
Quarterfinals are the best GK will get.
BDS, a disappointing end.
Dark Zero are flying back home.
SSG are done.
W7M have charged their way into the grand final.
G2, you gave it your best, but it just wasn't enough today.
Consolations to FaZe, who played out of their mind through the Swiss. Los play W7M for the Atlanta Major Trophy. It's been a weekend of Brazilian brilliance, with them overwhelming world champions and destroying American dreams. Now, 2 things are guaranteed. Number 1, these seats are reserved for South Americans. And number 2, Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? They have overcome every single obstacle put in their way and have won over this crowd in the process. Let's be honest, America loves an underdog story. It's Los! Before we talk, I just need to check. I got a suspicious feeling that in Atlanta, there are some Lurban fans here. Your first time on an international stage. You can hear the crowd support. Before I talk about your team, your opponents, how does this feel?
It feels amazing. It feels amazing. I don't know what to say. I'm just feeling very happy right now.
How do you handle the pressure at a young age in such a position? You've obviously been performing so incredibly well this entire tournament, and now you've got to do it where it really matters in a grand final. Do you think you can hold your nerves here?
Yeah, I don't think I have any pressure. I think the energy just makes it better. And yeah, I'll just keep doing what I was doing the entire event. Yeah.
So it's an all-Brazilian final. W7M will be coming down in just a moment. They are, of course, an incredible team. Against them, do you consider yourselves the underdogs or not?
Yeah, of course. They went to all the finals in this year, so they deserve to be here. They are a team to be respected. And I know they're going to be, of course, the toughest opponent on the whole tournament. But, you know, I just feel like we don't have any pressure right here. So we're just going to play our game, have fun, and give them a really hard time.
You want to say anything to them?
You know, I know them, and since I was playing like from tier 2, they're scared to me. So I always play good against them. So it's better for them to focus on me because I'm going to destroy them probably.
Okay, good to hear, Lobin. Go and take your seat. Best of luck. One more ovation from the crowd here. Chances to do something never seen before in Siege are few and far between, and this team knows that. But they are dead set on tasting a trophy for the second time on the bounce. It's W7M! Before we do anything, Atlanta, I want you to join me with a huge ovation for this man because Felipox, happy birthday! I mean, what a way to celebrate a birthday. A grand final. KZ on his birthday managed to win the major last time out. Do you think that could be a little bit of a secret for success here?
Yeah, maybe. It's an honor to play another grand final in my birthday. It's an honor to play in front of a crowd like this. So yeah, I'm just grateful.
You are grateful, and I'm sure you're very grateful for the opportunity to do something that no team has ever done before in Siege, and you're in literally reaching distance of that trophy now. Back-to-back majors could potentially be on the horizon for you. That's a huge opportunity to create history here.
Yeah, that's our goal since starting the tournament. But we are going game by game, and today is not going to be different. We have a goal in mind to win this game, and then maybe we'll do history, back-to-back majors. Yeah.
Okay, now Los have been on an absolute rampage, surprising a lot of people. They've been regarded very much as the underdogs throughout this entire tournament. You cannot underestimate any team in the grand final, especially one that has been as successful as these guys have.
Yeah, they are doing a great tournament. They came from the LCQ, and they're like playing confidently, like with nothing to lose. So we can't underestimate them. Yeah, we're going with everything for them.
Felipox, go and take your seat. Best of luck in the grand final. What a birthday gift that would be. Now, before we get into this, Atlanta, I want to have a little bit of fun with you. Now, I've been told that everything's bigger in the USA, and I haven't heard you go really loud yet. And what better time to do it than right before the grand final? I'm only going to do this once, Atlanta, so are we ready to get loud? All right. Atlanta, the grand final of the R6 Major is here. Make some noise! That's what I'm talking about. Let's get into this best of 5 with Parker, Pengu, and Dan.
You might notice a familiar face joining us on the desk. And before we get into the matchup, I want to spend a moment talking about your journey as a caster because this is your first grand final. So if you gave some applause for the teams, can you do the same for Def Marta? It's an honor to have you here. We are experimenting over the course of this major, and we figured why not do a TriCast for the most important match of the day, which, by the way, is the show match.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
And the second most important match is right now.
I feel very privileged to be here. Thank you so much, Parker. Thank you so much, Nick, as well. What an awesome show it has been throughout all of Atlanta. We've been given some of the best matches of Rainbow Six that I have seen in years, and the American crowd has shown up for it as well. While we have two South American teams, two teams from Brazil in the grand final, this is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget. I fully agree, and it's crazy to think that this is going to be an underdog story because both teams are pretty new at this level of play. So while WCM, they have made finals before and they have won trophies, they came around the space just 2 years ago. They're still too young and inexperienced rosters in the grand final. That's right, LOS formed this roster just 18 months ago. They made their first stage to the major in Charlotte, where they made the main stage but fell short of a trophy. Now they're back. Now they've got Cameraman, one of the most experienced players in the game. He raised the trophy in Sweden with FaZe 2 years ago. But much more recently than that, did we see W7M in Copenhagen take their very first trophy, and they are looking like the best team in the world right now.
Oh, absolutely. It's two completely different stories, right? There's a fairy tale run from LOS, a team that, Nick, you and I did most of the Brazil casting this year. Yeah. LOS were downright bad. They lost 0-7 in one of their first matches against Ninjas in Pajamas, and all of us had written them off, but now they're here, and they're on this run only looking better and better as time goes on. They've got their first major test today, because if there's any team in the world that can stop them in their tracks, it's W7M, defending major champions in every single major final so far this year, and they are looking so formidable.
I don't disagree, but if you can take down FaZe to go into the grand finals, then you can also fight up against W7M to go even further and secure that trophy. So they got the warm-up, if you will, but you are correct, this is the real and the final test for LOS. With LOS, this major has been fantastic. They've only dropped a single map to D+ in the very start of that Swiss phase. Since then, they 8-6'd NIP, as you said, who defeated them 0-7 in their first game of Stage 2. And of course, 2-0ing FaZe yesterday is a monumental move for that guy on the screen right now, Cameraman from LOS. He used to play for that squad. He was the face of FaZe for such a long time. He was dropped. Controversially, he's found a new home here and he's looking for another trophy.
Who was it that tweeted? It was one of the players from Koi, I think it was, that tweeted something yesterday about, oh, it's nice to see all these vets get a second shot at championships, a second shot at being relevant again. And honestly, it warms my heart a little bit to see Cameraman thriving in his role. Now, as we prepare ourselves for what could be our first of 5 maps, those of you at home are at odds with the crowd because W7M is the favorite. Can we get ourselves ready for the very first map of this grand final? It's a nice view as we went on forever. I don't know if you saw that.
Rainbow Six never ends.
No, it doesn't. And these matchups might never end. A best of 5 to set the scene with operator bands coming in. For those of you that were not following at home, Consulate, picked by LOS, will be map number 1. Chalet up again next. That's W7M's pick. Bank by LOS, which I know both of you have a few things to say about that map choice.
I don't know, I mean, it's a risky one, but the thing is, when you're in these best of 5s, you pretty much have to go to your opponents one of their best maps at least, because you only ban out one, then they get to pick the rest, and, well, the thing is, they took it.
4th map is going to be Bank, that's W7M's, or Cafe, that's W7M's pick. And if required, Skyscraper will be the 5th map. Since it is a best of 5, first team to prevail in 3 maps wins the whole thing. Operator bands almost completed on your screen. Is there anything that jumps out to either of you at this current moment?
There certainly is, Parker. There's something that will not be jumping into the building quickly, and that is this Amaru. We have seen Amaru be phenomenal on Consulate, one of the best maps to take advantage of her Gyro hook, not only to get in the building really quickly, to take some map control away, but also we've seen a lot of late game executes. You have the majority of your team pushing from the admin side on the top floor, for example. The Amaru comes on the CEO windows. Some beautiful multi-kills we've seen come as a result of that.
Yeah, it seemed to follow up the Solace, right? Intel is so important for both these two squads, so you would have to believe that in pretty much all of these 5 maps, one or the other will target ban the Solace. Lowe's, they looked pretty lost when they played in second stage of Brazil just 2 months ago, but they find themselves all of a sudden looking like a phenomenal team, almost a world-class team individually. Players like Lopin, right? Stepping up, putting on a arguably record-breaking statistics and entries, for example, but also as a team, they don't even have that many clutches. They don't need it. Every single player always stepping up and always playing together. The trades are flowing, and that's how they got themselves to the grand finals.
And in my eyes, Los has been the underdog this entire tournament through. So many people have talked about the big hitters from Brazil, from W7M, from FaZe, from the big hitters from Europe and North America, but nobody gave credence for the little Los that could, that has struggled throughout Stage 2 and yet fought tooth and nail for the respect that they deserve. And now Cameraman is leading this gang of very youthful players to what could be a trophy here on their map pick. Consulate, the attack has begun, and it is that of the Bulls, W7M.
I like that we're starting to use that term to describe them, because obviously the logo is a bull for those that haven't really clued into that just yet, but they also use it in their branding and I think their hashtag as well. A cooked nade, and you better savor that because it's not going to be around for that much longer.
Oh.
Tossed in, damage dealt to Cameraman. This very first execute now from W7M.
It really pays, very important of course. It opening kill, the first from the entire grand finals. Gonna set the tone. I love that W7M bring out the nuke here to start things off. Hide from camera, sneak around, go for a lurk play. But it's W7M playing with a lot of discipline right now. Holding angles, waiting for aggression, because when those played against FaZe yesterday, they were swinging in towards the attackers, shutting down those early entries, and always going for picks. And they've studied that, and they're ready for it.
And it will be the vertical nade play. As the guys on the desk have said already, thanks to that reveal, savor these vertical nades as they are not long for this world in Rainbow Six. We could see some of the last vertical nade kills in Rainbow Six Esports history here in this grand final. And it is very much the strategy that W7M look to opt here. 3 sets of nades as they look for control down below. Herds in an initial duel. He gets a bit of damage onto Maya on the other side, but a nade to follow through could be the killing blow. Instead, it's targeting the barbed wire, and no blood has been drawn! Hold that thought for a second, JV! Finds 2, the trade comes through, but Los at a disadvantage, and that gets furthered. Nade has found his, and it's go time for W7M.
Well, Los just got absolutely overrun in the first execute, and if W7M are going to make a statement to start this off, why not go in that way? Toxic gas tossed out now as Nade just waits patiently. They've got the smoke pinned down, reduced to just dots. W7M only losing one. A single kill in the final moments of that round, but the attackers prevail to start off Consulate.
There are so many big names to talk about, whether it's Maya, whether it's Lobing, whether it's Hertz, KC, or JV92, just flying into the map time and time again, and just he's been given just a small portion, a small entry, but he makes such a phenomenal, a massive play off of that. 2 kills, but it's not just about the individual heroics of JV. The team was clearly ready. He said, guys, follow my lead. I'm about to do something crazy in a second, and you gotta be quick to follow up. Otherwise, this opportunity, it's lost forever. And it's how they found that first round for W7M.
I mean, there's so many tools at the disposal of W7M. The games where we've watched where maybe KZ or Herds has an off day, but guess what? Fellapox is always good on his rolls, and JV can absolutely dominate. I like the coordination there from W7M. You waste so much time on those Visa stairs. Get the rest of your players in line, get them into the bomb site, or at least close to it, and they can do the rest of the work. But then you've got the ability for Herds to absolutely take over a game, as we saw yesterday against G2, one of the finest performances he's ever put in. So if you're Los, what do you do to slow them down? Because any of them can pop off. Nade, after that first round, got 3 kills. And you didn't even think about saying his name all that much because you were so focused on JV92 and the rest of the team.
I actually asked JV the other day when I was sitting with the W7M guys for a brief moment. I said, who do you think is the best player on your team? And I was goading him into being like, oh yeah, it's me, JV, remember my name. No, he turns to me, dead serious, and he says, Nade. Nade is the best player on W7M. And he's also the least experienced player on this team as well. And yet, he is one of the most star upcoming fraggers, 20 years of age. And he has been so impressive since joining this roster. Big shoes to fill. Losing Julio, one of the most experienced players in the game, and Lagonis as well. And, well, W7M, they have really delivered on the President's set with their performances earlier this year.
Yeah, it's all a team effort. That's always been their motto, the way to approach things. And when W7 first came to the international stage, they struggled with controlling their emotions. And as like you mentioned, when Julio came into the mix to teach them how to go about those things in the server, Julio left. They picked up better players, so to speak, and they're finding results now because they got the mechanical skill, they can control their emotions, and they faced themselves in grand finals before, but they get tricked here. The kite shuffle is successful.
Yeah, Lobin completely removing those Selmas. Tossed out a Nitro Cell as well for good measure. That could have been an early kill for Los, but sometimes the utility work is arguably more important than those first initial kills, which Los is looking for right now with KZ suffering some damage. Down by yellow, JV is smoked to go out. Or a flash rather, Lobin finding himself down, finished off by KZ. You'll pay for your crimes earlier in the round. The first advantage goes to W7M in this round.
Yeah, that was very ambitious and unnecessary overpeak for Lobin. W7M, they didn't have the main way into the bomb site that they would like with breaching that garage wall, thanks to Lobin's efforts. However, if he keeps succeeding picks, W7M won't need that breach.
But that's the thing, this is what Los did yesterday against FaZe Clan, and it worked so well for them because they got those picks every single time. W7M, they are not FaZe Clan. They're holding those angles, they're very fundamental, and they don't have any gaps to abuse. So Los might struggle in the early stages of these defensive rounds.
JV92's got a read on Maya playing in this position. Maya has the intel now with the razor wire being hit upon, and Maya will decide to engage, rightfully so. Both players with the same machine in their hands, but Los are winning the duels. 30 seconds remain, and now it's Herds in the same spot where JV92 was buried. Tuck them in together before Nade walks down, but it's Dash and Dots to work together to give the second round to Los and tie us up.
Maya can always find an opening.
I'll tell you what, there's no doubt about where the crowd's allegiances lie. Close one. This team is not used to having the crowd on their side. They're not in Brazil. But W7M, they are very experienced when it comes to going into big matches with the crowd against them.
Yeah.
Very like FaZe. At Invitational this year, there was no doubt about where the crowd's favor lied. It was with G2. And the same can be said for Copenhagen when they played against Liquid.
I mean, JV92 came onto the stage and did the whole, we want to hear your boos. The crowd booed for them. I turned to somebody who's been on that same side of the crowd before, often playing the villain. Does it affect you at all in the match to know that the crowd is actively cheering for your downfall?
It affects some players, right? JV himself might not really mind the crowd being against him, but let's say maybe Nate does, for example, right? Different players deal with those emotions differently, but I will say the benefit for those of them is that they as a roster, they've always been rooted against by the crowd, so they should be used to this because of how many times it's happened before.
It's a bit disappointing that with the dominance that they've had, they have never been the favored son on this stage. I mean, I guess that just means you have to get to the SI finals in Brazil in February. Should make 4 grand finals in a row for W7M. Maybe they'd be the favorites then.
I do wonder if they find themselves up against one of the big favorite organizations in Brazil, like FaZe or Liquid, would the crowd actually be on their favor, even in Sao Paulo?
That's a great question. I mean, Liquid seems to be the most popular team in Brazil, so against them, I think given the history of Liquid, W7M might still be the villains. But hey, if they are right now just soaking it in, let them and see if they can maybe change some minds and change some hearts with good gameplay.
Ooh. What's this from Lobin? He's just holding this angle. The Doke could be launching. Bomb reveals his position, and Hertz backs it up with mechanics. The first pick goes in the way of W7M for the third round in a row, but Dash looks for one back, and he gets it. On the retreat now, this Valkyrie can fall back all the way towards that bomb site. KZ left floundering.
The support there, the trading, and Lowe's, they're active on the map, yeah, but they're not playing individually. The trades coming through, the two install operators, the Pulse and Valkyrie working together. They lose one C4, but the other one stays upright, because to be used later in this round. The thing is though, Dokkaebi, JV can hack that phone, grant that valuable intel, shut down the Valkyrie cameras now. So I will say, the one phone trade favors W7M on the attack.
The little HP that KZ lost is easily fixed with an Adrenal Surge, and I mean, as he's the Finka, he controls when it comes out. Nade holding on to that diffuser. Ooh. Very patiently. Second floor control. Still not for W7M, but they've got a good read on it. Oh my goodness. Cameraman picks up a second kill before being traded back. Nade, 6-1. An absolutely incredible performance so far through 3 rounds for a player who, as we've pointed out, often flies under the radar of this squad.
Indeed he does. And he's in a great position with Philippox to continue dominating this top floor. Dots and Dash. Quite a duo. They must clutch up against 3 players from W7M, and with the bomb site being on the ground floor, they're wondering, can they retake above? There's plenty of time still for W7M.
Well, moments now. Got one Nitro Cell in pocket for Dots, another for Dash.
Ooh.
Down below, your hope at this point is to completely shut down Nade's plant, but first Nitro Cell goes and it completely misses. Nade now positioned with 15 seconds left. Time for that diffuser to get planted. Dots creeping up. Is there coverage? Gives his position away inside Piano. A successful plant for W7M. Nice shot from Dots. JV92 is no more. Dash a single bullet away. Nade doing everything himself at this point. 3 kills and the objective. He's got Philippox for backup. Nitro Cell goes out, damage being done to Dots, reduced to a single point of HP.
Eyes on the diffuser. Attackers
Not a lot of time left for him to hop on the diffuser. You can't really long arm it without being exposed. He's going to attempt it. Philippox does the job instead of Nade, and W7M win their second round.
Who said you can't get kills on hard support? Nade is doing it all. Basically second entry at this point. And again, it's those very small advantages that W7M, that's all they need. They can build upon that. No mistakes were made in that round. Yeah, they got traded back, but besides that, from that 4 versus 4 and forward, they get the side control, they hack the cameras, they juke the C4 from downstairs, and Davey did look the wrong way, got shot from Piano, but the post-plan 2v1 still heavily favored them.
It feels like W7M have a really good read on how Los want to play this. Los, they've got ants in their pants. They keep making unnecessary moves. Yep. In that round just past, it was Nade holding a very passive angle inside of admin to find the initial advantage for W7M, which is this kill right here. Yep. And Los, as soon as a pick goes one direction, they continue fighting back for it. And W7M are simply engaging the refrags. They're always diligent, making sure that if there is a little bit of aggression and it catches off guard once, that's fine. We'll just get it back and maintain that numbers advantage.
What's the troubling sign for Los, given that this is their map, Nick?
It is, but you have to expect that.
No, I said, what is a troubling sign?
Oh, what is a troubling sign?
See, I was very specific with my words.
I thought you were being like, that is because
what is...
The troubling sign is that they're approaching this game the same way as up against FaZe, right?
Understood.
But they're playing against a different team this time around. I'm sorry.
So, are you okay? Like, do I need to get a marriage counselor or something in here?
Oh man, it's only
That's why I think we brought you on.
Oh, okay. I am the I'm the mediator. I see how it is.
No, if you're gonna approach this game like you're playing up against FaZe Clan like you did yesterday, you're not gonna find a successful result because this is an entirely different team. Their playstyles, how they approach things. W7M like to counter strat. If they see you play aggressive yesterday, they're gonna approach this in a very passive manner and feel you out. And Lowe's actually need to adapt off their game plan right now and show us they can do something differently. And I think Loping picking up the clash might be the first sign that, hey, they too feel like something's going wrong. Let's try and play this passive backline, play off the active intel. That can't really go wrong because clearing out the clash is very difficult.
I mean, it's a worrying sign when your best player is now reduced to a clash, right? It's similar to, I don't know, Kino playing Monty.
No, not again, man. It's
I had to. I was talking to him backstage before the show match segment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Kino.
To answer the question that you posed earlier, Parker, what is the troubling sign on Los's map pick? The fact that W7M have already won 2 attacks, and this is one of the most defender-sided maps in the game. Contra is the most played map in Atlanta, and it's 63% defensive favored. Los can't afford to lose another round here.
Well, they're getting a good start with the pick onto KZ, and that's Cameraman leading the way. Right now, 3 players holding up at desk. They can cover that console office. They can cover long desk. They can cover yellow. Felipox down below in on the hunt, but all of these kill holes will work in his favor and against him at the same time. Just past the halfway point right now. Los have expended some of their post-plant utility to keep W7M at bay.
And the thing is, Los just gotta play around Loben. They got the collisions, but they're just wrapping the window side.
Herds has actually repelled straight on in, and Nade as well. So multiple players from W7M in good positions. Nade left unaccounted for. There's no way this air jab works. Back on their feet swiftly are Los, but they hold their ground. Nade taken out, Diffuser cold on the ground in the bomb site as JV finds something back, and from below it looks like Felipox might be able to bring it in. Maya can't stand up to the might of the Bulls. Oh, JV. My, does he want to hear you? In Atlanta, there's no doubt where the crowd's favor lies, but JV will have none of it.
Hold on a second here. You were just gifted a golden opportunity to boo him and you cheered for him. No, boo.
You can't do that.
Boo.
It's a very unusual cultural thing to boo teams that you don't like, at least to me as an Australian. But when I went to the NBA the other day, it's extremely common.
So, first event that I casted was in Brazil, in Sao Paulo.
Oh yeah, how was that?
And, Nick probably had a very different experience than I did.
Yeah.
But the Brazilian crowd was booing the teams playing against Brazil.
Yep.
And it got to a point that Meligeni had to come on and be like, guys, be respectful. Like, don't boo the teams. But I'm like,
let him have
boo
it.
them.
Let him have it.
That's sick. There's a reason why you're the hometown crowd. Boo the enemies. That's the whole point of this.
The thing is, while they might not like a certain team or support the underdog in this scenario, you cannot deny when a team is playing a phenomenal round of Rainbow Six Siege. And that previous round was phenomenal from W7M. It looked like they didn't really know what to do. Up against the Clash, didn't have any clear ways to kind of pick apart the bomb side, but a simple rappel on in with aggression, with confidence, pick up those skills, and again, the 3, 2, 1, let's go was all they needed. So when a team plays such an excellent round, you can't boo at them.
No, yes, you can.
No, you cannot. Not in my book.
We'll have to pick this up a bit
Don't
later.
worry. You never have to worry about them booing you again.
Oh, wait. If Bolo can keep coming back on that stage, I too can find a way.
That's true.
Don't give us hope, Nick.
I'm sorry.
Talked about it in the previous round. Very defender-sided map. W7M can now not lose the worst half for them.
Yeah.
Right? At this point, 3 rounds of 6. That's great.
Yeah. Really phenomenal for W7M so far. It feels doubtless that they've already won this first half of their opponent's map pick, which sets them up greatly. And Los, even more than ever, need to make a comeback here. They can't afford to lose a single more round. Otherwise, I think this map rather, is done. And we'll move on to Chalet, which is W7M's map pick.
Yeah, and not just the map count, but the mental game as well, because things are falling apart for Los.
Yeah, I mean, that roam from Loben, 1 in 5 for the player. Hyped up so heavily on this desk earlier before we got into the match. He's been one of the best players at this entire event, and he's ice cold at the moment.
1 in 5.
Maybe a victim of deep freeze.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the thing for me is that W7M keep getting into this map really early on. Herds has been the perfect epitome of that for his team. Always right on early. There's no denial, no entry denial, no information for Los. And instead of playing cautiously, expecting that a player could be around any corner, they think that the whole map is their real estate. Now Herds has actually got himself right on inside to Piano, and he's so close to that bomb site, he knows a player is in the corner of the room, just ahead, and he needs to win this fight, but Dash gets the better of him. KZ for the trade. And Los may be able to stay alive here, but not if they continue to fall like that.
This is the hallmark of a great team. It's not whether you get the pick, but if you can trade it back right away. They've been doing this in every single matchup since the quarterfinals. Somebody on W7M dies, but it's all good because there's somebody immediately there to kill the next player in line. Nicely tossed C4 earlier, drops nade, but now cameraman will be ended by Felipox. W7M just plowing their way through this match. They're up 4-1.
And it's not just about the trades, it's about how quickly they can change to their environment. For W7M, they get the kill. What do? They don't go rush for the plant net 4 versus 2. They say, guys, let's send 2 players down, 1 circuits each, figure out where those last defenders are lurking downstairs, shut down those C4s, and then hit the side. They understand the objective play in front of them. They understand when to go for it and when to change things around. And not just on Consulate, not just on Bank. W7M, they have a very wide map pool, which of course heavily favors them in best of 3s and best of 5s.
A real display of excellence from W7M so far. They've come into this grand final with the utmost confidence. They know they're playing against Los, who they have bested time and time again. If you look throughout history, W7M, 2-0 Los in Brazil, stage 1, 7 months ago. Last year, every single time these teams played, W7M took a very comfortable win. This Los roster has never beaten the Bulls.
It's a worrying sign.
I will say, this Los roster hadn't really beaten much getting to this point. Right? That's why we've been talking about how significant this run Los has been on. It's because this is a fairy tale team at the moment. You know, dropping only a single map all the way to the grand finals was something that none of us thought. They asked for our predictions on like the first day of phase 2. They said, which team is going to go out 0-3? I didn't even think, I just said Los. Well, now I got the numbers switched around. It happens. But this has been a team that has consistently beat expectations. So if there was ever a time and ever a moment for you to seize that moment that you are in, it's now. And Los can easily break that streak. Well, maybe not easily, not with what we're seeing right now on console.
Well, the other thing is that this Los roster is full of inexperienced players. KZ on this entry. Oh, he almost finds the angle, but thankfully cameraman slips away in the nick of time. Loban looks for the re-peek. He finally breaks this display. Dying early time and time again. He gets the first pick in this round, but Herds is swiftly in the building on this Jackal. He's got quite a bit of information, trying to figure out where these footsteps may lead. He spots out the Valkyrie. Dash just in the next hallway ahead of him.
Oh!
And once again, an opportunity goes missing for W7M.
Well, he saw that there was somebody significantly closer with those red footprints, and then also assessing there's somebody who's been here maybe a bit longer ago. Try to flush out the player who'd been nearby. They opt to go for someone who might be on site. They gain intel that they didn't think they had, and now they are in hot pursuit. Look at how quickly Herds is in! He finds one, a second to follow up, smoked by Dash.
And now for W7M fighting from a numbers disadvantage, it goes from bad to worse. But JV is already deep inside as well. Los have the numbers advantage, but they cannot afford to give 1v1s away. We know how good JV and Nade can be, and they will not give up, even in a numbers deficit. Maya takes a very aggressive angle, surely not to overpeak here. He gets punished, and a bad read from Los makes this very winnable for W7M.
But why? Why go for that swing? You got the 4 versus 2. Do what Dash is doing right now. Sit tight, play off those yellow pings, play with the intel, and then make a play.
Now they've got more intel on the Valkyrie. Loban punishing Nade, and he gets them both. Loban is finally spawned in. The tides might be turning. But that's your final attempt at defense. Los will go to the more challenging side in a deficit.
For Loban and 3 other of his teammates, this is their first time on a grand final stage. The first time they have ever played a match with this much on the line. I can't blame them for it taking a little while for them to warm up, but Loban, there's no doubt about it, he's back.
He's back for now. The thing is, now the sides change. You can defend, you can sit around, wait for the enemies to come to you, but this early beginning almost looked like it was planned out from Los. Running around, you know, getting chased, etc. But I don't think it truly was, because a bit of a lucky timing meant that both Dash and cameraman survived those earlier confrontations. And it came down to a quick drone work from W7M, getting KC, getting Nade inside the building, down those staircase, and then finding those picks. But that base and bomb site, so hard to break apart, and it's no wonder that both teams want to go there.
This would be the first time that an inexperienced team struggled to find their footing early, right? All the way back in the very first quarterfinal. GK versus W7M. GK looked like a shell of themselves. They didn't look like the world beaters that we'd seen throughout the entirety of the event up to that point. They desperately needed to get a round win. They got it, and then they started playing like a totally different team. If Los are following that similar trajectory, they're already beating them in terms of rounds 1 at this point. But if Loban can get comfortable and settle into the match, that might be enough to tighten up some of these rounds. And even though they are on the worst side, that could seriously help Los' chances.
Yeah, and I will say, the fact that Los have not called their tactical timeout yet, I think the coach feels like they got it under control. They will settle into this round by round, slowly but surely. And the great thing about the best of 5 is you can lose a map. You can lose a second map in theory, because a comeback is always possible. It's going to be a long series.
We've had a number of maps go all the way in these major best of 5s. Not obviously including Copenhagen, that was a drubbing. W7M said, we want to get to the after party. And Team Liquid said, well, we can't do anything to stop it. So, and that was it.
Liquid, talk about a team that struggles in grand finals, oh my. Hard being a Liquid fan. Pretty easy being a W7M fan these days. But Los, I think they've gained a whole lot of new fans. KZ goes out, straight into the Claymore. And very much the story of the first half of Los being too aggressive on defense seems to continue here. W7M aggressive, and they early lose a player, but Hurts takes down cameraman upstairs, no information, and Los are now a player in deficit.
The calling card of Rainbow Six Ranked is why are you there? And, well, a shotgun being up on the top floor is something you might not expect. But suddenly, look who it is! Loban with 2 picks to set us up to 2v2.
What?
Nade drops. Herds will need to clutch it. It's him versus Loban! You gotta be shitting me again! How does Herds do this time and time again?
Loban's good, but Hertz this tournament might just be a little bit better, at least in that 1 versus 1.
Damn.
Through the wall?
Yeah, Herds is in peak form today. He's one of the best players to come from the Brazilian region, but often outshone by the star-studded roster that he sits on. KZ was renowned to be the best player from Brazil for quite a while, and now Nade has really joined that with JV as well. I did notice something in the chat posted by Hertz.
He's working Google Translate.
I'm trying to Google Translate it.
There's a lot going. Yeah,
it was I don't know how to say it. So Uma put 2. I'm 1 for you. I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Any Brazilians in the crowd?
Be very careful as to what you say out loud, by the way, because you don't know.
Well, if he's saying it in the chat, I sure hope it's broadcast appropriate.
I mean, it must be related to that 1 versus 1, but look at this. I mean,
so foul.
Yep.
When Herds is on, there's almost nobody on the planet who can slow him down. Yesterday's rampage over G2 was an appetizer. He saved the main course for Los today, but Herds is being carried at the moment by Nade. The whole team is.
I mean, if you had to describe W7M what they can do to the opponent roster, is that they kind of make other teams look so much weaker than they actually are. When W7M played G2 yesterday, I mean, we're all saying G2 are clutching left and right. They're a World Championship like level team right now. And then W7M, they just run them over. They make them look bad in the server. Los, they pretty much destroy FaZe Clan yesterday. What's happening now? W7M, again, pretty much running over Los. The skill difference between this one team in W7M and the rest of the world of Siege is just so big.
Yeah, I mean, we fall into a trap where we consistently say what you just said. You know, like, oh, they're having a bad day. How many teams have bad days against W7?
Exactly.
And how many times do we have to see this happen before we can start giving credit where credit is due? W7M makes good teams look very average. That's it. And that's because of how strong W7M are.
It's the nature of how they play. It's the nature of how they get into their team's heads. Their oppositions start quaking in their boots. Like we've said, inexperience for 4 of these 5 Los players, never playing in a grand final, having very limited experience on the main stage. But they are slow and steady here on this attack. Not falling victim to the Capcan traps, but indeed, cameraman, the first to die, a C4 Tossed headlong by Felipox will open this equation for W7M. Oh, what a shot from Dots! How do you land that? Herds is sat back down.
It's impressive. But the worst is yet to come. They're gonna clear out JV on the shield position. They lost Cameron, but they're finding kill after kill.
They lost KZ. Felipox trades Dash right back. And now JV just needs to pop up. Struggles on the spray transfer. It's Nade to clutch in a 1v2. He's been phenomenal so far. Well, stare down flashes. Stare down 2 frags from Loban. 2 adrenal surges still left. And with a minute to go, hard destruction from the Hibana can make wherever you sit a little bit less safe. Nade pulled out from Loban. Safe position right now for the Mute. Dots attempting the plant. Loban will need to cover. Nade reads into this correctly, looks one way. They see him, they assess the situation. There goes a Nitro. Goes off a little bit too early. Now both will hunt, and it's Dots to get the kill. Los preventing match point. That's their 3rd round and first on attack.
That was so well played by Dots on the other side. He knew he did not have to plant. He knew that the win condition was trading his teammate. He wanted to threaten a plant position, but if he dies to a long-range C4, that round is over. He fakes it. He goes, tosses a flashbang. And with Loban supporting, no more frags left after clearing inside of the little cubby position. He had to make sure he didn't give up a 1 versus 1. Yeah. And that is so impressive from Los. You cannot let isolated ones go by in a 2v1.
Yeah, I think those scenarios, it look so simple on paper, like what you should be doing, but there are so many ways to break that down. Do you try and bait out your planter, and then he dies, but you trade him? Do you go for the swing 2 versus 1? Do you just go for a safe cover? And also, you know, to add information to this, they didn't know for sure whether Nade had a C4 in pocket or not. You can assume that he does and play around it because it could be a way that you fall on the plant to cover, but you don't know until you hear that C4 rip. And if you overstep your boundary, you're gonna be too far forward and you'll be taken down with that C4. So that middle line played well by Los, and JV playing on the shield earlier upstairs in the long hallway might have talked that shield position for a bit too long, hoping for multiple kills, but could only find 1 single in that round.
You know what the big lesson I've learned from that round, Nick, is that Los are not scared. They are not shaking.
They're not.
We saw in the first couple of rounds, yeah, a little bit of a bad read against W7M, but they're fired up now. They will not give away advantages. If they're in a 2v1, they're calm enough to deal with that. And now, W7M have gone with an off bomb site. They've gone down in press, I believe, is where we're going. Oh no, it's the Archives bomb site. And as a result, Los have thought, okay, let's go and pick this Montaigne. Let's try and have a direct avenue that there's nothing W7M could do to stop.
Big fan. I mean, if you bring the clash on defense... Yeah.
Oh,
that's... I mean, they got a 3rd... with the Kite Claw. So 2nd EMP has to go out now from Dots. A 3rd Summer from Loban. They spend way too much utility for a single wall. It's not a good look, but they can fix this mistake.
Well, it's not dire, but time and time again, teams run afoul of proper hard breach, and your Monty can't walk in, can't assert themselves the way that you need the operator to do so. And eventually, you'll get the Montaigne in, but ultimately at what cost?
Just gonna slow them down quite a bit, and I mean, they're still kind of figuring out, okay, what do we do here?
Oh, this is cheeky. Is this gonna work? Do we reckon this
should break the middle portion on the right side?
There we go. Cheers from the crowd.
I have never heard a crowd cheer harder for some wall to be destroyed than that.
That is the nerdiest, most Rainbow Six kind of cheer I've ever heard, and I absolutely adore it. Now Dots moves on forward. He baits out this Fenrir Dread Mine, and as a result, that is 1 charge gone from Hertz.
The vertical play, though, the Oryx, we gotta keep eyes on it. If Monty gets too close to B-bombs like he is right now, if KC either runs down to use that gadget, knock him on his butt, or he's gonna stay in the vertical play and shut down Visa instead.
KZ really is the question mark on this round.
So far, though.
Have information, Deb.
But down. Dash!
KZ losing his head. Teams trading back and forth. 2 from Dash. The Monty is still upright as well, though Dots has suffered for it. Cameraman upside down, attempting to put greater focus on this bottom floor bomb site. Has Dash spotted that defender? As he walks up with Dots, who could attempt to plant. There it goes, smoke, revealing Dash's position. Dots will be able to get away with this. There's nobody able to stop him. And suddenly Los in excellent position. A drop from JV92 slaughtered. Thoughts and Dash have a hell of a round. It's 2 in a row for Los.
I saw some people on Twitter yesterday, some pro players from a certain region saying, why would you ever play the FAMAS on Twitch? The DMR is way better, man. I don't know about that. You tell that to LOs. 4 kills with the F2. Made it look so easy. Shut down Casey in the vert, dropped the hatch, conquered the bomb site. Dots and Dash, the Monty and Twitch, quite literally in a 2v5 in that round. That was all they needed.
I'm amazed at how clean and simple the game plan was from Los. And yes, there were a few things that impeded their path, like the Kai juggling on the wall, like the misshapen ace breach, but didn't take too long to deal with it. 45 seconds for an execute. Dash covering exceptionally well with this very nerfed F2. And the Monty of Dots to engage a plant spot and cover himself with the pistol. It doesn't get much better than that for Los.
I figured out why that happened. It was a pentaskin on the F2.
Oh, shut up.
So I just want to point out that that skin did not come out while I was on the roster. We were G2 at that point in time. But it's still the legacy that carries, that power. You channel it. You're a rookie in the grand finals. You're inexperienced.
This is a good time
for
the crowd to boo.
We can boo.
I see you guys doing some
Talking about Penta, boo. We don't care.
Guy wins 2 world championships and thinks he can flex about
Dude thinks he's on the team.
He thinks he's all that.
All right, let's not. No, yesterday I was at a fan signing session, Parker. You weren't there, but there were so many stories about the good old days of Penta and the certain finals, things. The fans care.
Okay, let's get you back to bed, Grandpa.
All right.
More Loban chance than Los chance so far, and attempting to imbue him with power.
It's impressive how they picked up one specific player with that much love. I mean, sure, the stats back it up, but still, he is Los at this point.
I did ask cameraman, who do you think is the biggest smack talker on the team? And there was no question, it was Loban. He loves to dish it out, but Herds has shut him down very early on in the round.
This is another day of the office for him. He's been making these shots all weekend, so it shouldn't surprise anybody. Picking off Loban of all players too. Not much to cheer for the crowd.
And it's your finger. One set of grenades, and again, this pressure point of top Visa stairs. You gotta break this stronghold. They got C4s to deal with. You got the portable shield to deal with. And this time, it's a 5 versus 2 favoring the defensive side. It's gonna be even more difficult this time, because previously it was Hertz dying early. This time it's Hertz getting that kill.
There go the flashes being gobbled up by the magnets, and now a nade goes in. Takes out the shield, and now JV92 will have to play all on his own. Herds walking up to assist, looking the wrong way, and punished by Maya for that.
This is a lot of excellent early, or mid-round, I would say, progress from Los. They've dislodged the position of JV, who now looks to retreat. A smart move, considering he likely would have lost his life. Now W7M can fall back to the next set of power positions. And Nate is waiting, primed with the C4, for any player to look to get into a plant spot.
The only downside, if that C4 goes out, they have nowhere to shut down the plant from below or later in this round. So if Nate goes for this, it might have some consequences. Thankfully though, Philippox, 3 smoke babes still in pocket.
Final 30 seconds, C4 is good. All entry points from Los guarded at the moment as Dots and cameraman are left alive to sort this out themselves. A 1v4 favoring W7M, looking to move to match point. Dots engaging with keys, a relatively easy kill, but so much more to be done and a monumental task that will not be accomplished. Match point for W7M.
And a map point that seems to have snuck up on us. This is the benefit of W7M having such a quick and dominant first half. 4 rounds of attack on Consulate nearly always will set you up for success moving into your defense. And while it did take W7M a little time to get to that match point, they found it. And from here, the pressure is really on Los.
I'm surprised they're calling a technical timeout now. I mean, I guess it's now or never, right? You're down 4-6 on match point.
You want them to call it when the game is over?
No, I wanted them to do it a round or 2 ago, but as I said earlier, I feel like it must have felt for Los that things were under control until they really were not. They are here right now. because now they gotta either pull out some crazy strats or counterplay, or in this case, I think it's very losing the ball. That's nice. I think the coach has spotted some weaknesses here, mentality-wise maybe, settling nerves. Also talking about, guys, even if we're to lose this first map, this is a long series, because when you haven't done a best of 5 before, you have to allocate your energy accordingly for potential 5 maps.
I pose a question to you, because you were in this match. Okay. When we talk about that SI final in 2019, with Empire throwing everything they could at you to win Coastline, had they lost Coastline significantly, let's say if they'd lost it sooner.
Okay.
And instead of playing 20 plus rounds, they'd lost it in only the second or third round of overtime. The conventional wisdom seems to suggest they would have had more energy for the matches after that.
Yeah.
Same thing could apply to Los here. There gets to be a point where you have to play all 5 maps. Yeah. It's a game of endurance. And even though it's your map and it's potentially heartbreaking, I have heard teams say, we know that it's not a great map for us, even though it is our map. We just need to go next, and we need to focus on that because we've already lost this one. There's no point in putting any extra energy in. And I wonder if Los is in a similar position, and that could be why maybe they called that timeout so late.
Yeah, I mean, it's a skill. It's the same when, let's say you play domestically, you play only best of 1s for a full month. You get to a best of 3. You now need to understand how to preserve yourself for a best of 3 scenario. That losing a couple of rounds, losing a map isn't the end of the world. That mentally you have to stay in it, and it comes down to you play a round-by-round game of Rainbow Six Siege. Right now for Los and WCM, it should be 0-0 still in their heads, and just playing it out as it had just begun.
And I'm not too concerned for Los if they lose on Consulate, despite it being their map pick. They are a very good team on Chalet, which is what W7M picked next up. Of course, you can't think about the next map. This is far from over.
Exactly.
And Los, 2 rounds in a row to push OT on the back of a tactical timeout. Far from impossible, but they will need to start by getting this breach open. And they've spotted, both of the electric claws have been spotted. And so they will swiftly EMP. I think they actually missed the second one, unfortunately. They did see it earlier.
They didn't want the electric claw in the second, they wanted the mute jammer.
I was going to say,
they got the mute jammer.
There you
but
go.
this is the problem now. Because you only have secondary and piece and Thatcher's banned, you get a single look-through hole. You can't vault through it, you can't crouch through it, you can't walk through it. So it's a pressure point for the attackers to look into the bomb site, but they can't actually into the building. So either they're forced to do vertical destruction piano, destroy the mute jammer, find the kite claws, etc., then get Hibana and Loben rotated over with 6 pellets in pocket, or go for a backside execute and walk down a staircase and go for kills.
KZ has not had a very good map so far. He cannot outduel Loben with the Nitro Cell, but turns, eliminating Dash and looking for a follow-up. KZ dies to dots, good coordination from Los to get in the building and clear out the roaming Mira above the bomb site.
The scary part about that for Los is that was too separated. KZ shouldn't be allowed to get even the first pick without an immediate response. It took a few seconds, and that meant that it was another 1 versus 1. That's how you lose numbers advantages.
Exactly that. It comes down to literally 1 second. If you're 1 second too slow or 1 second too fast, it can make the difference between getting a kill or being the one getting killed instead. And now it's a bit of a guessing and reading game. No intel on both sides. They're feeling out the presence here.
Hold on a second. What is Herds potentially about to pull off as Loben goes hunting for more, almost gets nade through the soft wall. Down in servers. Nade hiding for the moment. JV92 to punish Maya. Herd still unaware of this push going on. He could flank on over. Nade taken out by more than one player. Herds is there, the flank coming out. Cameraman to save this round, but Herds seals the map. Consulate stolen by W7M.
Comes down to the attack inside, you said it, Dev. If you only win 1 or 2 attacking rounds, or sorry, defending rounds, should I say, starting on Consulate, you will fall apart on the attacking side. It's too big of a task, especially up against a team like W7M.
Well, I don't think that was the start that Los wanted, and frankly, I didn't really know what to expect with this matchup. But we got some smart people to talk about it. One smart man in particular. We'll throw it to Jesse with the breakdown.
Thank Thank you very much, Parker. Yes, we're here at the breakdown, and Pengu was absolutely correct when he said that it's the attacks coming through from this first half of W7M that really won them this game. Now, I want to highlight one attack in particular where we saw both teamwork, coordination working out for them on the push, as well as some great utility play. The main person I want you to watch is Nade. He's holding the defuse kit, and he's also playing, as you can tell, the Zero. He's got these SAM cams, and he's about to use these absolutely perfectly to execute onto this bomb site. So let's clear the screen and watch exactly how he does this. Now, you can use these SAM cams in your ranked games to try to get some information. First, the drone goes in, make sure there's nobody too close, which are going to cause him some problems. Second, the first SAM cam comes out and it clears any utility on the window. Here, there was just one goo mine. And third is the big pick. Here comes the final SAM cam, which is going to get information into the building. And what does he spot? Oh boy, yes, he does. That is the barrel of the TCSG. He spots the one thing that he wanted to see, a Kaid being played by a cameraman on the top floor, which he's got 2 players below who can actually deal with this. He's got KZ below on the Buck, and he's got Felipox below on the Gridlock. Now, Felipox is out of grenades, so he can only fire back with his gun, but the Skeleton Key has plenty of rounds left in the barrel, so they've got a great opportunity to get this vertical pick. Unfortunately, despite the good setup, Cameraman's kind of a good player, and he does actually win the gunfight onto KZ despite the information advantage for Los. Now, after a little while, they are going to stall out a bit trying to deal with Cameraman here inside the bomb site, but if we skip forward a little bit throughout this clip, you'll see he jumps on in. And the reason why he jumps on in is because the man disadvantage is actually not a disadvantage for W7M. They've put KZ, who's just died from below, onto the SAM cam so that he can watch that angle. That enables Nade to vault on in and help out his teammate trying to fight Cameraman inside the bomb site. Let's clear this, watch it go forward a little bit longer, and as you'll see, they're going to keep on pushing forward. They see him re-enter the bomb site, and take a look as we see the swing coming forward in just a sec from Nade, where everybody is on W7M. We can draw a line across the top of this map, and you can't see it at the end, but all 4 players left on Los are actually north of this line, completely isolating Cameraman, who's put himself into a 2v1. Felipox distracting from below, and Nade coming through horizontally to find the pick. We'll watch this play out, and it goes beautifully. With that information advantage, Nade gets that frag. Excellently done. Now, unfortunately, the next step from Nade to be able to push through this bomb site is he wants to focus these players north. He knows there's 2 players up here who are causing some problems on the yellow stairs, so he says, I'm going to try to help these guys out. He does his best, but they push forward a little bit too deep for him to find the angle, and he ends up dying to Maya, who has a great swing to come on through from the other bomb site and find the pick. Again, man disadvantage lost for W7M. What do? Well, you can see the bottom floor is actually even worse, or sorry, the top floor is actually even worse than it seems, because on the top floor, it's a 2v4. Take a look at these angles, though. They've got herds on the yellow stairs, being the main distraction, the brunt of this push. They've also got bathroom window coming through. JV92 in the bathroom window can both find the pick onto Dash, who's going to get that pick facing southwards, and then pinch the Clash. The one person who's the problem is the smoke, but the room that the smoke's about to walk into has been completely obliterated. The entirety of the floorboards blown on out. So the player from below can isolate this, and as they get these picks, bing, bang, boom, you will see this 4v3 turn into a 1v3, and it's expertly done by W7M. They clean those players up. Maya ends up going down. W7M win the round. I thought this was a great example, both of the utility play and the teamwork W7M bring to this match. Big reason why they won here on Consulate. Now we've got 3 very smart people on the desk to break down the rest of this game. Let's go over to them and see what they have to say.
Aw, thanks, Jesse, your big brain. But okay, crowd, y'all like that map? Okay, here's a real question. Can we hear it for W7M? Oh, that was more positive than I was expecting. They were getting some boos earlier, but to be honest, W7M playing so well. And Jesse did a deep dive there. Nade popping off. I don't even know where to begin, Laxing.
No, Jesse always does a really good job at illustrating those rounds, how teams move around the map, how they use their utility. I mean, Jesse is a savant on the television.
The one thing he did highlight, he was highlighting the 2v1s that W7M are trying to isolate, and that's how their whole attack half plays out. We saw it yesterday against G2. We saw a change of pace today up against Lost, but the same result is that W7M started themselves out so well on their attacks.
Yeah, he was also highlighting the zero usage, and I just think this is such a smart team. They're just so sharp and coordinated, Laxane.
No, I mean, the utility usage from them using that zero cam, it just allows them to get tons of information around the map and spots that maybe you wouldn't be able to get a drone, maybe a spot that you aren't going to look at initially. But I mean, when you're just looking at both these teams, I mean, what's crazy from W7M, they had 5 opening kills on attack and 4 opening kills on defense, totaling a grand total of 9 opening kills across the board, ending that map on a 7-4. It just goes to show W7 came to play.
They're super intelligent, but they're playing mind games too. I mean, didn't JV stand up at one point? He was egging on the crowd. I mean, that's super important.
Yeah, he was headset off, hands to the ears. One thing that I will say is that this team have been here before. They've done it before. They've been in hostile crowds, you know, all the way back in Montreal when they was against G2.
Here it is.
Everybody was behind G2.
Yeah.
You know, they're used to this, and they're playing up to it. That, you know, they want the crowd to boo them. They want to use that energy, and they're more than happy for that to happen. And yeah, just a great all-round performance for W7M, who take Lost's map pick as well. And that's so important.
Truly.
I was going to say, you know, it's funny. We were talking about Herds yesterday, and Herds is still putting up a phenomenal performance. I mean, all of them are, but Nade today was making so many massive plays, so many openings and entries. I mean, what do you say to that?
Well, their attacks were patient and coordinated, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, you know, a lot of his personal performance came from the attacking half where, you know, some teams could call it slow, but the one thing the W7M were doing is they were getting in the building, they were getting in dangerous positions, and then almost toying with their opponent to get them into the positions they wanted them, manipulating them around, and then striking. And I think that's why it looks so good. The very first round was taking like a minute and a half, even though they were in the building within 30 seconds. And that's how W7M play. It's so hard to play against that. And Nade's at the center of that because he's there. He's usually kind of the distraction, and then other people come in and sweep up behind. But he was the one that was getting the kills today, and it was phenomenal attacks.
Well, it reminds me similar kind of how FaZe plays. It feels like they almost adopted what FaZe was doing. Is, you know, they get into the map, sure, it takes a little bit. You question, wow, they're wasting a lot of time. But then they win that one crucial gunfight, and then you see all the rest of the defense start scattering across the map, and they just catch them out of rotation, out of pocket, and it just then starts flowing into that W7M round. And you just can't let W7M get set up that way in the way that they're playing. You have to meet them head on.
Okay, well, map 1 is over. Map 2, Chalet, is next. We're going to deep dive into that in just a little bit, but taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our minds to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games, but other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Herds da W7M, eu tô aqui para mostrar para vocês as minhas configs dentro do game. Começando aqui no geral aqui, rapaziada, a única coisa que eu mudo é o drone depois da preparação, que eu deixo no manual. Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD, eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar a vida, porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida, e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio, o volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, o barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4x3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada. Eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal. Eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow. Eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12-12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as três primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
to the Atlanta Major, everybody. Are you all loving the Atlanta Major? Me too. Any of you you going to SI? Okay, well, guess what? More tickets are on sale now. That's right. That just dropping more tickets to SI on sale. So if you want to go to Sao Paulo, baby,
Everything I've
tickets.
seen about Brazilian crowds is nuts.
I know. Really looking forward to that.
It's going to be in a completely different world going to that SI.
For sure. So grab those tickets. But okay, let's focus back here. Man, so much to talk about. I want to focus on Los. So the crowd was chanting Lobin, and then it got a little bit quiet. We definitely need to see Lobin come alive. And also, Maya, kind of a quieter phase 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. I think specifically for Lobin, he kind of, he had a very slow start. He got himself into it, a couple of big rounds, but really wasn't the front runner that we've seen on this team. And the same for Maya. Maya's tournament kind of started very, very high and has been kind of spiraling downwards, all the way onto the main stage. Again, it's something we've leveled at Lost is that they rely on Lobin and Maya in this tournament, and neither of them really stepped up today. And around that, I think it was only Dosh. I can't say his name.
I totally knew it.
One of them starts with a D.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, you said it best. We haven't, Lobin, that last match, we didn't really see him start to pop into that server until that last round, the 6th round, going into that defense, switching sides. We need to see more from him going into this map specifically. And Maya, like you were saying, when we saw him in playoffs, we saw him in play-ins, we were seeing it complete. We were talking about Maya. We weren't really talking too much about Lobin. Lobin started to show up towards the end of those playoffs, but we do need to see the entire team step up. Can't just put that on Maya and Lobin 100%. At the end of the day. Everyone needs to be showing up today. I know they all can. We saw the group effort yesterday. Sure, Lobin might have been at the top of that leaderboard, but down the list, we were seeing everyone very close. And even in the ratings, I've seen, well, in my stats, I have some of the players that were like ranked 80th and 70th, and now they're in the 50th and 40th of placing here. So all these players can definitely do it, but this is the main stage. This is the grand finals. This is where you need to be putting all of your focus and attention to.
100%. Okay, so Consulate was Los's map pick. Now we're moving on to W7M's map pick. And Fresh, they love Chalet. They love it. So this should be very nice for them.
Yeah, I write a little summary of every map for all teams.
Okay.
And I've wrote W7M, the kings of Chalet. So they're going to be absolutely happy. If they're available, if Chalet's available, they're going to pick it. It is 100%. Like, Lost knew this was going to happen. W7M knew this was going to happen. They love this map. And the reason why is when Jesse did the Telestrator about how they were manipulating 2v1s, Chalet is by far and away the easiest map to do that on because of the positions you can take in terms of the office balcony, the piano windows, the bathroom windows, and all the rappels. And you can do it basically on every single bomb site, and you can manipulate people around. W7M are the best team at that, so it makes sense that Chalet is their favorite map.
Okay, Fresh definitely leaning towards W7M.
He didn't even write that down. That all just came off the top.
Yeah,
that's how good of an analyst.
How do you think Los is going to fare?
Well, I don't want to write Los out.
Okay.
They are familiar with how W7M plays.
Okay.
They've been playing each other in the same region, so that's got to feel good going into that regard. But that DZ game specifically, we saw an entirely different Los going into these final playoffs. I mean, completely just oh my God, adapting, changing the strats, figuring out what the other team was doing. Sure, that DZ game might have been close in a 7-5, but what Los was doing really well was just understanding of what DZ wasn't doing the game prior or the round prior and figuring out how they could implement something here or a little something there. Jesse talked about those castles and mirrors on both that we saw on Skyscraper and both that we saw on Chalet. So here, this is where I need to see Los playing that game of adapting, really understanding what W7M is trying to do and how to disrupt that flow and run away with this map. Because if they can't, like he was saying, W7M loves this map, and if you're going to give them that control, you're not going to allow them to, be stopped and run into that brick wall, you're going to find yourself losing this map.
Okay, so I want to pick your brain about W7M. They're looking very dominant, but Los had a little bit of a comeback there. You're, in my opinion, seem to be leaning a little bit more towards W7M.
I think the fact that they've gone on their opponent's map pick and won puts an incredible amount of pressure on Lost right now.
Okay.
Because in theory, if W7M take their map pick as they're supposed to, that's 2-0, which means the only way Lost would win this grand final is a reverse sweep. So obviously that's a lot of theory crafting. But they went on to Consulate, they've been hiding it, they brought it out against G2, won. They brought it out against Lost, won. And the one thing that I really liked from W7M was the fact that they chose to start on the attack. I think when they go onto their opponent's map pick, they chose the unfavorable side, and then they won that side. They're in this business of playing mind games with their opponent anyway, and the crowd and everything else. And they've gone and they've not just talked the talk, They've walked the walk inside of the server. So they'll be sat there feeling very, very confident right now, and the pressure is all on Los.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not surprised with that W7M take either. I mean, they've only dropped 2 maps, and it was to the same team of B and GK on the same map.
Yes.
And Philly Pox said it himself. He was calm and collect. He said, you know what? GK did play a really good game. We misread it a little bit, but we know what we needed to fix. And since that point on, they were looking phenomenal. They followed it up with a 7-3 versus SSG, a 7-5 versus BDS, a 7-3 versus VP, a 7-4 in the first game against GK, then falling again to a 4-7 on Clubhouse, and then immediately falling back again with a 7-3, closing out that game, then beating 7-5 G2, a 7-2. I mean, W7M, they seem to have everything in their cards going for them. But again, it is Los. They are playing against someone that they are familiar, and Los does have that advantage of knowing what each and every player does. They know all those idiosyncrasies of each one of these players can do. It's just a matter. They need to really disrupt that flow.
I think they just can't. Yeah, that's the key point, right? They need to disrupt the flow. They can't start slow again.
No.
You know, they did try to get themselves back into Consulate in terms of Los.
I got the chills saying
but yeah, they did try to get themselves back into Consulate, but you know, 2-4 down, it was pretty much over by that point. And the same cannot happen again on Chalet. They really need to make sure first 2-3 rounds that they're still in with a shot or in the front, in the lead.
And I'll say this, granted that last map, they did run away with 9 of those opening engagements.
Yep.
That didn't change the fact that Los immediately followed up with a trade. So sure, on paper or on stats, that looks like, wow, W7M was crazy, but Los immediately followed that back up. But where Los has to be stopping that is they can't keep losing that man disadvantage after that happens, because that's what it was. They would get that trade, and then W7M would immediately follow up with 1 or 2 after that, and they would find themselves in a spot where it's pretty much hard to get into, because like we've talked about, once W7M gets into that mid to late round and they're set up, they run away with that round.
Okay, and on map 1, obviously Nade played tremendously, was an X factor. Does he need to be that again on map 2? Or frankly, they're just a team packed with stars. They don't need to be relying on him, right?
Yeah, that's literally it. Like, I think he's probably the only player that hasn't necessarily been a star player on this roster.
Yeah.
And he's become the star player in the first half of this grand final. You know, we've seen Philly Pox have his games up and down where, you know, he's been great and he's not. And that's their 2 backline players. That's not, you know, that's not Herds, it's not KZ, it's not JV. Those guys can all pop off at any moment as well. And I think that's what makes W7M so dangerous, is teamwork, theory, energy. The fact that they've got the experience of being here, and then any single member of this roster can pop off at any given time.
Yeah, and I can definitely say the same about Lo. Sure, we talk about Maya and Loban a lot, but there's been promising moments from Cameron. There's been promising moments from Dash and Dot, specifically in that cafe game yesterday. I mean, Dash was playing in those hidden spots, those rat corners that they weren't checking, and dominated FaZe in those spots. So it's not to say that both teams don't have a solid 5 roster, because they definitely do. It's why they're here playing in the grand finals, but everyone needs to be coming alive. So talking about Nade specifically, it's great for him to be set up the way that he did that game, but he doesn't need to be doing that, because I know the information that he is relaying to KZ, to JV92 is just as important, and same with Philly Pox and the rest of those guys. It's just going to come down to all 5 of these players coming into this lobby, working together, being in unison, being a team, and being better than the other team.
Okay, we're gonna roll up some highlights from the previous map and just wanna dive deeper into that match, or that map rather. So I guess what were the points that stuck out to you the most about this map?
I'll say this. I thought it was very interesting from W7M, where they're initially a very aggressive team. Like I was saying in the beginning of this, they adopted a little bit of FaZe's playstyle, being very slow on that entry into the building, but then winning that crucial gunfight, like Fresh was saying, and then immediately running away with the round.
And I think the one thing that we leveled, if we go all the way back to the pre-match, is we said that this was the best defense against the best attack. i.e. W7M had the best defense against Los's best attack in the competition. Now, W7M's attack has not been particularly great across the whole competition. Granted, they've not played as many maps or as many rounds as some of the other teams. However, a 4-2 split attacking Consulate, you know, it shows that they were aware of that they thought about, right, what's the best way? How do we facilitate the attacks? When we saw them struggle, because they struggled on the attacks against G2 and against GK, it was when they weren't quite in unison, and that was particularly their front 3. That was particularly KZ, it was particularly Herds, and it was particularly JV, trying to force things at slightly different moments that created a gap in their attack. They slowed that down today. They got into the position, they made sure everybody was in the right position, and then they went as a unit. And it's not a unit all one from the same side, it's 5 split across the map. But when they push, it's all together. And I think we saw the fruits of that labor, because the only site they could not attack was the basement onto Consulate. So I think that's significant improvements they've made, even just since yesterday.
Okay, so we are working on resolving a technical issue at this point. We're gonna take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Alemão and I play for G2 Esports and I'm so ready to play Siege Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
Do you think you're going to beat the other teams?
Probably not.
How well do you know the maps?
I mean, I don't think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean,
if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, I will. It's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky, it's a helicopter, easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? Are you kidding me?
There! It's border.
I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sound I hear, I think it's like, could be chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... This is not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme park.
Oh, theme park is out of the... No, theme park is out!
Ah, man. Where is this? Café. Spawn café. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm taking its consulate.
Maybe clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be consulates, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say consulate again. I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's consulate.
Okay, but you've got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think. You have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cizin and I play for Sonics, and today I'm going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
Oi, sou o JV92AW7M e hoje eu vou descobrir os drones aí que...
Hi guys, this is Boys from Team M80 and today I'm playing Drone in the Unknown.
どうも、スカーズ所属のピョンです。Drone in the Unknown.
My map knowledge, pretty good I'd say. I've been playing this game since I was like 11.
Eu acho que meu conhecimento de mapa é bom. Eu sempre posiciono uns dronezinhos aí pra galera matar. Isso aí é fora do mapa do arranha-céu lá, Skyscraper.
That is Dragon on the map Skyscraper. The architect is giving away that it's Skyscraper.
高層ビルだと思います。
I can just tell because of the kind of sculpture.
Acho que você está tudo, né? Tá fácil. Isso aí é mole.
Wait, what? うわ、むずい。見たことないけどなんか見たことある。
I see a book. I'm pretty sure it's cafe.
Isso aí é no café lá, pô. Isso aí, esse livrinho aí, ó. É no café.
Café.
Yeah, this is Skyscraper for sure. I say we're pretty good at cafe, yes, I know that map. Yeah, okay, nah, got that one wrong. I see some anime books. I don't know what anime that is though. I want to say Skyscraper because I see like kind of the pattern on the wall.
背景。壁の。
Do lado da suíte lá, do Sky.
Skyscraper.
That's Skyscraper.
5 de 5 é muito fácil, cara. Isso aí, ó. Dá pra ver tudo, pô.
待って、どこだ?
Yeah, I'll just go chalet. I have no idea.
It's so easy. Yeah, fronteira, border. No... Arquivos?
Folder.
This is, I think, border. I think it's in tellers.
もう分かったのは上の
The same thing here. I recognize the pattern in the ceiling.
Essa é difícil, pô.
The radio, I could tell just because of the knives and the stuff in the background, so quite an easy one. They both have radios in the map, so it's Nighthaven or Consulate.
Vou chutar chalé.
Basement on Clubhouse.
Nighthaven Rubber.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say Consulate Garage. Wow, okay. I was completely wrong. I just got done playing Drone in Unknown. Had a lot of fun playing today.
全問正解。私だけでした
And yeah, see you guys at the major.
Torce pra W7M aqui, ó. Ó, vamos em busca do bicampeonato.
W7M surprised us by taking Los's map, and now they go on to very comfortable territory on Chalet. Do we have any expectations outside of the norm, which is W7M wins the map, or does Los surprise us?
What's that, Dev?
I don't know. I'm doing the wiggles for my Aussie fans.
What do you got?
I reckon that Los do have a decent shot here. They are undefeated on Chalet on this map. They got a +17 round differential the last 4 times that they have played it. One of those was against Dark Zero on the main stage. I think Los have a real chance here of doing an upset.
Then I'll play the other side here, right? W7M, they are the kings of Chalet. It's not going to be easy if Los were to win.
Well, we know it was maybe a bit longer than you wanted to wait, but we are ready to load on in. So, if you'll join me, get ready for Chalet Map 2! Gentlemen, you were talking about stats, graphs, percentages.
Numbers.
You were crunching the numbers.
Look at this graph.
Nope.
Not that.
Not that one. Not that one.
That's such
this is a Nickelback free zone.
Hey, have a look at that. You were the one who mentioned it, Parks. But the Twitch has been banned out by W7M after some very impressive rounds from, I believe it was Dash on the Twitch in Consulate. Now, these special drone squad, as my co-caster Mandy loves to say, well, your Twitch, your Flores, your Brava, are incredibly powerful on Chalet, and the same can go for the newest addition to the attacker lineup, Ram. In particular for hunting down pieces of utility like mirror windows, which at the moment has gone unbanned, and the Fenrir. And with the Twitch gone, you're going to be leaning on other solutions to deal with those problems.
No, you do, and the thing is, you might need to get creative, but you can't ban both the Twitch, the Bravo, the Flores, and the Ram all at once, so you kind of just gotta limit your opponent or pick your poison, so to speak, and for this case, some things will change, like the Twitch and the Dokkaebi ban, and some things will stay the same. Solos and Asami, not available in map number 1, nor here in map number 2. W7M, they love to target ban their opponents when they need to. But one thing that's pretty much always happening on their side is they almost never play with Asami open. And the thing is, if you are a quote-unquote better team, I feel like banning Asami is going to favor you because it's hard to deal with on the attacking side. And if you don't need it yourself on defense, you should ban it out every single time.
Well, it makes me wonder, how will the defense set up these power positions? Will they opt for things like mirror windows, deployable shields? Occasionally we see a castle, but with the castle in particular, you have to get very creative with your setups and make sure that it is going to help your team rather than hinder it, especially on a map like Chalet, where a lot of the basic castle barricades can very easily be dispatched with from a sledge or another soft breaching operator. The Fenrir is the king of Chalet when left unbanned, but the Brava on the attacking side is one of the only tools available to deal with it. Now, believe it or not, Los have picked off the Brava, so Felipox is going to be having the time of his life with the Fenrir.
We were us three in the van with Los on the way here. And they were playing Lose Yourself by Eminem in the shuttle over here, hyping themselves up, but I sat there in the back smiling to myself thinking, these players are playing you only got one shot. One opportunity in a lifetime. They know that they shouldn't be in this grand final. And still, they are seizing this moment. And they lost the very first map, sure enough, but they are fighting tooth and nail every single round. There's a long break between map number 1 and map number 2. apologize for that. But the players, they are primed and they are ready. Lowe's on the attacking side, quickly into the building now to take map control and shut down those default cameras.
Dash inside a fireplace. JV92 off of that position. He's going to go downstairs and see that the garage panel has been opened up. I don't know if he caught wind of it.
He doesn't have the read though, Parker. He thinks that the player went towards Wine to come up West Main, but actually it's quite the opposite case for Dash, who very swiftly finds his way up on the mezzanine, and Cameraman, funnily enough, uses the position of his teammate to bait JV into an opening death.
It's a good pick. On Chalet, one of the maps where having that numbers advantage is very favorable on the attacking side especially. You gotta have to break some of these hard conquerable positions. Top floor, for example, office, master bedroom, on this kitchen defense, you have to clear top floor first before going for a plant. That's why the soft construction comes out, the floor is drones, and why most of the attackers from Lowe's are rotating upstairs after reaching that lobby wall.
KZ in a smart position right now, not too far away from Felipox as they look to hunt him down. He'll go outside, assuming that KZ will swing. A bad first map from one of the superstars of W7M, but you don't expect that to last. Now KZ looking for a second. He'll get it. Away with his life intact, but not expecting the play from Cameraman on big window. Los had an advantage. It's been taken away by Herds, who's been very quiet. Mother of God, how do you contend against that? 2 kills in a row for Herds, and now Dots up next. They spot him, super shorty in hand. Herds 3 kills in a row. It's just so easy.
It looked so good until it didn't, and I have to question Lowe's strategical process there. You know, when you're attacking kitchen bomb site, you don't need a full clear top floor necessarily. Yeah, you need office control, open up that wall, hold them out because of the verticality needs to that dining bomb site, but you don't have to full clear. They could have arguably gone for a bomb site execute, but they thought, you know what, we can take top floor control. We have big window repel, they cut it in half, and they actually had a 2-man advantage for a short moment, but then it quickly fell apart. WSM swinging back, challenging difficult angles, difficult shots to hit, but they hit them every single time.
Yeah, I think Los had a really good read on how to play that at the start of the round, but as soon as you said, they got that numbers advantage, over-peaking, and even minute things like Cameraman repelling on the main double window. He's a cutoff player. He shouldn't be aggressively peeking deep angles into Master, and that gave Herds an opportunity for that very cheeky one-tap that you mentioned, Parker. KZ and Herds, simply the two of them winning the round for W7M after Los had a great start, and there's not much else to say about it.
Right here. Boom. I mean, the kill cams show it, just over-aggression from Lowe's, and on one side, I respect the effort because after a long break like they suffered between map number 1 and map number 2, set the pace again, get into it, get your gunfights in, get your confidence up, etc. And the good thing for Lowe's in that round is that they looked at they had tons of confidence, maybe too much. And that's what they need on Chalet, because they have to fight through every single round, especially on the attacking side. And they almost had it, but again, the late round, like you mentioned, gotta shot them up.
Ooh. Where's Hertz snuck himself into?
To the closet.
I think that's, the master closet. Now, unbeknownst to him, there is a Jackal on the other side, the perfect operator, and as a result, they will know a player has passed through Master, and he will be droned and move around. Surely not another kill from the exact same position. He found the pivotal kill last round. He will also escape with his life.
He got information that one was on that solarium window. Now it's Lobin to die next at the hands of KZ, who's having a better game than he had on pretty much all of Consulate. Adrenal Surge to guide Maya in, but cannot get the pick over towards Library. So now, business as usual. 2 minutes to go. Only got 4 drones and several silhouettes. Right now, stare down Maya over towards Library. JV punished by Dots. Maya looking for the follow-up. Cameraman closing in, but they've got all the crosses on the side of W7M. Pistol out for Maya. Gets the down onto KZ. This is winnable. It's a 2v2, but the Nitro Cell from Nade hits its mark. Dots is left alive, alone upstairs with almost half of the round still to go.
There's so much action, the Chaos, they're always fighting back and forth. Look at this, they're not done fighting yet. They take the round.
W7M off to a very good start.
Yeah, W7M played that really well, despite that very far away roam from Herds, which realistically should have been punished. Los, unfortunately, failed to confirm that kill, and in fact, they lose a player. They send Maya in very quickly to try and look for a refrag, but he was just behind the curb. 2 opportunities to get a refrag went missing for Maya in that round, and then Los decided, look, this is messy, but we just have to send it. And the brawl at Mezzanine, while it looked good for a brief moment, they had a 2 versus 1 for Leapox. Immediately, a C4 and an aggressive push up the blue stairs earned another round for W7M, who are looking in very solid form on their Chalet defense.
They are. And I almost want to say that it seems like W7M are looking to just shut down the aggression from Los, always contesting the opening areas of the map, Solarium, Master Bedroom, etc., trying to hide and get away with things. Vamos Los, but it hurts. Who gets that opening pick, falls back, and KC follows up shortly after, and it looked like a really one-sided round from that 5 versus 3, but Los almost brought it back again.
The thing that scares me for Los is that when things look desperate, they make objectively pretty poor plays. Cameraman, for example, jumping into Library when there's the hatch below you, C4s in abundance, a mirror window staring you down. Had he rotated, had he looked for even just a cutoff position and tried to preserve his life, Los would have had a much better chance that round.
I agree with you. The thing about Chile is that it can be hard to figure out where you want to be at, because rotating is very possible. In console, you pick a side, let's say east side, you stick to east side. You can't just rotate around, it takes too long. On Chile, you can start on one area, go somewhere else. The map is relatively small. Intel is there for Los, and then they punish the run out.
It's a brazen play by Herds. The nade might be able to secure unless Herds can get away in time. He will do so. Brought back to life. 5 drones, by the way, already destroyed within the first 30 seconds of this round. So the Intel game, which seemingly is a problem for Los, will not improve, at least not to this point.
And that's what Solus being banned out. So these are drones either going in too early without any follow-up, any guns behind them, or simply W7M finding those drones by other means. Nate gets the first kill onto Maya, so Los off to a bad start again.
I mean, they do have the mute on the board, in all fairness.
They do.
They do. It's just a shame for Los that they looked primed to get the opening kill. Herds was read to perfection. A player from Los climbing up the ladder onto Flute Balcony at the same time as another player is watching for the re-aggression, and yet the killing blow was not confirmed. Dots though, he sneaks inside and he does take down 1 power position. That is the dining pressure. However, not fully alleviated as of yet. Herds at large on the top floor in tandem with KZ. 2 star players for this roster. The nade once again goes begging for Los, and they realize now that there are a few players on the site, and so they will transition their push directly.
Oh, you got 3 players ready to hit back of wine. This is perfect. Loban running in, nearsighted, expecting a play over towards connector, but look at this. A red angle from JB92, getting 1. Trying for the other side on, cannot pull it off. Dots instead gets away with a single point of HP, and will now attempt it for a second time. Herds removing dash. Dots does not have the go to get that diffuser down, and now with his coverage gone, this is a tough spot to be in. Herds and KZ need to work together to find the Hibana holding this angle. W7M have the clock on their side. Don't need to swing if they don't want. No. Dots thought he could tiptoe away, but KZ was prepared and ready for it. Chalet 3-0 for W7M.
I love the off-pace play out of nowhere. Walls weren't open up. They just opened the door, ran through the barbed wire, through the Fenrir gadget, couldn't even see anything. And Lobin got pretty deep in towards the bomb side, and even Trato favors defense more often than not. And this right here is a tactical timeout I'm a huge fan of. You're down in numbers, you're down 0-3, you call a timeout, and now, before things get too out of hand, you can talk things through. The nerves, the strategy, and when you're playing like Maya or Lopin, who are used to having incredible games, finding kill after kill and clutch after clutch, opening after opening, and you're having a pretty subpar game for your own standard, your teammates are very important because they can react in one of 2 ways. You're gonna point out and be like, hey, not having a good game today, are we? I'll say, guys, you got this. Next round, don't worry. Next round, you got it. I've been there myself. When I was up against Font, up against Cameraman, on Border, I had 1 kill to my name going the distance. My teammates said, you got this next round. You got this next round. Fun fact, I didn't. But map number 2 comes around, right? We got Oregon. I broke the world record at the time, back then, with 23 kills. So your teammates believing you, saying, you know, don't worry about this, man. There's always another one. It's so important because look at Maya, they haven't found comfortable ground yet, but they need to turn this around.
Confidence is not just powerful, confidence is overpowered.
Yeah.
Overconfidence is still overpowered. If you think you are better than you are, then believe that.
Yeah.
And go for it. Because even when you're at a numbers deficit, even if you've died opening kills several times in a row, even if you're kicking yourself because you managed to down herds on an aggressive spawn peak, but you couldn't finish him because you hit your adrenal surge too fast, doesn't matter. Put that out of your mind.
Yeah.
Do not critique. Do not judge. In the moment, all you can do is believe that next time you will land that kill.
I mean, obviously, if you just want to look at the timing of that timeout, too. T's in there, I apologize. Los called their timeout in what would ultimately be the second last round of the very first map. They had confidence that they could come back. They lack that confidence now. Get it out of the way early on. The only problem with calling it this early, which I suppose is not a problem that is new, is that if they continue to lose, there's nothing they can do. But at that point, you've already called your timeout. You've tried your best to stop the bleeding, and it has not worked out. The Monty pick will come in from Los. That's a good choice. When you see a timeout and a shield gets brought, you know that there's a very specific idea in mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one thing I always want to see after technical timeout is big operator changes. Loben with a drone, box hunting in hand, might be looking for a quick play inside of West Main, maybe looking for a pick or an entry, but all eyes will be in the Monty here and see where he goes first.
I like this a lot for Loben. The perfect operator to play this window because he can create those angles looking to the right of West Main towards the dining door. Not many operators are able to actually create that line of sight. I'm curious about this Buck pick though. Also very curious to see a Monte moving in. Caught out.
Like this.
Philippox in a 1 versus 1 with this Monty and he has a C4, the perfect ingredient for the job. 2 players fall for Los as Dash desperately darts around a corner, but Philippox has got his number. Maya falls as well. It's all up to the oldest player in the server, but he will not stave off defeat. A flawless round for the Bulls.
How could that possibly have gone worse? You call your timeout, you bring tools for the job, you barely make it into the map before you are sent to the next round.
You pick up the Monty, you go for that West Main play, they had 2 drones in there, we saw the silhouettes, and surely they look up towards the ceiling and go, hey, there are some soft destruction in the floor, be careful of what's above you. Dodge jumps in, gets shut down immediately. Lack of, I don't know, focus, lack of respect to the setup. Small mistakes with massive impact and consequence.
I will say, what is the macro of that push to begin with? This is a master bedroom attack, and you're sending your Montaigne in through West Main windows with your Buck outside. I really just don't understand. They're trying to hunt these guys in dining, which, by the way, was only 1 player. But the typical way to do that is by pressuring in from, firstly, the trophy window, and also from the rest of the map by taking library, taking lobby, maybe having a lurk from up West Main. But they just didn't have the ingredients for that.
Yeah, I mean, W7M had those kill holes in the floor of bathroom, looking down into West Main. The moment that the Monty got in the window, W7M was prepared for it. They started tearing through those players of Los, which is what enabled Nate in that position of Kitchen to start doing some serious work. So even if your goal was, let's get in and hunt the roamers, you still got to worry about the players on the actual site attacking your roam hunters. It was very well done by W7M.
What we typically want to see in Chalet is that good old hammer and angle strategy where one side is going to push and then eventually you're going to hit the wall, and that's when that, the hammer literally meets the anvil, goes boom. Right now, those are pushing from one side, but there's no wall, there's no anvil on the map, so you're going nowhere. You're just shoveling W7M either back towards the bomb side, or you lose those gunfights and then nothing happens at all. They had a player last round on the main lobby door holding a rotation, but no one's going to go in that direction because they're going to go up towards the Solarium stairs if anywhere else. So strategical misplays from Los here, and they got to change that around.
Looks like information is the big issue, James, but maybe not this round as Los gets 2 to strike first. The best start to a round so far from Los, and it continues to improve. A flawless end of the previous round could be met with the same result this time, just for the opposite team.
Do not give 1v1s, Los. This is where you lock in the round by playing off each other. There are plenty of drones on the board to find Felipox's position, and he is quite a clutch player. Moving forward, that nade very close. He spots one. Dots goes down. Lopen looking for the reply, but the flawless round is confirmed. Los finally on the scoreboard here on Chalet.
He did a lot of damage from that position, but the round was already lost at that point. I mean, at best, you're playing for a couple unimpactful kills. Maybe against weaker opposition, that can be pulled off. But Los has shown throughout this entire event they are not a team that you can take for granted. In that round in particular, even though they did have 5 players to 1, they still played it about as perfectly as you could.
It did. And again, it comes down to that, you know, guys, we got this. Next round, we got it. Next round, next scenario, next time. You say that enough times, you push through it, and all of a sudden, it looked like they were just getting slaughtered every single round, and they win it flawlessly. But the thing is, we gotta talk about the attack inside here. 1-4 in Chalet, starting attack, what has historically been the favorite side for a very long time. It's not looking too good. You know, you really want the 2-4. Allow yourself some wiggle room on the defensive side, because it's not gonna get much easier than this.
That's right. You were talking about how to attack on Chalet before, Pengu, and the hammer and anvil. Really, on this map, the anvil is as strong, if not stronger than the hammer, and we've seen that in certain rounds, particularly where Cameraman is finding opening picks, because he is that anvil. He is the flank watch player, repelling on a window or covering off a position as the rest of Los look to force W7M into those rotations and exposing themselves to Cameraman. That's great and all, but as you said, this is one of only 2 attacker-sided maps in the pool. And Los are down already, losing the half.
Complete opposite of Consular, right?
That's right.
Very defender-sided map, the most played map. Attackers of W7M won the first half. Now you come to Chalet, and it's a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, in fact, Chalet, it's 52% attacker win rate, so it's not huge of a discrepancy, but as far as... map. Yeah, well, compared to most maps at the moment, it is very much an attacker-favored affair. You can come back from a 2-4 deficit. This is not Chalet, but it's a very different affair, especially when you're losing opening picks. Herds has been on fire! A double for him, yet again! The opening menace for W7M. Dot's desperate to duel him, to best him, to put him down, but Herds can simply slink back into darkness.
And he finds Loben and Maya again. We talk about star players. They're not really showing up here. 2-5, 2-5. Captain Trap goes also as well. So much damage being given here to Los' side from guns and utility. I mean, statistically, they're locked out of this one. They gotta find some incredible kills out of nowhere to win this round.
Well read by Cameraman as he knew there was a body crossing, but jumps on in. JV92 with aerial support. KZ, the lone player from W7M, out of this round. But KZ's having a terrific game. No way. That's...
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, did you order the Herd special? It's same-day delivery. 5-1 first half for W7M.
Yeah, W7M are taking no prisoners. On the unfavored side, they dominate in the first half. And this has got to be one of the most one-sided grand finals we have seen in a long time. Los need to fire up.
You said they were undefeated on Chalet, Dev. For Los, that is. And I told you, well, they've never played W7M on it. So this is a scenario, they're down 1-5.
We have a fan calling in now to
really
speak about this match, yes. So let's bring them on. You have a question?
I need all the Los fans in the crowd right now to stand up and start chanting, "Let's go Los! Let's 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 go Los!
He is right behind us, and even without the microphone, he is tremendously loud.
I thought he had a question. He made a statement.
I mean, sometimes it's both, right? I mean, maybe it's a question. Let's go, Los. I don't know.
If ever I wonder which continent I'm on, I will be reminded that I am indeed in North America when the chant is "Let's go, Los."
All right, you know what?
Let's go X-Team.
Enough about the NA crowd. Maybe if the other regions were popular enough, they'd get their own finals. James, huh?
Thanks, man. Maybe one day a man can dream. But you cannot deny the passion here from the fans in America, rooting for the underdog team. And now Los need to make good on the promise made by their passionate fans.
Oh. Finn came at a good time as well. We saw the player cams from Los when they lost that previous round. They did not look all that happy, quite mentally distraught, to be honest. I feel them. Nothing's working out. The fast doesn't work, the slow doesn't work in this. I mean, they're hitting the bomb site, they're close to it, but it's Philippox. It's WSM now on the attacking side. Los don't want this.
Oh, but Los is on the board first. KZ, magnificent on Chalet. Down for the count. That's okay, you've only got Herds to deal with, but a second now on the board for Los. Maybe the crowd imbued them with some energy. The two top fraggers from W7M are no more. Still utility there for W7M, and as we've seen, you can never count this W7M team out of a round.
You never can. Especially when you're getting on the board. Nate finds one, so that number is a bit closer. Still in favor of Los, of course. They're looking for the flank. Meanwhile, WSM, they're looking for the side, they're looking for the verticality, but they don't got the buck any longer, so they can't break out the floor apart.
I do love how careful W7M are being in this numbers disadvantage. They do not want to let re-aggression from Los cost them another player. But Los as well are playing a little bit scared. Dash looks to lock out that player. It's Felipox. He snuck his way very early in the round into Trophy using his Sense gadget to try and create a light screen to barrier any potential lines of sight, disrupting him. He still has two left in pocket for the execute. And in a 3v4, realistically, W7M, they need a few picks. Now they've got the info. Do not overpeak here, Los. You have the advantage. You do not need to give W7M a way back in.
Will the birthday boy be rewarded? No, it does not appear so. So Felipox will need to go elsewhere. Still has two of those roly-poly gadgets. I do appreciate that we don't have an official name for it that we use because, well, it's quite long.
Well, here's Dots.
Numbers right now favoring Los. 7 players still in the server, but all 3 members of W7M are tossed by the wayside the span of a second. Los get their second round.
And they get the first one in half. That's very important. Build up that momentum slowly but surely, and with the crowd behind them, it might just be possible.
Chalet, very much an attacker-sided map, but Los need to prove us different here. They need to prove that the first half, it just took them a little bit to warm up to it. And we saw a similar case in Consulate as well, Pengu. By the time that Los finished that map, they had some pretty good attacks. But at the start of the game, it took them quite a bit of time to find their feet. I've got to wonder as well, we had an elongated break between map 1 and map 2. Perhaps that will affect their momentum because it took them a while to get started. Once they had a flying lap, they continued building that speed and setting faster times. But in map 2, it feels like the same story is repeating itself.
I was going to say, as a former player myself, when you lose a map in a best of 3 or best of 5, if you end up with that map loss, kind of like on the next negative side where you get in your own head, the longer you can sit with that for, the worse it gets, right? You want to go into the next map as quickly as possible, just get going, get flying. They had like, what, half an hour to sit there being like, oh, we lost, that sucked. We played bad, that sucked, etc. So sometimes, I find myself at least as a former player, you need motivation from someone else when you feel down, because you can't be your own, positive guy in life in general. We all know that at times. Yeah. When I played, I had Fabian. He was that voice in my head saying, we got this, don't give up, etc. But I don't know how Los to deal with that. If that's cameraman, for example, but I will say, if they don't have a player in the communication bit for them, the crowd could be that person.
Well, for cameraman, we saw earlier, he's got a tattoo on his arm, play to win, not to fail. He knows what it means to raise that trophy, and he will lead these younglings into doing so again.
Both smokes were used so early on from the thermite of Nade, by the way. Leaves you with no obscurement when it comes to the bomb site. Herds following up on the drone work going on in. Loban dies to a grenade. W7M, within the span of a minute, has torn through 2 players from Los.
You know what they did? A fake execute. Smoked the bomb site, forcing movement from the roamers, and then they execute upstairs anyway. They're looking downstairs, but the attack comes horizontally. It's a great bait and switch play from W7M.
You've still got the ram in play as well of Felipox. These boogie drones will tear away at the floor and cause some serious issues for these defenders. The Nitro Cell goes off. Felipox living for now. One roamer that you said was supposed to be pushed off was over towards Dining. Goodbye to Maya, who retreated upstairs. Dash miles away from the site. We're at the halfway point of the round, and W7M are up 5v2. Another flawless round could be had unless Dash can muster something. Diffuser in the hands of Nade. Dash knows there's one by Blue. KZ finished off. It won't be done flawlessly, but Dash revealing his position, and 3 players from W7M fight over who gets that final pick. Map point for W7M.
Hertz has been so good on the entry for W7M. This guy on your screen right now, he has been a stone cold killer. He's coming into his form as one of the best players on the best team in the world. And the way that he found that opening pick, as you mentioned, Pengu, a fake smoke thrown onto the bomb site to make it look like it was a rush from W7M. Elsewhere, Hertz is supported by a drone, quickly live droned into library, finds the opening pick. A second is found by KZ's Nade. 5v3, only a little bit over a minute has passed in the round. What did W7M do? Do they double down? No, they sit back, they wait. They know that Los are going to get desperate. They know the only way for Los to get back into that round is by making aggressive plays. And so every single kill after that was from an aggressive, unnecessary play, like this from Maya. He thought he had to make a move, and he was punished for it.
That's the thing, they play on so many different levels, W7 that is. They understand the strategical depth that every single map has to offer, but also speaking of Hertz, he's one of the star players in the killing, opening kills, entry, etc. He's also one of the IGLs for his team, so he's likely saying, guys, I got this idea, right? Drone me in library, as you smoke the bomb site itself, they're gonna look away, I'll get those kills. I bet you he sets up that play himself, realizing the possible gap that could be found from Los because they're so angsty around the bomb site. Oh, they're rushing, everybody get back quickly! But they didn't. So they're kind of mind-gaming each other now, and when you're up 6-2, you can afford to take a risk because if you lose a round, it's not the end of the world, whereas for Los, it would literally be you going down 0-2.
Oh. Well, it continues for Herds, who's broken a dozen kills so far on this map. Fleepox in as well. Same predicament of the previous round, boys. 30 seconds off the clock, and Los are just getting sent home. Loban with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Good Lord, W7M 7-2 to go up 2-0.
There's no doubt about this team. They do what nobody else can do in Rainbow Six. Their brand of this game is completely untouchable. Even in a grand final, they take no prisoners. They do not hesitate. And Herds is having one of the best tournaments we have ever seen from the man.
Yeah, he's hungry for that back-to-back major trophy, baby, making history for his team. And they are only 1 map away from that now.
5-0 in the last 2 majors they've played in terms of map counts. They could go out undefeated yet again. Will they? We'll find out. There's 1 more map to go, but to the desk to break down map number 2 we go.
There wasn't even anything to telestrate in that.
Thanks, Parker. Oh boy, are Los in trouble on this one. They lose their own map pick, they lose W7M's pick, and now they find themselves 1 map away from making history and being the first team to win 2 majors back-to-back. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Fresh. Guys, what does Los have to do to stop this onslaught? They look like they're playing Perfect Siege.
All they have to do, Jacob, it's pretty simple in my mind. You've got to shut down Herds, you've got to shut down KZ, you've got to shut down Nade, you have to shut down JV92, and then you just need to shut down Fleepox.
Doesn't sound easy to me at all.
That's the whole team.
Yeah.
That's all 5 players. That's the problem, right? Because even though they did shut down Nade, at least to an extent, he wasn't the player that was fragging out this map. KZ and Herds absolutely ran over this map. They were so dominant on those defenses, swinging to grab back that man advantage. Los had no answers at all. We need to see Loban stepping up. We need to see better stuff from Maya. The 2 big stars of Los who were so good throughout the majority of this tournament seem to have disappeared.
That's the reason that I call them the Kings of Chalet. That type of performance right there, because on the defense, again, they've started out on an unfavorable side on that map, and they've gone so well on their defense because they're close to each other, because they're refragging each other, because they're taking confident, aggressive fights, knowing that even if they lose them, which they're not, by the way, that there's somebody there to refrag them out. They get onto the attack, and they're just finding so many gaps in every single defense that Lost was putting up. I wouldn't want to play them there ever, and that's why most teams don't.
You know, the moment I realized that Los were going to lose this map, throughout the tournament, we have seen Dots have a fantastic play on Monty. I have felt that Dots has always brought the Monty when it made sense to, when they had a plan. He wasn't bringing panic Monties like we often see from teams like Space Station, G2, when they bring those panicked shields. This time around, Dots loses a 2v2 because he's not planting when he really had a safe position to do so. They call attack timeout, he brings out the Monty. That's a panic Monty. These don't work. You're relying on this to save your round, to claw back some momentum. He didn't find it at all. Dots ends up having the top score, I guess, from the team, but ultimately this was a poor performance from every single player on Los. They never had control of this match.
I feel like if you're Los, you now start wondering whether you actually have some pressure on your shoulders, because you came in already thinking, hey, whatever result we can get, that's going to be fantastic, because the fact that we were here in the first place is something that we probably didn't expect. But now you're at a point where you have to course correct. You don't have any more lives left with which to do it. You maybe have a couple rounds of leeway on map 3. Well, is pressure getting to you at this point? Like, because the crowd's behind you, but they've barely had any reason to cheer.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the reaction is key coming into this next map, because you lost your own map pick, so you put yourselves under pressure. In reality, you was never going to win against W7M on Chalet. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But you're now 0-2. So you've got a choice, right? Do you let this pressure continue getting to you? Or do you just say, screw it, we've got no pressure, let's just play our siege and see what happens? Because as at right now, this final's over, basically. You know, W7M should win one of the next 3 maps. But reverse sweeps have happened before, and whenever they have happened, if we go all the way back to, you know, when Hengo and Fabian were the ones doing it, they basically just took it one map at a time, one round at a time, and that's all you can do. You can't focus on the end goal right now.
But here's the big question. We all remember that infamous clip of Fabian in the back screaming, I don't want to lose.
Yeah.
Does anybody on Los actually have that kind of ballsy play in them to be able to have that speech backstage and find a way to get themselves back into this game? That's the ultimate question at this point, because only one of them has been on a major stage before. Only one. These other guys still have to find a way back in it.
And it's going to be that one, right? That's who they're going to be looking to. They're going to be looking towards Cameraman to be that voice for them, to be that source of experience, to be like that source of, guys, it's not as bad as you think. We still have a chance. And I say it quite a lot. I actually say this quite a lot, is when you're in a team, you don't want them to vary in their kind of emotional state or, you know, their energy between the middle grounds. You don't want them to be too high, because you get too high, you get too happy, you start making stupid, risky plays. You get too low, low energy, low confidence, you start making scared plays. You just want to keep them in the middle. And that's where Cameraman, alongside the coaching staff, has to get that team back to that point.
In both the quarterfinals and the semifinals, Los were able to play their game. They had a strategy coming into all of those games, and they executed on those strategies. These last 2 maps, their plans have been totally smashed. Right off the bat, W7M gets momentum, and they never give it up. We need to see Los, throughout this break, talk to their teammates and say, listen, we got to just play our game. Trust in our strategies. We've got Bank coming up next. We picked this map. We want to feel confident here. So let's go ahead, play the strats that we've prepared for this map, do what we plan to, and take it one map at a time. I think Jack said it perfectly. That's exactly what you need to do right now. It's a long road ahead, but it starts with 1.
Well, you got to find a way to get your feet under you somehow, which Los themselves still have yet to do. Are W7M about to win 2 consecutive major grand finals in 3-0 fashion, or do Los still actually have some fight in them? We'll find out after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hey guys, Gunnar from Sonics here, and today I'm going to be playing Siege Sounds.
Hey guys, this is Iconic from M80.
Hello guys, this is Felipux from W7M.
フィッシュライクです。今回はCG サウンドをプレイしていきたいと思います。
I think I'll do good.
Not too good then.
It's good.
ピョンよりはちょっと下かなってぐらいですかね。
Yeah, I think I have a good pair of headphones, and let's see.
It's organ spawn.
Okay, I know this one.
Dog sounds? 犬の鳴き声が聞こえる。
It's Kennel's clubhouse.
I hear dogs bark, and this is the spawn of in the garage of the clubhouse.
Clubhouse, the like front spawn in clubhouse.
My final guess is clubhouse.
クラブハウスのガレージ側の外のリスポーン地点のとこっていうんですか。
I'm right.
オレゴン？オレゴン？オレゴン？一発目でダメだ。パーフェクト逃した。ちょっと難しいな。
I hear like bugs, like the sound of bugs.
I'm going cafe. Final answer.
I don't know the map.
I heard a bell at the end. That's the only map I can imagine a bell being on.
Dun dun dun.
What would this be?
なんか虫の音みたいなのが聞こえる。
Chalet?
Is it consulate?
It's just like the wood sound.
Maybe now it's clubhouse, because clubhouse there are police cars.
I'm gonna lock it in with consulate.
なんかこういう音いろんなマップにあるから。
That was not right.
I never spawned there in my life, so I would never know that.
Yeah? Yeah.
There's no way that people get this stuff.
Bank, locked in, loaded.
Not sure, but I'll guess bank.
I hear a kid screaming in the background. Chalet.
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 I got to.
I don't know about the others, but really hard for me.
All right, guys, I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds today, and see you guys at the major.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. Map Run will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into Map Run and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
Whenever we gather for an esports event, we're always gathering for two things at the same time. A funeral for the team that loses, and a goddamn celebration for the team that wins. And W7M might just be about to get the party started early. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Fresh. We are 2-0. W7M above Los at the current minute, and it's not for Los's lack of trying, it's because everyone on W7M looks like they're firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, I mean, yes, first map, we saw Nade popping off. Second map, KZ and Herds. Oh my God, they were playing so well. The big thing that really struck me from them was they were swinging to get back that advantage. Anytime they were in the smallest of disadvantaged state, whether that was because they were low on numbers or because they were in a bad position, the attackers maybe had control of the site, they would swing, they would constantly hit those heads, grab that man advantage back for W7M. If those two players cannot be shut down on map number 3, Los may be going home early.
I actually got a text during that break from a coach inside of the EU League.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to keep them nameless because I don't want them to show a lack of confidence in their team. But they said, if this W7M roster stays together, nobody's winning an event other than them for the foreseeable. They are just that good.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even the idea of when a team wins an event, suddenly there's a big target on their back. Are you saying W7M like could have a target on their back forever? And
I mean, they've had a target on their back since what, Charlotte, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
feels
more
like
or
it.
less. Yeah, they've been expected to win every event since then. They've got to the final, they've won one. They're 2-0 up in the grand final of the next one.
Yeah.
About to become potentially the only team ever to win back-to-back major events. Like, and the fact that is they knew that about this target. They were ready for it, and they knew they had to work harder than anybody here. And that's what they tried to do.
Well, let's talk about map 3, because map 1 certainly looked like it was Los trying to use an element of surprise. Map 2, Kings of Chalet, you weren't kidding. What does map 3 have in store for us?
Map 3 is similar, and that Los did pick it, but it has historically been a strong map for W7M. We go to Bank, they are 4-0 in Stage 2 on Bank, with wins over E1, Keedstars, FaZe Clan, and GK. Some great teams in there, 2 top 8 at this major that they've played here. The last win, of course, coming in the Atlanta quarterfinals. It's been very good from Bank on W7M. Los not bad either, 2-1 this stage, but they were kind of shaky. They beat Scars 7-5, they beat NIP 8-6, and then of course they lost to Keedstars way back in Brazil Stage 2. So the stats do say that this could be a quick 3-0, but you've got to believe that Los have been prepping something in the back lines for this map.
And the one thing they've got going for them in the context of what we've already seen is the fact that they will be starting on the attack. They've looked a little bit better on the attack, potentially. I know Chalet didn't go great, but you know, Bank is a nice map for them to attack onto. It's a team that it's a map where teams are very comfortable to attack. So as long as they can go through what works for them, what goes through their processes, they might be able to get a bit of a foothold in the game if W7M slip up just a little bit. And that's a big if.
All right, I said I didn't want to do a full series prediction at the start of this. We're just going map by map. Jesse, Jack, do we see map 3 comeback start?
No.
No?
No, and I know that I'll disappoint the crowd with this one. No, we don't. I think W7M are too good. I think we could play this on House or Yacht or any map. The way W7M are playing, they look absolutely impenetrable right now.
Jesse?
I can't buy that. I gotta believe Los got at least one in them, especially if Atlanta can get loud for them here in map number 3 when it matters the most, Jacob. I gotta believe.
All right, well, what does the crowd think? You think we're getting to map 4 or what? Well, let's find out if your wish comes true or comes crashing down to the ground. Parker, Pengu, Dev, Marta, have fun with this one.
We sure will, Jacob, and thank you so much to the desk for such wonderful insight. I was hoping that Los would put up more of a fight than we've seen so far, but most fairy tale endings have some downs before the inevitable climb. Was this just a precursor to the comeback of the century, or are Los done?
I mean, there are two ways to think, right? Backs against the wall, you lash out.
Yes or no?
W7 takes it.
No! Boo!
I'm sorry.
I'm here for the comeback narrative, man. If this is a comeback, it will be one of the greatest games we've ever seen.
I mean, I want to finish my point, actually, okay?
Oh, get it.
Because it speaks to the mental of the players. Either it's backs against the wall, you lash out, you make things happen, you have nothing to lose if you're Los now. You make the comeback. Or you fall flat because your mentality is shattered and confidence is done for.
Well, we've been treated to a relatively quick day. Is this the end of the line for Los? Do W7M outmuscle them? Bank is ready. Map 3 on the board.
And if it is a 3-0 in the series, it could be the most dominant match in a grand final we have ever seen in Rainbow Six Major history. Up to this point, the most dominant grand final was actually one of yours, Nicholas. It
Must
was
have been Paris Major in that case.
the Paris Major, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2, G2. And there is a chance that W7M could one-up even the greats. Of course, there's a long way to go for W7M to forge the level of the dynasty that G2 achieved in that period, but another major win here sets them up for a perfect home run at Six Invitational in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and they have been making this store for themselves since the Charlotte Major. When they first put themselves on the map internationally, they have not done worse than getting top 4. We're talking Berlin Major, Jönköping Major in Sweden, Invitationals this year, and then Copenhagen Major where they raised the trophy. Top 4 or better in the last year and a bit of competitive Siege and Tier 1 level of play. That is basically unheard of unless you go back to like 2018.
And I mean, even just this year, second place at SI on an incredible run where it seemed like they were going to be able to do it, but there's always just a little bit of magic with that G2 team in Montreal. You can't really shoot through that much plot armor. But then you go to Copenhagen, which is neutral ground.
Oh yeah.
W7M put on an absolute clinic. There's no favorites here in Atlanta, and it's happening again. Now, we don't want to finish writing the story of Los before it's done. They earned their keep. They made it here because of the potential that they have. But W7M, it's just they've got so many tools at their disposal. How do you overcome a team that just doesn't miss and doesn't commit any missteps?
The first thing that Los have to do is get Hertz off the board. He's having a life game today. It is his time to shine. Hertz has always been a star player, but he's come to form here in Atlanta. And especially with map 2, you don't want to be coming up against him in the early round. Los need to shut him down. Now W7M start on the defense. For the first 2 maps, they started on the unfavored side and yet took an advantage. Bank is dead 50-50. 118 rounds played at the Atlanta Major. That is 59 for the attack, 59 for defense. It could not get more even here on map number 3.
Well, I guess that's the bad to start. Mine's gonna jump on in, up top for this room clear. There's no defenders roaming about. They had the pre-placed drone, they got the intel, only losing 1 in that prep phase. Solus and Asami banned in all 3 maps so far. This time, they offer that target ban onto Monty instead. It's gonna hinder Los' attacking pace, if I wanna say anything, because now those direct attacks from Garage, from Server Tunnel towards that basement bomb side are not really gonna be possible any longer. So things will have to change for Los. Force that full roam clear, reach the hatches, and use stuff like Capital or Ying to break the bomb set apart later.
Now, because Los are on attack and they're the team that is staring down potential defeat, I'm going to ask you, these first 3 rounds, what are your expectations? What are the worrying signs for Los? When do you say to yourself, they're in trouble?
If they're too slow, I know it's such a simple thing, but on Bank, if there's no roamers like we see right now, if you don't get all the hatches opened up and start, pressuring Casey on blue stairs at about 1 minute 45, 1 minute 30, you are simply too slow for your own good because nothing's up against you. That map control should be instantaneous. 145 on the dot. Nate goes in, forces those canisters out, clears the barbed wire, hatches being opened up. So far, Los are perfectly on pace to take this round victory, but they cannot slow down from this point onwards.
Yeah, this is a very good start for Los. Like you said, a lot of progress made. However, KZ will not give up so easily. He still resides on the blue stairs, and he has another Vulcan canister to support him. Oh, Dash! The Twitch drone gets shot! That is a pivotal moment.
But did it get... It did get it.
Well, it's got more to find as well on the bomb site. There's also one in blue stairs, which has now been detonated. And here comes Loban. He's dropped down into server. He needs to evade pressure from the side as the opening kill goes for Los. KZ has been taken down, and a minute to work with puts Los in a very strong position.
This is it, the clock. They got a minute to work with, and they took out Casey on the smoke bait. So what can stop them right now? 2 C4s from Philipbox and Nate, that's it. So strategically right now, Los in an excellent position. But if they hit that C4 midair and deny it from stopping the plant, they will win this round.
The Warden is perfectly positioned for this. A nice one tap. Down goes Cameraman, the Maverick, making those holes, but they cut both ways. Now it's Maya down to JV92. The stack up at the moment as yet another player goes into the same position. Philipbox moved off of this spot. A big kill for Nade. There's the Nitro cell to go out. Flames only JV92. More winnable for Los, but still A daunting position to be in. Loban with the coverage. Nate and Herds get the 2 picks, and the first round goes in favor of W7M.
The things that I was worried about, that we all together worried about, it went according to plan. They were quick in the building, they got utility done work done rather, opened the hatches, cleared the server staircase, but the execute, the quote-unquote simple part of the round, that's where things fell apart. And it's a matter of W7M hitting some nasty shots, but also those exposing themselves to unnecessary, very deep angles, deep in towards the bomb side. The C4 should have been the downfall, but it became simple gunplay from Nate behind a mirror window that completely stopped that push.
And when you talk about the operator bans, Mira has been left in, as you said, and was instrumental in assuring that shot onto cameraman, which is when the round started to turn. The other thing that Los could be bringing to stop those angles from the Mira being as impactful
it's a nice sign.
is the Monty and the Osa, these shield operators where you can set down a nice spot to plant, or you can be the Monty, plant like a turtle with the shield on your back. Both of these were banned on out, making it far more challenging to force down a plant in this position, safe from lines of sight. And so the Mira finds even more impact. The Twitch unable to support, and of course, by the time those picks came through, a retake up into open area to rain down terror from the hatches above was fairly straightforward for W7M. A very dominant first round, despite losing KZ early.
Los' lineup has changed an awful lot with the operator repick coming in for pretty much everybody. Ying on the board, a Nook on the board. It's not uncommon to see a Nook on that bottom bomb site, but instead it's going to be open area, so go through main lobby. That tends to be the place that we see the Nook go. Will there be enough visual coverage from W7M?
I think the best thing you can do if you're Los is changing things up. But sometimes you might change something, but some things still stay the same. KC opening kill, and unfortunately, it's onto the Ying, your execute operator.
And he was laughing.
I mean,
he got that pick and KZ just chuckles.
He's like, they just lost the Ying. This sounds gonna be easy. Now Maya on the Nook could be the difference maker, but he has to find at least 1, preferably 2 kills up this red staircase.
Oh, this is classic desperation from Los. Philippov's on the other side. What an easy freebie. But W7M, Dots can finally put down Hertz. Hang on a second, he's in the goddamn top floor, and he's already taken 2 players with him. Philippov steals one back, however. And in this position, W7M fall to pieces, they crumble. Cameraman, what the hell is that loadout? The suppressed cameras claims one, and now Los have a numbers advantage. Critical that they do not lose it from here.
JV92's got watch from down below, as Loban and him are in a stare-off for the ages. No case control for Los, but if you've only got a single kill to be found, it's not the end of the world.
JV has been the anchor player for W7M this tournament, always clutching up, winning those 1v1s and those 1v2s. Done it so many times this tournament, and he's in a prime position here as well. Doesn't have a C4, got that shield instead. But right now, they're both playing the waiting game, waiting for intel from cameraman. But so far, JV has gone misdroned. They can deduct that he might be in the small copy room, but if they don't assume so, he might just get a free kill down the hatch drop.
And here's those sounds. Whoa! Repositioning.
Covered the bomb diffuser.
I could not understand what that was. There's the drop. JV92 knows his limitations, worried about a play from the door. He's got that black mirror working against him, but still, the spot he's on, he's expecting a hatch drop, not realizing that the case is so close by. Oh, wall next to him. Cameraman sneaks in. There was no coverage. What are you going to do in that position?
Call him cameraman. He may as well be Cammers man, making that DMR sing for Los. Finally, they have stemmed the bleeding. It was 3 rounds between this and the previous game in a row for W7M. Los finally on the board on bank, and a solid round too.
One of my favorite things to see pro teams do in those like 1v1s and 2v1s, etc., is to bleed out your opponent in terms of time. When JV gets the 1v2, adrenaline is flowing. He's feeling it. He's excited. He wants to go right now. They drone for a minute straight, just waiting. And adrenaline, it leaves his body. When the fight comes in, that fight-or-flight instinct, well, JV was running away from the fight, giving up so much space to the attack inside, standing still waiting for something to happen, and gets shot in the back. We don't see it very often, nor this loadout from cameraman, but sometimes doing something in a different way can be the right approach.
Well, I mean, if you don't have information and you're just trying to play off of sound, maybe even a call from your teammates could be your undoing. I've spoken with players after we've roasted them on a broadcast and say, why are you looking in that direction? There's nobody there. So, somebody said they heard something on cams. I mean, sure, maybe it's copium. You're just willing to blame your teammates. But at the end of the day, if somebody on your team says, oh, one's up in stock, one in stock, one in stock.
Yeah.
You're not going to say, are you sure?
You shouldn't say that at least, no. Gotta believe. And I said I might change every single round. Very different operators. First round, Capital was the big kind of thing to note for the attack inside. Then we saw the Ying. Now we're seeing Glass, we're seeing the Blitz, so things very much changed around. There is one pretty common execute here, where Glass will go on the Zero Rappel, smoke the bomb site, rappel in and plant. While that happens, Blitz will rush the Janitor's Closet and cause a distraction, trade 1-for-1, but the bomb goes down. G2 did this at SI earlier this year, where you kind of make this fake play onto Janitors that isn't the main cause of execute. Right now they're setting up, they're on the bomb site with the repels, opening things up and setting up on the Skylight portion as well to see where this push will come from.
The Gridlock coming into the meta getting grenades puts her in a very strong position to support this push with her track stingers. However, Dash actually has smokes for this execute to support the Glaz instead. So a very smoke-heavy push means that the pressure is on the info gathering from W7M to deny this eventual push.
Explosions now coming in over towards Square, where Dots will likely survey the work that he's done with those Selmas. Well, the impacts from Felipox takes out a castle barricade, allowing a larger line of sight towards the back of this CEO site. There go the smokes that you talked about. Dots walking in, cameraman losing the duel! Loban the only one on the board, but the silent assassin of Glaz in for the fight. Loban out-dueling the Kaid. He's last alive, finished off by Felipox. It was a good gamble, and ultimately things seem to be working out, but again, W7M are just a team that you can never count out of any fight.
The strategy was clear. We'd seen it before. They played it pretty much flawlessly in the execution portion. Blitz goes in Janitors, gets the opening, gets the distraction. Glass and window repel with the smoke grenades, but they lost every single gunfight. Even the flank watch bottom square staircase. You got one job, hold one angle and shoot the person that crosses your crosshair. Instead, he lost the gunfight.
And when you're playing on LAN, when you're playing in a finals, when it's a high-stress, high-pressure environment, it's not that he doesn't have the skill to win that gunfight. It's that in this situation, there is no way he can perform up to his standard. I mean, can you give us some insight? What is it like to play on this level of stage? Think back to when you were less experienced, as 4 of these Lowe's players are. This is only their second time on the main stage and their first time in a grand final. How much do those nerves affect simple things like landing an easy kill?
It's nerve-wracking. I mean, you're sitting there and everything is so easy in your head, but then you gotta do the action and you feel the pressure of every single decision that you make, right? Especially when you're down on match point, on what could be the possible final map in the best of 5. You're sitting there and your risk assessment changes, right? If you're sitting at home, cozy and comfy, you can go for the craziest play after craziest play because the outcome doesn't really matter all that much. Right now, making the wrong decision at the wrong time can cost you a round. That round can cost you the map, and that map can cost you the entire series. So right now, Lowe's, they need to keep their risk assessment to a normal level where they're not afraid to go for plays that they otherwise would be making, because shaking when it matters the most is exactly how you're going to lose 0-3 in the grand finals.
It truly is a miracle that Lowe's are even here in a grand final to begin with. If this was going to be an all-Brazil final, I'm sure everyone would have expected it to be FaZe. But Cameraman found revenge against his former team 2-0 yesterday. And now Lowe's have to prove that that was not just a grudge match. That was not just a fluke. That was proof that these guys deserve to be considered up there with the greats.
There's a logic bomb that'll go out and knock these players off of their cams. It's the last one, in fact. Both logic bombs used within the first minute. Maybe a bit early, but the assessment I'd imagine from Los is that they need early map control by assassinating Felipox. But the trades from W7M are as good as ever. JV92 with the pick and then immediately retreating to the basement.
This is classic from W7M. They play a one-person basement staircase, one elevator, and then one open air. And they always go for the triple swing. There's no easy counter plus verticality. Hatch open up, Nate can drop, just waiting for that final drone to pick.
No way.
Or,
so close.
If they think it's clear, he's
essentially a three-way crossfire, and elsewhere, the defense have come to life. Herds has found his big pick.
Dot's engaging, but they still don't know that Nate is in that spot. He hasn't moved a muscle, and this could be a rude awakening, but no, hold on, never mind. Sorry, Herds is just gonna kill everybody. Doesn't matter who you are or what you do. Herds is going to slaughter your whole team. We could have another lined up now as they're like, oh wait, Nate is still in there? I couldn't believe that one. I thought we got rid of him. What's he doing? 3-1 for W7M.
I gotta say, one of the most important aspects of these kinds of events, these kinds of high-stake matches is you need to watch your opponents on how they play certain maps, every map in fact. If you've seen W7M play Bank at this event, you should know exactly how that round plays out. And there's a very simple counter that helps you clear out that roam. You take top floor control in that stock area office, you open the floor to deny the Valkyrie from swinging double door open area into that elevator portion of the map. They didn't open up the floor, they walked down the main staircase, and guess what? Yeah, they get a 1-for-1 trade, but it's the defenders that keep the map control. They have the crossfire, the counter fire goes wide, doesn't clear out Nate either on the Goyo inside the elevator, and all of a sudden, they have no way into the map clear. So, if you can't clear out the roam, you can't clear the side, you can't win the round. And Hertz, he's disrespecting Lowe's right now, he's swinging everything time and time again. Good timing, good reads, incredible accurate gunplay, and getting so many absurd kills.
This guy's mechanics are simply next level, and Igor very proud of his player for that. Hertz has stepped up massively in this match, and he's making it look like T-Hunt.
That's a Don's win, by the way.
F in chat.
That's going to be a reference that newer players aren't going to get. But
Going to be an OG. Imagine if you're an OG to reference that.
Like, imagine your kid goes through your replay files like, Dad, what's this T-Hunt thing clip that I see on your PC? Start crying. Those were great times, son.
Los need to step up now. I think it was you who posed the question earlier, Parker. At what point do we call for concern? And I think that of the first 3 rounds, Los needed 1. And of the half, they need 2 minimum.
Yeah.
3 ideally. 4 would be great, but I mean, that was never going to happen,
Not
let's be
realistic.
honest.
Nope.
But 3 would be massive here. If Los win the next 2 rounds, this is very much game on. If not, I'd be very scared.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it yourself, right? This is a 50-50 map at this point. Yeah. Neither side has an inherent advantage, and with it being Los's map, 3 rounds are the minimum for the first half where I am comfortable to say, all right, this is going to be competitive.
With their pick as well.
No, that's exactly it. I mean, if you can't win 3 rounds on a 50-50 map that you chose, there's going to be some troubling signs. Now, they do get the first pick onto KZ. That's huge. Maya sustaining some damage. Herds in a tough spot. There's life from Los as they breach this top floor.
Thing is, they're standing behind mirror windows, they're sitting still, right? This is one of the few rounds with W7M, they're not playing the map. They're playing behind mirror windows up against the Ying, so they fall, they're blinded, they can't see a thing. No Warden being played the last 2 rounds by Ying and Glass having presence. A little bit puzzling, but when Hertz are hitting the shots that he has been, you don't need utility, you think. And all of a sudden, W7M, they might have picked the wrong upper lineup for this bump side.
Well, I like the way they're trying to play aggressive. They've used those yokais to support some early aggression, but now, of course, from a deficit, they will have to try to consolidate. And for Los, they use that execute-heavy utility to take the top floor. Yes, it drained most of their Candelas and a fair amount of their drones, which, by the way, they only have 2 left. So they will need to rely on information from these hacked cameras and from the gusto of simply moving forward, trading each other out. They have a numbers advantage. Even with 2 drones, they should be winning this round.
The good news if you're W7M, you know where most of this is going to come from. You're going to have 2 players drop the hatch. If the first hatch player loses their duel onto Philippe Hawks, things go very bad very quickly for Los. Absolutely need that, and there's a nade tossed out. It works, they triple up on it. JV92 and Nade, though, still very much alive. Nade's not aware that there's another player tucked into the common spot. JV to take it back. Losing some information, cannot lose his head. Diffuser down, and now JV92 over towards Archives. Has to be very careful of the rotate, created earlier. Another player from Los, laying in wait, not too far off from Tellers. It's a double swing. Los their second round.
They need that so badly. And I think it comes back down to the operator selection. Los every single tank around, bringing different kinds of utility. The counter, the glass, the blitz, the ying, kind of on and off. It's hard now for WSM to read, okay, what's actually happening next? And attackers have operator repick, defenders don't. So you cannot make that adaptation. As long as Los can read it correctly and get the right operator lineup every single round, they might get that 3-3 half.
The door has been left wide open for Los. That locker's CCTV basement bomb site is going to be locked for the rest of this half. And now that open area staff room has proved not to be impenetrable for W7M, the onus is on the defense to conjure up a viable defense. And I don't think that's going to be easy because Los, not only did they find those 2 opening kills, but they showed exceptional restraint with that utility. In the 5 versus 3 executing onto site, they knew that they didn't have time, they didn't have the resources to drone out the map. Instead, they looked to use those hack cams to try and conjure up a push, use those nades and the Candelas to perfection. Felipox never stood a chance, and despite some heroics from the W7M players remaining, they were never going to be overcome by that significant numbers advantage that Los had established for themselves. And so I think this momentum is starting to crack, Pengu. I think there's a real chance here that Los can win the half.
So I'm with you, and you gotta assume here that Cameraman, the leader of this team, with all that experience, has a big, say in a big part in this. A fun fact is that Cameraman, if you round up, has played Pro League Siege, Tier 1 for 7 years. That's the same as if you combine Hertz, KC, and JV's experience combined in a single player. So when the rounds are tough, when it seems like it's impossible, surely it's Cameraman in his team's ear going, guys, this is what we gotta do. This is how we're gonna go about it. Remember, motivation and that voice, it has to come from someone else, and it has to be Cameraman if you're Los.
Cameraman, one of the most experienced players in the game. This is his 18th international finals event. He played 6 Pro League finals, 6 SIs, and this is his 6th major.
Okay.
It's been fascinating to watch how the conversation around Cameraman has changed, though, because he was having such a rough start to this event that we in the back rooms would talk about it and say, you know, is he too old? Like, this whole team seems to live and die off of his experience, but he's just not getting it done when it comes to killing. He's not getting it done when it comes to the scoreboard. Suddenly, he's been flourishing in this role, still relying, of course, on the better players on the team. But that leadership is so crucial the deeper you go into an event.
It is, and it shows.
Oh,
Felipox.
Hold on! Okay.
He saw him, but he said, you know what, I got a second impact in my pocket, I'll go for that instead. No gun needed. Maya now 2-6, not having a great time right now in Bank. They're playing 4v5 here in the final round of the first half.
Oh my! W7M bringing the heat. Every player finding their end. But Los gets on the board before getting wiped off the map. A 4-2 first half for W7M on Los's map. 3 rounds away from repeating as major champs.
The trend continues for Los. If they lose an opening pick, they get desperate and they commit to everyone just throwing their bodies towards getting something, anything, and they so rarely can because W7M are always so ready for it. They have a perfect read onto Los, and as soon as an opening pick is in W7M's favor, they move into consolidation mode. There's very little chance that Los can get back into it. We need to see some brilliance from these players. We need to see some mental fortitude. Loban, the man he talks so much smack, is standing there like a statue.
You're absolutely right. And I think if you're going defense now, which Los they are, you gotta set up some really difficult problems for W7 to solve, essentially. Because we see these defense, I mean, what are you gonna do here? Walk up a staircase, you die. You stand on self-destruction before you die. You rebel in the window, you die. Solving these rounds for Los, it's been very difficult for them. They gotta do that same thing. Don't pick basement bomb site and set 5 guys on site waiting for something to happen. I want to see them roam proactively, go for spawn peaks like Loban's trying right now, deny some of that drone, slow down W7M, because if you make it easy for them, strategically, they will make the round look easy and just take full advantage.
That is why the onus is on Los's shoulders. They have to have the confidence to go for this roam, despite being battered to a pulp in the series thus far. Map 3, with W7M up by 2 rounds. Not the worst scoreline if this was seen in isolation. However, taken into context, how dominant W7M have been in this series and how poor that last round of the half was from Los, there's no doubt that W7M are poised to take this.
Los have not led this matchup once.
Wow.
Just to show you that level of domination. W7M won round number 1 on Consulate. Los tied it up, but then it was W7M all the way down. Chalet, 4 rounds in a row by W7M. Los only won 2 rounds that entire map.
Here it comes, though. That is what we need more of. Moments of brilliance. Maya to find Herds. The star fragger for W7M has been sat down, and their young gunner as well. Now, playing safe for Los. They retreat back to the bomb site. This is a good read. Only 3 players for W7M, and their way back in this is by finding those isolated 1v1s.
Exactly. It's very smart to do as a defending team. You get those picks, you fall back, and now you just play the numbers. And the thing is, W7M, they don't know this. They gotta drone the entire map, every corner, every rat's position, in the elevators, for example, and just burn more time on the clock. Time in which they don't have much of. 1 minute 20 seconds, still gotta breach open some walls, still gotta take main source control, server control, etc. The one thing, the one way Los can lose this is if they get desperate, like on their attacking side, but they only got desperate when they were a man down. Now they're a 2-man up. Surely they established crossfires, they played the numbers game, and played quote-unquote smart.
Clear.
So hard to attack this basement bomb site at a disadvantage in numbers. So challenging. But if there's a team that's going to be able to pull it off, James, it's W7M.
That's true. They still have the utility to open up these hatches, keeping Nate alive into the late round. KZ also remains with 1 grenade, which could be very helpful. The problem is that server hatch has been fully reinforced and electrified. KZ takes server control regardless. Los pulling back so much. They are so scared, but they can sit pretty on site. Those Vulcan canisters will stay alight for such a long time. There will be 5 seconds left on the clock, and that is all that remains when this eventual execute must come through. Dots to gas up the side as well. W7M must be desperate, but there's no second chance. They drop in. Nade amidst the smoke, forces down the plant. Felipox knows he has to make a move, but he's shut down. Cameraman to land the C4. The Lion is the only thing that stands for W7M. 1 frag and consolation is not enough. Los are still very much in this game.
But the issue with winning on defense, right, James? You win that favorable basement bomb site, now things get more difficult, so we need to keep seeing this live from Los. I don't want to see them hide behind mirror windows. I want to see them do the same thing they did here, get active on the map, roam, and play proactively against W7M.
Both of these teams through only 1 round of W7M on attack, so obviously small sample size, but both of these teams having some obvious struggles with drone work. This goes back to what we saw on Chalet, where Los was struggling very hard to gain any type of foothold in the building and gain information. Well, Chalet might be an unpredictable map from time to time, but Bank is even bigger. It's even harder for you to drone it out if you are not well coordinated. W7M are a team that historically hasn't really had this issue. So again, it's just a single round. But if Los can tie it up with a win on their second defense, then we can start to ask the question, are there issues running afoul of intel for W7M?
But there's a huge risk taken here. As you said, the second defense is essential for Los, and they've decided to throw a curveball in the mix. They're taking us to the Teller's Archives bomb site, which we'll see right now. For Leapox, he's actually gone for the Amaru. What is W7M looking to cook up to deal with this very unusual bomb site choice from Los?
I mean, if you have a pre-placed drone, you take top block control very quickly, then all of a sudden you can start destroying that bomb site floor because KC on the ramp can just toss those boogie drones in. It tears the floor apart, already applying that pressure to the roamers, applying pressure to the bomb site itself, and it's gonna apply or rather force those to respond to this CR window repel, playing in corners tucked away, which might open things up for the attackers to find a pick somewhere, but they're gonna slow things down. Hurt, just scan things, where are the players droning from, where's the utility? They're not gonna act just yet.
They used one of those boogie drones to create an awful racket upstairs, and Los still holding on. Ooh.
What you gonna do about it though, right?
Yeah, nothing at this point.
I think he just is getting the read of where this Echo is playing because, of course, Cameraman is likely looking to hold on to that position for the whole round. Hang on a second. We've got Amaru on the board. Is there a chance he could make his way up the hatch and contest this Echo?
They need distraction is what they need. If they catch him on cams, he could go for it. If IQ gives the word.
Well, there are flashes in pocket. He could try and make this play. There is no doubt. He's heard cameraman ahead
Hertz
of him.
is waiting for it. You see the outline. He's scanning for it. So Hertz is waiting. When he sees the icon, gives it to Philippox and goes up the hatch. But Hertz now running away. They might have given up on this play, unfortunately.
Still, wait, the thing is that when you go onto your cams, you make noise.
It's true.
So the moment that Echo goes onto that cam, Philippox will know that.
Oh, he knows.
There it goes. Philippox!
Yep.
Philippox plays off it. He gets baited into it! Bloodshed spilt all over the server! Los trailing in numbers as Dot Styes giving W7M the advantage with 1 minute left in the round.
That's beautiful. Beautiful play, right? Utility, intel game, the bait and switch back and forth, and it favors W7M in the end, but the play itself didn't work.
The play didn't work thanks to cameraman's heroics, and he will need to demonstrate more of that. Holding a position, trapped away from the bomb site, and there's plenty of info for W7M. They know where he lays. They know where these yokais are. JV to send a flash through. This could be the end of him, but Mai is taking out KZ! Cameraman! When he is called upon, he shall deliver. Hertz, the star fragger for W7M, with the diffuser available. But here comes the yokai from cameraman. Pacing is essentially, has he got the time? Not enough! Los must now retake as Hertz has the chance to lock in the round, but not if cameraman has anything to say about it. Together he and Maya overcome the star from W7M, and they tie the scoreline.
We talk about experience. We talk about star players. Cameraman finding kill after kill, almost denying the plan, but stunning the player in the process, setting Maya up that 1 versus 1 success. What a clutch of a round for him inside the elevator.
What more could you want from a single round of Siege?
That's great.
You had everything. You had excellent coordination, great utility play, a nail-biter of a finish, individual heroics, and one of the oldest dogs seemingly learning a new trick on the spot. It was beautiful.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Everything just came together so nicely. Los have tied the game, seemingly imbued with motivation and energy that has been absent since we finished map number 1. There is new life and new blood coursing through the veins of this Los team, and that is worrying for W7M, because when this happens to Los, they tend to win.
A lot of vigor for a player, 30 years of age. Cameraman.
How do you know? How do you know?
Cameraman set the record for the oldest player to win a major, all the way back with FaZe in Yavle. Now that was broken by Renshiro last year in Jönköping. And if Cameraman wins here, he will break it once again.
Really is an old dog, huh?
Well, it's actually never
That's why I said it.
No.
That's why I said it.
No? How about this, Parker? I know you're a mature man yourself. An old dog. But no player
I've been called worse.
over the age of 30 has ever won a major.
Okay.
Cameraman could be the first here.
How old is Fabian?
Oh, as a player. As a player.
That is such a shock to watch Fabian too.
It was an honest question.
He's like 28, 27.
Is he really?
He's 27. He's 27.
A lot of players that you think are older than they are that are seemingly OGs.
I'm
but
shooting
actually
27.
just
I'm going to Google it.
Pull up the Wikipedia page.
I am. Any guesses? I'm saying 27.
I'm going to say 29.
I'll go 28. Right in the middle.
I got you. He's 29.
Damn.
Wow.
I'm the best.
I should have known better.
Still not as old as Cameraman.
Oh! JV92 cut off a wire on lobby window. Los have not led this series. With that early first pick, they've given themselves what might be one of their finest opportunities to do that. Both teams still with their timeout as well, worth noting, just in case something goes awry, they could settle things down.
Yeah, they can, but you said, James, that when Los were down in numbers in the attack inside, they went for desperate plays. W7M, they don't typically go for this replace, but they might need to, because catching opponents off guard now might be your only chance in this open area attack. You got nade on the Ying, you got the Togepi, etc. Just say, okay, 3, 2, 1, here we're gonna go, boys. If you make a predictable attack right now, I don't know how they're gonna actually overcome Los's defense. They're everywhere. Downstairs, primary floor, they're roaming top to start things off as well. They've completely locked out W7M, and you don't seem to have an easy way to figure this out. No primary hard reach either, so this quad wall for cameraman is gonna stay intact.
Well, the one thing that Los has at their disposal is information. The Rooney Gates, the Legion Gumards, the Pests to possibly take a drone away, the Black Eye Cams as well. They've got so much information, and they are using it beautifully. A 5v2 that quickly becomes a 4v2 thanks to Philippe Hawks' position in square. Now it's Maya getting softened up as well. Herds down for the count. 1 kill to be found for Los to snatch their first lead of the series. Philippe Hawks has the down onto Loban. He's starved for utility, only 2 flashes to his name. Might as well confirm the kill. That one's for Siege GG. Information now is to the next position as the yellow ping will guide him forward. Los takes the lead.
Didn't see this coming, James. I did not see this one coming, but when your back's against the wall, I said you have 2 modes. You lash out and you fight back, or you simply give up. They are fighting back right now.
And there's a very fine line between bravery and desperation. And on map 1 and 2, desperate was the only word that I could think of to describe Los, but now they are daring to make the first move. They are daring to contest W7M. It's taken them some time, but they are warmed up. They are well and truly here, and for the first time in the series, they have the lead. W7M are on the back foot, and now they themselves take their tactical timeout.
And that's the mental winner right now for your Los. You get the round, fair enough, that's one thing. You know, you're 1 round closer to victory. But forcing out a timeout, it's one of those that, oh, that feels good. We got them exactly where we want them. They don't know what's going on. Their coach are seeing a bunch of problems, either with the mentality, their communication, or strategically. So you're sitting there, and while W7 got a problem solve, you also get to talk to your teammates and your coach of your Los, and you get to adapt now. Okay, what do we think that W7 are going to change on their attacking rounds? What prep work have we done? What have we not seen from them yet? And you proactively work towards the possible future of attacking rounds and shut that down as well. So this favors Los tremendously.
Yeah, and Maya had such a large round there. 3 kills in a row with the DMR. This is the energy that he has been looking for, the energy that you guys in the crowd have given to Los. Now, map point 1 round away for the team on the defense with now the favored bomb site unlocked. Pengu, I think realistically, Los have a serious chance of pushing us to map point here and extending this lead further.
I mean, it certainly looks that way with this bomb site rotation, and they're not gonna bunker down, and I love this because you said they're daring W7M. They're not gonna hide on the bomb site, no. They're gonna get the castle barricades out, the roam extension open area, start top floor, find those flank cams. Only found 1 so far, but they wanna fight back, not just lay down. The issue here is W7 they do have the glass. They have only 1 set of smokes though. If they wanted to, they could go for a garage take with the glass, get that long line of sight, or they can go for the roam clear. But the issue is when you got the Zero, the glass, the Lion, you're mostly focused about the bomb set execute itself. You don't have the strongest operators available to deal with a roam clear, so if Los can win on the roam, they can very well take the round very easily.
What's more, there's also not a lot of hard breach here for W7M. They opted not to go with the Hibana. They're relying on the Zero with the secondary hard breach and the Ace. But here comes some action. The fire from above, seemingly just delaying time. That was a Vulcan canister off on the roam to try and delay. KZ, what a gnarly shot. C4 dissipated out of thin air, and now W7M must decide how to use their very sparse hard breach.
I love this so much. The fallback, cancel off that double door, and just say, we're here, we're gone, we're here, we're gone. And just wasting so much time. Remember, I said 1 minute 45, you want to stop breaking over those hatches, or at least at 1 minute 30. W7M are nowhere near that pace right now. They're super far behind.
They're gonna have to sink their teeth into this open area hold that we see Loban and Dash still on. Good coordination, but Dash gets the last laugh on the KZ. Not before JV can follow up. The advantage for W7M. Dots is gone as well. More pressure onto the shoulders of these 2 remaining defenders down below. Los just gained the lead. They don't want to relinquish it this quickly, but W7M are showing an eagerness to tie it up.
This is ridiculous. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Cameraman be the hero now? He'll need to be. Nitro Cell to open up one of the doorways, giving him vision. Holding that TCSG. Oh, slaughtering JV92. Do not count out that weapon. There's smoke. Depriving him of the line of sight, and with a glance on the board! Cameraman looking with that experience!
Fuser.
Philippe Hawks and Cameraman in a 1v1. Diffuser down, to hunt for kills, to push them to not... Cameraman gets it done! Los on that point!
This guy's played the game for 6.5 years at a professional level. 18 international finals appearances and a major trophy to boot. FaZe, the memories of that team long since passed, but a new identity can be carved for himself with this team of Los. Cameraman, 30 years of age, but damn, he's still got it.
He flipped that round single-handedly, and it was a back and forth, right? Low started off hot. A phenomenal mid-round adaptation from W7M to regain control over that open area portion and gain a numbers advantage out of nowhere. And 1v4 with the TCG in hand, Cameraman being enabled, taking those 1v1s, winning every single time, rotating around beautifully, reading that situation perfectly, and seals the round for Los. That's gotta feel good if you're Cameraman.
Not much feels better than that. Standing ovation from the crowd as he stood up after achieving that 1 versus 3 clutch where he realistically never should have won. How much does that weigh on W7M's conscience now?
Yeah.
2 match points before Los to send us to a 4th map. We were wondering, is this going to be the most dominant final we have seen since the Paris Major? Well, I don't think so anymore. Los are fighting every single round for a chance to push us to another map.
No, it's certainly changed. And I mean, the thing is, if you're W7M, I mean, you should have won that round. So it's a 4v1. Like, you don't want to run at your opponent. The thing is, Cameraman, he can't shoot straight. This guy's done for. No, you do not underestimate anybody in a 4 versus 1. That's how you lose those rounds. You open yourself to be vulnerable, and then all you gotta do is shoot back a little bit.
We hate to point the finger, by the way, but that was all on Philippe Hawks not covering when the glass pushed up.
That's a fair point.
The Lion died over by vault. You knew that he was by that vault door. You knew that he was by the overturned bank cart. So what do? You put the glass in position to get the cross. That's great. But Philippe Hawks needs to watch lockers. He wasn't in that position to do it, and it cost them dearly.
Yeah, big boo-boo for the birthday boy, but there's still a chance to make a comeback here for W7M. They are still the favorite team in this match, and they are still incessant on these attacks. Good drone work. Dash flashed out. He's got a solid position with this Echo inside of the elevator. But this fortress on the bomb site has slowly but surely been whittled away by the W7M attack.
It's one of the first rounds where it's about Low sitting still in corners and playing the objective. So W7M, all they gotta do is problem solve here. They got the capital fire. They've already used their nades though, so they have to make a 3-2-1 style execute up a staircase somewhere and break this apart.
Damage is now being done to Philippe Hawks. His ascent begins on the stairs. Maya, the first pick. Goodbye to Herds. Looking far more mortal in this map than we've seen throughout most of this event. Relatively even kills across the board for both teams, in fact. But that doesn't work well for W7M, who are currently behind in kills. Maya wants some more, boys.
He's a hungry man. KZ on the other side, fast superior HP. Nade looking to regroup with his team. W7M have not committed to a square push as of yet. They need to find an opening, but Dots is about to give them one! No, he will not! He'll shut them on down. W7M claw back a single kill, but for the 3 that have fallen, it may be the end of W7M on bank. Los looking to shut down the Brazilian dominance. But not if JV's got anything to say about it. A 1v2 looks so winnable for the Hibana. JV, another player spotted! 4
4 kills! Dash, hold your breath! The round is finally over! JV can't deny! The first map belongs to us!
Oh my god, it's been so long since we've seen an echo clutch in a round, but it happened here, and it came down to the very last second on the third map, and Los are looking alive, and they have just proved to us now that this will be a series.
Well, Jesse's got the breakdown on that, and oh boy, I don't even know what you want to focus on, since there were so many great moments. Jesse, take it away.
Thank you, Parker. I will. There were a ton of crazy good moments throughout that game, but I wanted to focus on one which I think showed both an example of poor coordination and good coordination in the same round. This is round number 5, the start of the comeback coming through, and we're trying to clear the execute on the top floor, right? We're going to have Ying Candelas coming through from Maya to start things off, and the way W7M responds to this is very discoordinated. They're going to do 3 separate things with 3 separate players. KZ is on the square stairs. He's going to come up and try to help out his teammates, reacting to the Candelas by getting aggressive. Nade is going to run away with the Candelas. He's top floor. He's going to try to escape to respond to the Candelas. And then the last person top floor, Herds, is not going to do anything. He's going to sit still, letting his teammates move around him. All 3 of these players are doing different things to respond to this Candela, and it's gonna end up going horribly for them. Watch it come through, and take a look first over by square stairs. KZ, he's gonna be the one taken down from Skylight. You can't see the frag going down because the player's on the roof, but he will go down. Then you're gonna see some damage get taken on onto Nade as he runs away. He falls off to go back down the stairs. And then check out this coordination going on to Herds. Even in the chaotic top clear, they go for a really coordinated push with 2 separate angles. Loban and Maya isolating this player because he's the only one left on the top floor and taking him down. This is excellently done to coordinate and take that top floor clear. Boom, easy little pick. Now you've got a massive 2-man advantage. Now, it's a relatively simple execute from here on out. They're going to drop the stock hatch, but I wanted to show you because it was so clean anyways. So we'll watch this happen. First, you're going to check out just how the sledge drops in with the frag grenade, and watch how he tosses it as he drops down to find a pick to start this off. There he goes, throws the nade. Boom, Philippox ends up falling from the grenade. He will get finished off shortly after this. And then they do get 1 singular trade back, but as this goes on through, check a look at, again, the angles. We've got 1 person dropping the hatch. We've got 1 person coming in through the doorway. 1 person is going to end up coming in through the breach, and then 1 person coming in through printer. They've got so many angles to isolate Nade, who is all alone because the last player, you can't really see him on the camera, but he's over here on the right-hand side, completely trying to watch the flank, but nobody's coming from that direction. Again, miscoordination coming through from W7M and perfect coordination from Los. Now, we'll watch the end of this. You'll see the trades come through. Again, it's an advantaged execute, but I still did think it was extremely clean and worth showcasing. That is one of the rounds that started the comeback for Los. They struggled on their attacks, but this was a brilliantly executed one. Pengu on the cast talked about how the idea on the top floor roam from W7M just wasn't the play, and I think this is a great example of why it didn't work out. They will win the final frag. There it is, and we get to see Los come back and stay alive in this series. We have 3 beautiful people on the desk to break down the rest of this game, so let's go over there and see what they have to say.
Aw, thanks so much, Jesse. Okay, what about that comeback? Is Los turning it around? Okay, I mean, honestly, after that map, I am a believer. We gotta talk about cameraman. I was literally elbowing and punching fresh. Laxing, cameraman, clutch, king.
Listen, I was trying to be biased a little bit, but I found myself in that 1v4 just getting hyped, and then when he clutched, I said, yeah!
We were all screaming.
I mean, it was an amazing clutch from cameraman, and Pengu and all them were touching up on it. Just because you're old doesn't mean you don't got it.
Oh man, he is a veteran, but he's shown us why he's been in the game so long, right, Fresh?
It was that composure. That's exactly what it was. In that environment, 1v4, just isolate your 1v1 engagements and win them, and that's exactly what he did. I actually thought Lost did exactly what I hoped that they would do. Start out on the attack, get a foothold. Wasn't a great attack half by all means, but that round that Jesse just illustrated, it got them that 2-4 split. And then if and when W7M make any mistakes, as we see this cameraman clutch now, if they make any mistakes, you best be there and you best take your opportunities, because that was a clutch. The round beforehand in Tellers was a 2v3 clutch. The very final round that we're about to see was a 1v1 clutch with the Echo Drone. It wasn't the cleanest of games from Lost at all, right? But W7M made enough mistakes and they were there to capitalize on them. That's the key thing, is they capitalized on the mistakes, punished them, and now they've got a foothold in this best of 5.
And we were talking about it. We were struggling watching Los play those rounds because they were playing individually and W7M was just eating it apart. But once cameraman maybe made a call saying, hey, we need to start working together, we need to start playing with one another, we need to start playing this trade game, that's when you started seeing that bounce back from Los. Yep. And even in those clutch rounds, sure, W7M were making those mistakes, but that's what Siege is. It's mistakes. It's a lot of mistakes. You have to hope the other team makes mistakes, and you got to hope that you can capitalize off those mistakes. That's what Los was doing beautifully.
I also think Los was taking it back to the basics with intel, utility. Laxine, you were like, Jackie, they're not playing together, they're playing individually, and then later you're like, okay, Jackie, they're gelling.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go back to the basics. You don't got to do anything extra. You don't got to make comms hectic. You don't got to make the play hectic. You just got to play with your teammate, play confident, and that's exactly what we were seeing.
Yeah, and I think it was a distinct change in the style. That's exactly what they did, was just double up, start trying to overwhelm some of the W7M players, start making the trade game in their favor, and they did it perfectly. You know, it took a while, and it took a while for them to even settle into this best of 5, but they're here now, and that win and the manner in which they won it will give them a lot of confidence.
Okay, crowd, y'all ready for another map? Okay, well, we're gonna take a short break, but we'll be right back.
We are Scars, this is Siege Snacks. アメリカとかしてない？いや、そうそうそう。ありますか？甘い。デザート系がいて、スイーツ。お、うまそう。なんか絶対美味しい。パン系。甘そう。これはうまいよ。これは大丈夫。これはうまい。いただきます。いただきます。いただきます。うまい。マジでうまい。これうまいわ。何？大丈夫？こいつ？みんな酸っぱくない。大丈夫？これ。大丈夫？マックス。怖っ。飲み系の見えてんの？僕ね。うまいよ。うまいよ。レモン系の風味あるよ。チョンチ風景のあるある食べたことあるこれおーピーナッツやんバターみたいなパサパサやこれだけいただきますいただきますピーナッツバターじゃねピーナッツうまいヤミーっぽくないなんか酸っぱい。酸っぱい。まあでも多分まあでもピーナッツバタージェリーサンドですね。Yes。まあ全然5個中3個ぐらい。おおうまそう。うまそう。これチーズタルトじゃん。シナモンっぽいね。あシナモンだ。いただきます。いただきます。いただきます。これどう作ってくる？覚えてくるんだ。くそ。くそ。あ、ちょっといただきます。うまい。シナモンオンリータルト。俺好きだよこれ。こんなに。俺好きだよ。いやシナモンだよ。チュロス多すぎる。がパンケンパイです。パンケン？これキャラメルじゃねえよ。かぼちゃなの？かぼちゃじゃない。新しいねこれは。俺好きだよ。まあ俺もいやいやし。全然あったら食べる。じゃあ食い。うんこ。半分。中くらい。ぜひアメリカに来たらパンプキンパイ食べてみてください。シーズン3個見てくれてありがとうございました。またメジャーでお会いしましょう。バイバイ。バイバイ。
was clear as day. Okay, well, Los has an uphill battle. We love that last map, though, but we got to be real here. Okay, so I do want to talk about desperation versus daring, though. On that last map, though, they were fighting so hard. They did not seem scared at all. Nothing to lose.
No, I think they found the rhythm that they need to be playing at and the playstyle that they need to be delivering towards W7M to break through that W7M brick wall that's been in front of them, and they did break through it. But it's a matter, can they continue to keep passing that?
It's the very first time we've seen Lost really get a grip on how W7M play. Yeah. And even then, it was a scrappy game. So we want to see them, you know, especially in one half, we want to see them compete throughout the whole game.
Definitely.
Because they lost the first half on Bank, and then they had to bring it back. And they did bring it back. But now they've got that grip on the understanding of how W7M play. They've settled into it. They've won a map. I'm hoping Lost can start showing us the Lost that we've seen throughout this tournament.
Okay, so map 4 Cafe. This could get real fun, y'all. I was talking to Fresh and Laxine about this, and both these teams love this map.
Yeah, I mean, Los showed a big surprise against DZ, completely stumping them all the way through that map, catching them in, FaZe. Completely thrown off FaZe in that map. You know, hiding in these little spots with Dash and Dats, playing off each other. That's where we really saw those two players shine specifically. So going into this map, you're gonna have to think for W7M.
Yep.
How are you gonna fix that? How are you gonna find them on this map? Where are you gonna stop them? Where's gonna be those points where those initial engagements are gonna happen? How are you gonna contest that?
Okay.
And I know that Jesse is probably in the back somewhere, like, being so happy, because yesterday he really wanted to see W7M and GT go head-to-head on Cafe because of the way that W7M play it and the way Brazilian Siege, we saw it from Lost yesterday, plays this map. It's very fast, it's very electric. It's not the standard boring, slow default Cafe that starts from top red. So both of these teams, you know, it's a saying on Cafe is that if you win your attacks, you're going to win the game. But for both of these teams, they're both super comfortable attacking Cafe. W7M had more than a 50% round win rate on it historically, on their attacks, and Lost yesterday on their attacks. They were just slapping FaZe around. So I'm very, very excited to see this Cafe, and I think it will all pin on the first half because W7M will be starting on the attack. If they can get a few rounds and kind of silence Lost a bit, then, you know, it could be Jova. But if Lost start winning some of those Cafe attacks, the momentum might change.
What's this look? You were giving him the side eye.
Well, the beautiful thing for W7 going into this, granted losing that game, is they haven't shown it yet. They haven't shown it at this event, and similar to what Los was doing, they hadn't played their maps or showed their maps, and they showed that they put a lot of work on it. So W7 does have that VOD. They do have that advantage, that prep going into this map. So Los is really going to have to apply what we were talking about in that bank, because you said it was a scrappy game. It wasn't, you know, a completely one-sided affair. Los really has to come off this starting strong, because if they don't, W7M has that surprise card of not knowing of Los of what's going to be happening throughout that map.
Okay, crowd. Who's winning? W7M? Los? Okay, Pengu, Intero, Dev, the crowd has spoken. Take it away.
I could say all they want, but the teams themselves have to speak. And W7M usually leaves that talk for inside of the server. Now, we go to their favored map.
Yeah.
And they've been knocked off a little bit on their stride with that bank result, but do we honestly think it's going to change the trajectory of W7M when it comes to this grand finals?
I mean, I think if you find your pacing like Jack said, you figure out how W7M are playing these rounds, you can figure things out, but the thing is, you go from Bang to Cafe, it doesn't play out the same way.
In my view, doesn't matter what map we go to, every single map in this series, W7M will be the favorites. Los have to be the underdogs. They're going up against the reigning major champions when they didn't even make it to the previous major. However, Cafe, the last time W7M played this, they lost it to FaZe and it closed 5-7. Yesterday, Los took down FaZe on Cafe 7-2. If that doesn't give you hope for Los, I have no idea what will.
There might be a little bit of magic here, and slowly but surely that prediction meter is changing. Going into Bank, it was 70-30 for W7M. Now it's 53-47. Do you believe in Los? I'm going to channel my Jacob and say, that wasn't good enough. Do you believe in Los? We've got Cafe ready. Is this the end of the road for Los, or are they pushing all the way to map 5? Let's find out.
speaking to the mental side of things, you know, I've been down 0-2 in a best of 5 before. And what does it feel like? Well,
it feels great.
It feels great, right?
For me.
You got nothing to lose. No, it feels great for you. As a player, though, I don't think this changed much mentally for Lowe's because things haven't changed for them yet. They're still so far away from winning. It's still backs against the walls. It's still do or die for them. I think they're in the same exact mental position as they were on Bank. But if they win out on Cafe, goes at 5th and final level Skyscraper, that's when they might get emotional because now it feels like it's just within their reach.
The difference going into Cafe is that Lowe's confidence has got to be at an all-time high.
Yeah.
After winning their first map on the back of heroic moment after heroic moment, Maya having some huge multi-kill rounds, Cameraman with his unbelievable clutch. That puts Lowe's in a position where they now believe the fairy tale could become a reality. W7M forced to sweat for the first time in what feels like a hell of a long tournament. In fact, prior to that map of Bank, the only team that had managed to take a map off of W7M was GK Esports, who did it twice. Now Los has joined that rank, and they're looking for a second.
So, the things we saw on Bank that worked out for Los, they were on their attacking side, always flexing on operators they were playing, you know, really showing they can play all styles of Siege, and they kept W7M guessing as to what defenders to bring out. Right now, Los is starting on the defensive side. What worked for them on Bank was, you know, roaming around the map, in their face, shutting down the entries, and making W7M work for every inch of the map. On Bank, that's very easy because the map is very wide open, but on Cafe, you're fighting window repels, you're fighting hatches on the roof, so they gotta figure out a slightly different game plan that's going to counter W7M because doing it the exact same as Bank is not gonna get you that same result.
Cafe can get a bit claustrophobic on some of these floors, right? And prior to its rework, Consulate was in that same vein. It was a relatively linear map, and most of the criticisms were that engagements were long-range but confined to a hallway or two. Now you've got this big vertical skybox that you have to fight against. Every floor is going to be a factor on almost every single bomb site. And the struggle with Cafe has and always will be getting into the map, because there are so many ways that you can get pounced upon by defenders if you don't drone out delivery, if you don't drone out a skylight, if you try to swing through a window and there's somebody sitting in a rack corner inside a bathroom, you are doomed.
Speaking of rack corners, already one player is underneath the red hatch. I'm not sure what Dots is playing at. Is he intending to stay here, hoping that Philippox will open it with the sledge and he will find an early pick? W7M have been very slow approaching the building, which is the right play because Los is so prepared for this. Here comes the C4! The timing was just off the C4, just misplaced. And for Loban, he misses his opportunity. Dots has also fallen back now too.
Keep up the pace, right? Like on Bank, get in their face, slow them down, make it problematic for them.
Herds didn't have a great game in the previous map. You have to wonder if that's part of the culprit. He dies first, but KZ has his back. Securing the pick onto Dots. As now Dash tries to run through back bar, but doesn't get anywhere for it.
I would say trading 1-for-1 on this map heavily favors defense because of how it is to break apart the bomb site itself. So that initial trade is really good for Lowe's. Then losing Dash or death on Warden is not great either. But Cameraman, he saves the round maybe once more, but evening it back to a 3v3.
These Razor Blooms are going to be a factor as well. Though Thorn's pick rate isn't as high as it could be, you can use those Razor Blooms in one of two ways. Number one, combine it with another operator and actually have them do serious damage. Or number two, the way a lot of teams tend to use them, is area denial right here. Philippox immediately needs to reposition. He gets away safely, but the defenders know where he is, and it has forced him out of a comfortable spot, potentially into an engagement that he would lose.
Piano control has not fully been established for W7M. Here comes Nate though, he's snuck deep into bar, and with the castle barricade on the bar backstore, it does protect him somewhat. Loban in an awkward position. I don't think Los have any clue whatsoever, but Maya is in the perfect position. What? And the second now for Maya. JB92, Maya gets another. Los kick off Cafe with a dominant round to start, thanks to An insane 3K from Maya.
I honestly think that was a scenario that W7M were not prepared for. It was such a free plant, right? The bar wasn't broken, the door was cancelled off, there was nowhere to shut down the plant, there was no C4, no verticality, no nothing. But Maya snuck up the long bar and just wins 2 gunfights back to back and basically baited W7M into a plant position where he said, I am the better individual player, I will win this 1v1 and I will take the round.
You go back to the previous map, by the way, that is 6 rounds in a row for Los.
Wow.
They went on quite a run. They were flawless.
Oh my God.
There seems to be something cut out of that sign. I don't know what it was.
There are so many things that you can do with the W7M name. I've seen a lot of creativity from the signs in the crowd. Look down for a second, you will miss it. Do not look down, guys. Do not make that mistake.
What it?
Oh?
L O.
We're workshopping.
S.
We're workshopping. That's...
I like that.
Okay.
We'll come back to you and check in on progress later.
I think they were trying to do, was it SSG? I don't know.
No, it was LOS.
LOS.
Oh.
Where have you been for the last 3 hours?
They were chanting SSG 2 maps ago.
And they showed the players in the camera, man. All right.
Oh, no.
Good job, partner.
Again.
Make it about SSG here, shall we?
This is not my fault.
It's so
This is your fault.
This is not my fault.
Can I try something?
You may.
Do you guys miss TSM? Any TSM chance? TSM!
Well, we did get to see Bolo play earlier today, so I guess we'll have to be satisfied with that.
His name was Bolo.tsm.
Exactly.
He has to cling to that world championship now.
It's kind of like someone else in this cast clinging to dreams of the past.
They made Bolo have to do a community cast with King George, so, I mean...
I feel bad for him, man. He downgraded.
I have to pity him a
He's
little
looking
bit.
for us.
King George is currently giving me the middle finger. It's like... It's 2/3 of a normal-sized finger. They are currently live co-streaming.
Yeah, and I think that there is going to be an engagement here, so just turning our attention back to the game for a brief moment. Dash seems to dash away. For a brief moment, he takes some damage, but safe now in reading. Loban reveals his position on the white stairs. This, by the way, is a defense down of kitchen cooking. And Los have already wasted half the round with this roam.
It's just like Bank all over again, right? Extensive roam, with the Solis, find those cameras, shut them down and stall for time. 5 drones killed already, half the round to go. And they're just waiting for the first move here, but the gunfight favors JV.
It's not really a necessary swing for either. I mean, you didn't need to provoke that altercation. It did either way. White stairs still held at the moment by W7M. Philippe Hawks trying to follow up on it.
They're actually so aggressive here. I think all of the defenders are offside.
Oh my!
But they've been read perfectly. Loban on his rotation, back cut down. W7M have a very swift reply for Los's opening round.
1 kill separating them from a flawless round. I look like a fool. I said it's hard to get into the building, and W7M said not for us.
The thing is, these rounds are always so different between these two teams. It's never really going the expected way, I would say. But I love the roam. I love the fact that W7M, Los, they're sticking to their guns, saying, we're gonna work out this roam, win the round on the roam. But again, it comes down to the game of adaptation. If you know there are 3-4 roamers and you kill the 1 or 2 members on the bomb site, you can just rush it. It's yours for the taking. Get down the diffuser and force the defenders to basically play like an attacking team. They gotta retake the bomb site now instead. And I mean, you see it. You run down the staircase, you just don't win those gunfights.
The thing that really continues to impress me for W7M is how well of a read they always seem to have on Los. That round, for example, Los thought, hey, they're going to fight us on the roam, so let's re-aggress. Let's push more roamers up the brown stairs and see if we can make this a 4 versus 2 on the roam. But it's not going to happen because W7M are so patient. A lot of teams would require 4 versus 4, 5 versus 5, a minute and a half to go to try and make and execute onto kitchen work, but not so for W7M. They've got the read that they know they can expend more time in the mid-round and cut down the roamers from Los, even if that means playing the excessively patient game.
I love this as well. They're just Los are going to play different bomb sites here. We typically see people play this, the mining and dining bomb site when Mirror is open, Mirror is available, but not actually in play. Instead, it's a plant and eye from below with the Solus that works like a post, can figure out where the plant is going down, use the impact grenade or primary shotgun to open up the floor, and shut it down. Then, the same way they won Bank in that final moment, it's the Echo, more plant and eye. So the defense heavily playing around the clock as a piece of utility. They want to slow down W7M and then deny the plant on 0 seconds and win the round off that play.
I think this might be a mistake. It's been a really long time before the hatch was opened here by W7M. They did allow a lot of extra map control. A beeper. Oh, it does cue Loban to look for some re-aggression and take down Herds, who's been asleep since his reign of terror on map number 2.
That's IQ. Echo all of a sudden could be a massive operator in this round. Same with Cameron on the Solus, little intel operators. No counterplay now from the side of the attack, and that's going to mean these Yokai Jones can advance up to a more aggressive position.
I mean, look at the lineup from the defenders. Hard-pressed to find a better lineup that a Solus can take advantage, or that an IQ can take advantage of, especially with the Solus. So, a huge loss for W7M early on. Philippe Hawks. He's Logan. Now creeping up, Maya on the board to eliminate KZ. Philippe Hawks was searching for Dash earlier, but the Wamaya's managed to scoot away. That's cocktail control at the moment. The Sledge can go to work to start hammering away at those floors. Not the correct bomb site underneath them, though. It's not reading, it's mining.
Here's information as well from Maya as he sees the roof open up directly above him for Leapox. Low on teammates, and as a result, information as well. These vertical lines of sight not likely to find much as W7M, the time continues to slip away for them, and Los can sit back knowing full well that come the final push, they have a slew of options for plant denial. They do not need to over-aggress in this mid-round.
Well, time left. It was pointed out earlier in the round that W7M were maybe dragging their feet a little bit, but the good thing about the mining bomb site is you can vault in the window or rappel in this case and immediately get the diffuser down. All it takes is the 7-second timer. JV watching for Loban, but hold on a second, cameraman is down below. W7M don't necessarily have the time to go fighting him, so he'll have to stay for the time being. But the return to the bomb site for Los works out perfectly. They take the round.
That is a classic example of making it so difficult to problem solve and attack a round on Cafe. You're playing all 3 floors, top, mid, and downstairs. So many different win conditions, so many different tools to use, and you get the IQ shut down early, so the one piece of counterplay in terms of operator lineup disappears instantaneously.
And as soon as that IQ evaporated from the server, you've got Echo, who not only, of course, is great for plant denial in the late round, but for assisting those roamers in the early and mid-round, the Echo is the perfect tool. You've got a drone on a defense that can then aggress onto the attackers, support your roamers for re-aggressive moments, which we saw plenty of. You can also get information so you know where not to go, not to expose your lines of sight. What's more, you got the Solus for plant denial from below, but she can also help. Los is riding the bull. They're looking to tame the bulls at the moment.
That's actually amazing.
The Solus as well, just so good as a self-sufficient operator. It was kicked off by Loban taking down Hertz, and that man advantage is what set up Los for a dominant rest of the round.
We spent so much time in this matchup talking about W7M's individual gun skill. And for good reason. I mean, we see what Herds does. You don't need to be a top-tier analyst to break that down. We've seen what KZ is capable of. JV92 as well. Even Philippe Hawks and Native had their time in the sun. But outside of Loban, we haven't been able to heap a lot of praise on Los because it's been a relatively even contest. But the whole team has been able to not just compete with W7M, but every team they've come up against. They are no slouch when it comes to gun skill, and we are finally seeing excellent examples of that here on Cafe.
Yeah, really it's a team effort for them, and they're also playing all 4 bomb sites, changing things up because now they've shown everything. So W7, they got an idea and the feel for how they're gonna start play out those defensive rounds. So they're gonna keep changing as much as possible, keep them guessing. Now they're going for rat plays, hiding in corners in 2 separate areas, and it's high risk and a high reward. But look at W7M, they are so passive outside the building. Just now reached it, and immediately C4 comes out of nowhere. It shuts down Hertz. That's Finka off the board.
Herds, a shadow of his form that we saw earlier today on map 2. KZ has to compensate. This bomb site is down and reading. Los flexing their depth on Cafe, taking us to a 4th different bomb site as KZ's nade is sent on through, but caught by the magnet, of course. And W7M are staring down a very difficult task. Here comes a very good nade, though. Dash red to perfection. W7M can equalize the numbers.
You won't be able to do that anytime soon.
Oh, God.
I just had to get
this. Loban's got this, I'm telling you right now. This rat play, you expect one. You check behind the cigar shop. You do not expect a second. But Philippox has gone very deep. Oh, wall bang takes out Maya. The round flipped upon its head. And
Did you see his face, by the way?
I did not.
Did you see his face?
I wish
it was
I had.
surprise. It was very surprised.
Thing is, the door is cancelled, unfortunately. He can't actually go for the flank, so this rat play pays up. He's gonna flank the wide hallways. That's gonna take a long time, and he doesn't know there's a drone or an air jab waiting for him.
No rotation. Man, Loban really struggling for options at the moment. There are so many players on this top floor. There's one, takes him down. Nade shut out. That's hard breach gone. Might not matter on this side, however.
He knows that he's got this piano portion, cigar, completely intact. He'll keep their attention from above. But it becomes do or die for W7M. A 3v3 that W7M takes an advantage of with cameraman down for the count. Philippox planting the diffuser as Doc's firing away. 90 is where he gets jumped upon. Now it's all up to Loban. Good enough for one. He'll continue to trudge forward, but it's a game of keep away as now JV repositions and he gets it done.
I really feel like Loban should have gotten more value out of that top floor room, and there's two ways he could have gotten it. Either trigger discipline, he sees Hibana, instead of shooting instantaneously, walk up that hallway, get in towards that cocktail portion, look for a double kill. It's really, really risky, but if he can make it happen, it could basically be the round. The other option, you rip down that castle barricade inside Cigar, and you force another avenue to flank from, but he went for that passive play, drop down the wide staircase, back towards the bomb site, but you can't really get anywhere from that. Plant is going down, post plant's upstairs. There's no realistic way to win unless it's a massive blunder from the attack inside.
And W7M have tightened up their ship on this map of Cafe. Round by round, it's back and forth. Los, W7M, Los, W7M. Could it be 2 rounds in a row for the attack now? That would be a turning point in this half. Already, we're 2-2. The attackers have essentially hit their path of the course, attacking onto this map. And even when they don't have information, they are so confident to make the first move. Philippox with impeccable game sense as well, in disbelief that he could even find that kill.
I mean, that wall bang literally got them top floor control, and they didn't have to fight for it, no drone was needed, etc. And Cafe, Jack said on the desk, when Brazil plays this map, it's very fast-paced and fun. Whereas in Europe and North America, it can be a bit of a slugfest, right? Very slow rounds, etc. One of the ways that Brazil, they have innovated Cafe, especially top floor attack, comes from the back of Philippox's Grim right now, where you can go on cocktail window rappel, shoot out the Bs, they red ping the defenders, play on the A bomb site, then you can nade them, or go below inside a library, do vertical play, etc. Or if there's no one there, you have that information to make a play off of. So we might just see some of that revolutionized way to play Cafe in this upcoming round.
Nitro cell tossed out by Loban as he'd gone fishing under the hatch, but it doesn't prevail. Sails out, nobody there. Now Herds with the skeleton key to make his own line of sight. Can't get it done. Cameraman dies to KZ. W7M finding life that was missing through most of Bank. Ooh. Not exactly having that much of a difficulty getting into the map.
Really feels like Losa not just going for these rat plays because they think they're in W7M's heads, but they're actually relying on these rat plays. 2 separated roamers on this second floor when the bomb site is up above. It's a very heavy commitment, and I think it might be a bad read from Los. W7M have done a good job of picking apart cameraman, and Dots is in a very awkward position to support his team.
Yeah, they got that downstairs attack, so now the Beast can go out, they can do the very bit, but Dots he went unnoticed. No drone found him downstairs.
Loban might have an opportunity as well inside a Cigar. Close to the bomb site, but he's missed it now as it sailed away over towards red.
Oh.
Follows up on the bump. As Herds is looking on a completely different floor. It's been a quick round so far.
Fortune has favored the brave for Los, and that is now Dots down below in Laundry. Philippox is checking every single corner. He will surely check Laundry as well, but it's about winning this close-range gunfight. Damage dealt both ways. Philippox gets it. Now the numbers are even once again.
That's a swing or be swung moment, man. I mean, you have to take those opportunities they present themselves. Kill though for Nade. W7M with the advantage. Just a little under a minute to go.
Yeah, it's looking grim though. Dash for the clutch in a 1v3.
Oh, he knows two players are on that window. Does Dash, but he's getting pushed from behind. Trapped in a corner. Like a trapped animal. He is put down, and with that, W7M finally on Cafe have got the lead.
I honestly didn't like that attack from W7M whatsoever. They were very disjointed. I know they won the round, but it looked like they had a clear game plan. Take down Stealth Control with the Bug and with the Finger, nades and the Skeleton Key, clear out Cocktail, beast in the window like I mentioned earlier. Oh no. And work off of that. But instead they rotate
what
around.
team?
Let's leave them to just live in that fantasy land. Gotta say, how confused would you be to be one of the players on stage right now, hearing a team that's been eliminated chanted in the crowd?
You're playing with the noise cancelling headset. And you're like, guys, are they cheering for us or for them? And it's like, I think it's neither. It happens though. I mean, I've been to events before as well, because you can kind of hear what the crowd saying if they do it together. You know, when they chant a team, you can say, okay, it's dun dun dun. That's gotta be like SSG or TSM, for example. And you gotta deduct like what they're doing. And sometimes I've sat there and been like, that's not us, and it's not our opponent. So I guess they're just having fun with it.
I'd want to live in fantasy land that it's loss. W7M. W7.
Oh, good luck with that one.
Too many syllables in
W7M. I struggle when I say their name like 2-3 times in a sentence. My tongue will get tied up on itself. Doesn't like it.
Ayo?
Ayo? Whoa.
Maybe we need to say it the Portuguese way. W7M.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Did you prep that?
I actually asked W7M to teach me how to say Vamos W7M.
Oh.
They did.
Right, now you're just showing off.
I am. We're tight like that.
In Danish, it would be a W7M. It's not very sexy. But Canadian. Oh, wait. Speak English. It's kind of lame.
Yeah, here in America, we just say W7M, brother.
Bro.
You don't want to know what we say down under.
No. I don't even know how you have television when half the words you use sound like swear words. I don't know.
Kitchen bomb site, 4 lows, last round of the half, and there's no doubt this is a very pivotal round for their campaign.
Oh.
And they lose the opening engagement. Cameraman desperate to make good, but he is punished as well. This could be the end of the line for Los. W7M, a 2-player advantage and plenty of time to convert onto the ground floor.
And this is the thing you said, it, desperation from Cameraman. Previously on Bank, they didn't make that many desperate plays on the defensive side because they were pretty solid, but now one thing goes the wrong way, Dash is 0-5, and someone else, this time Cameraman, feels like he has to make up where his teammate falls short, but the outcome is a 3 versus 5 instead.
It's typical. I mean, teams will try to course correct and they'll tip over. It's like when you know you're paddling and the boat's going in one direction, lean to the other side, you do it too much, you're just going to capsize in the other direction.
That's right?
And if you're a younger team, you're going to commit those mistakes, which Los is. I mean, a team for a year and a half with, yes, a veteran player on it, but he doesn't control everybody on the squad.
No, but he controls himself, and Cameraman has found himself too often in positions where he is seceding an advantage or a salvageable round. He did not need to overpeak there, and now there's a serious shot for W7M to win this half outright, 4-2 on the unfavored side. As they spiral, another pick is found. Herd's back in form finally, but Maya has been the saving grace for Los. He needs a lot more than the one he has gifted them thus far. Outside the bakery door, KZ looks to meet him, but Maya finds another quick headshot, now peeking again. What is happening? Finally shut down by JV. Loban trapped into a corner. He needs to win his first. The lead box on the other side with the pistol. 4 rounds for W7M. Inches them closer and closer to a second major trophy.
It's so much hope for Loban in that engagement, especially for Maya before he died, but it's W7M doing what they do best. They hunt you down and they set up for trades. Even when 3 players die to somebody on Los, you've still got 2 more there to trade it out. It is miraculously good play, and it is so fun to watch.
I honestly thought Maya had it. I saw it, you know, the vault through the flick. He had it on lock, but like a few bullets going just a pixel off his target. And that gunfight, unfortunately, becomes his demise. Instead, he leaves one man standing. They both run out of ammo. They both go for that secondary. The attack, they were quicker. W7M, they get the better half. 4-2. Now they go on to defense. Hey, yo. And now we get a little bit worried again for Los.
It's plays like this from Maya that give you hope.
Yeah.
Hope that just makes this moment all the more painful.
One bullet,
it would have been either way. It was such a winnable clutch for Loban. Such a big play for Maya. Close, but no cigar. And now the half has fallen by the wayside for Los. Their defense is in the past. They only conjured 2 rounds in that half. They will have to have an unbelievable attacking side in order to make this comeback happen.
Los moving on to attack. I think we can all agree that this round is hugely important. If W7 goes up 5-2, it sets the stage for what will likely be the inevitable downfall of Los. So for these first 2 attacking rounds, what do Los absolutely need to do?
Well, that's the thing, right? I want them to be flexible on the attacking side, but that means they gotta play multiple rounds in a row. They don't have that time right now, so they come out the gate swinging right now. They gotta get that opening kill, they gotta hold on to the advantage, and they gotta play a disciplined round. Expect aggression, expect them to lash out if they fall in numbers. But right now, it's a utility game. Piano and Cigar, castled off, ADS is on the floor, Aruni gets as well. KZ locking it down right now, he has to get cleared first.
Awkward position for him. He has been spotted. He gets away swiftly. Los did not peek. They do not want to give him unnecessary ones, but now he's in a far more favorable defensive position and a far more difficult one to flush out as well. Los have missed their opportunity to make an easy kill out of KZ, and as a result, they will have to go for the more complicated, the more difficult route of clearing him out.
They forced it back, so they balanced a little bit of map space, you know, on that bottom mid drop. And look at Cigar very shortly. Casey's gonna swing in for a drone here, and if they can't really stick around for too long, he's gonna take too much damage from those stingers off of this entry on minibar.
He's constantly being harassed by this drone as it goes out. KZ thought that he had the read on to Dash without a kill yet in this match. Loban has snuck his way in. He knows he's got one by Pillar. He sees the shoulder. Down goes Philippe from below. This push can continue to move forward now as Loban guides them on in. Herds inching up. The next one to potentially engage. Safe by the bomb chassis. Cameraman punishing JV92, playing over by White. But Herds gives some staying power to W7M.
His position is revealed though, and he is so exposed he needs to win this fight, but Dutch bests him, sits him on down. Fire to pair up for a second. Dash to finalize. Los will not go down without fighting tooth and nail. 3 rounds straight for W7M, but met now with resistance as Los find their first attack of the second half.
And that was the important part right there. They start building that attacking momentum as well as confidence. And I wanted them to change things up, you know, the operators over multiple rounds. They realized they don't got the time. They got to do it right now. It was a quick one. It started off with just forcing back KC from Piano because they knew all they need, a little bit of Cigar control, a little bit of Piano presence, and then a quick 3, 2, 1, go through that bomb side. They had the numbers, they traded successfully, and it looked like it was going to be a very difficult round, but they made it look relatively easy.
They did, and it shows how much that opening kill can have a profound impact on the round. Both of these teams are so good at capitalizing on a numbers advantage. And so when Loban found this, thanks to Philippox getting a little bit too antsy, it meant the round was done.
And that's a 3, 2, 1, right? Get the kill, walk in freezer, walk down the long bar. Even if you lose a gunfight somewhere else, a trade will follow shortly after. And this is what I mean. Operator changed the adaptability from Los, just like on Bank. They play util first round. Now they're playing Fink and Nook and the Monty. So a completely different style of round, different pace, and it's gonna force W7 to pick up, you know, what do they want to counter? What kind of operators do they think they're gonna go up against? Because it's attackers with attacker repick, they can change on the fly with the prep-based intel, whereas W7, they gotta stick something every single time, trying to predict what the outcome is going to be.
Took Dash up until that round to get on the board. He had the final kill upstairs in back bar as the rest of the team did most of the legwork. He's playing on Gridlock, now instead will be on Sledge. More killing potential with those nades in hand. Cameraman unsheathing his own grenade, and there goes the castle barricade. So forward KZ is.
Did you guys catch what that was? I did.
He said, what are you aiming at?
Get in his head.
I don't think he can hear.
Not if it's just one guy. Maybe if you all jump in at the same time.
You expect a North American crowd to coordinate more than 2 words?
That one took that personally, man.
Hey, don't boo me!
Yeah. This is your NA rep on this cast, by the way.
Half of the round gone, and 2 things that, for me, you might not have been aware of. Number 1, this round has flown by at this point. Number 2, JV92, 10 kills. It feels like his name has not been on the tip of our tongue. Out of all the players from W7M that he's been putting in work when his team has needed it most.
Yeah, he's been a silent killer in this matchup so far. Definitely flown under the radar, but I'm more curious about Dots right now because Monty is going to be the front runner for the specific attack with Diffuser in hand. He's going to escort it into the bomb site and try to figure out where that time position is going to be. But right now, it's Lobin and Lowe's applying phantom pressure, opening windows, opening doors, soft destruction, trying to cut a rotation right now and forcing movement from W7M, but they're standing pretty still.
They brought 8 grenades, by the way.
No, why not? Be explosive.
Especially when W7 are playing such a passive position. Nades are what you need. Dots is getting lots of information, but he needs to win this fight. Hurt takes a bit of damage, but it's not fallen! Maya again is the savior for Los. But the numbers are even. W7M found 2 picks amidst the chaos, and now with 25 seconds to go, KZ's gone for a jog. He's so far from home, but his flank will need to count. Los have mere moments while the line is trapped off site to try and push and dominate this site, but Dots has fallen. KZ on his flank is taken out. Maya called upon again for Los as he starts to force this diffuser down. It's up to Dash to cover. 2 players from W7M searching! Philippox shuts down the plants. And W7M continue their form.
He crossed, timing was not there. Just like, again, 1 second can define the outcome of these rounds. Monty fell very early on, didn't get the the diffuser down rather, probably down to the mixture of the Goyo Fire and the Crossfire on the bomb site itself. Casey with a great flank, just applying pressure on the roam, that retake, the verticality to shut things down. And that looked like it was going to be a great round for Lowe's. They got those 2 kills, but you said it, James. They got the 2 trade back in the midst of the chaos, and Monty wasn't really enabled all that much in that round. It cleared out the Wamai, but it's Maya who got the kill. I want to see more from Dots. I want to see more value from the Monty, and they're going to try and bring it in another round here, possibly.
One of the hardest challenges that Los have ever found themselves in. Down in the depths after the first half. Almost clawing that round away from W7M. It would have been an equalizer, but instead, thanks to some... Wow, Philippox denied the plant with the nade from that Monty, and then sprinted past the cover to deny it for a second time. W7M are so close to making history here in Rainbow Six and doing what no other team has dared to do before.
I don't know why the Sledge didn't rotate to Freezer, because then you get the cross. There's no way from that angle inside a kitchen that you can reach that without a nitro set, right? And if they're doing their math, they know that it's going to need to be an engagement head-to-head. At that point, you get the cross as they appear around the doorway.
You're right.
It's a favorable angle, but instead, you post up on the bomb chassis, which really only gives you a small window to that door, and that's it.
You're completely right. Small mistake, but, you know, split-second decisions, they're very hard to make every single time in the right order, in the right way. We talked about those, we talked about W7M, but Brazil as a region, in the last 11 Tier 1 events, invitationals, majors, etc., they have won the last 8 out of 11 major events going back from 2021 till current present time. So either of these 2 teams winning, Brazil as a region, they are just the monster of Rainbow Six Siege right now. We're going to Brazil for SI in only a few months in February.
It was TSM, BDS, and G2. The three teams that have won majors.
Yep.
TSM and G2 winning 2 6 invitationals. BDS winning the Anshaping major.
Yep.
But I mean, you can win all of the majors, but there's always one that matters more. And if you lose it, TSM wins it, beating that Team Empire squad. G2 beats W7M. You know from your own experience that you can win everything there is to win, but the World Championships of 6 Invitational, that matters the most. W7M can prevail here, but the job will not be done, as they will turn their sights over towards Brazil. First pick of round number 9 goes in favor of W7M. They get dash off the board.
Oh, hang on a second. What is this run out from KZ? Very ambitious. And while he falls, enough of a distraction was made to bring it back. Loban! What the hell was that? 2 kills with the DMR. Brings it back into the realm of possibility for I can't even put words to it. W7M are so close. They can't fumble this 4v2.
I mean, there's a reason why they've been chanting his name. W7M will move to championship points if Cameraman and Loban are unsuccessful. Nate and Philippe Hawks just need to wait. Case just outside of reach of Loban. As he fishes away, missing an opportunity, but the smoke will conceal him for but a moment. Shotgun out in the hands of Philippe Hawks to play that close angle. Time running out. Loban can make this work, but now you need to get to the bomb site. Nade must follow in tow. Loban with just a second or 2 on the clock. Exposed with cameraman watching. Nade searching for anything, won't find it, he drops. And now a new timer begins. Oh, the Goyle canister will stop Nade's advance, doing so much damage as now he plays around. Still hanging in there.
This major belongs to Loban. The crowd fires up. He will need to get his head back into the game. Once again, standing up for his team inside the server, and a well-deserved applause outside.
Did you see what happened? He stood up and he clutched, and his in-ears fell out. He started with them back in, he heard the crowd scream his name, he let them stay on the table, and he took it all in for a solid 5 seconds to then insert those in-ears to block out the noise.
W7M claim that the crowd being against them does not affect them. But Los, they love it. They love hearing the cheers from the North American fans, getting behind this fairy tale, the biggest underdog story we have seen in a long time.
They did it!
That's incredible.
How many rounds did that take you?
Most of Cafe.
Yeah. Thank God for Los winning map 3, because they would not have been able to do that if not. They'd be out in the lobby being like, man, we had such a good idea.
You might be wondering what happened to Hertz here. The round just started. He impact grenaded himself when the round started, trying to break apart the map upstairs. He's gonna playing out this round with half of his health, actually a little bit less than half. That's not a good start.
He's got the shakes. That's the only explanation I can find for that.
A bit rushy, yeah, that's for sure. Oh.
Philippe Hawks will hear this rappel, by the way. At least we assume so. One of the things about LAN environments is that the noise of the crowd can often overpower the softest sounds in games. So something as simple as going on a drone or zapping you with a Twitch drone or zapping utility can be completely unheard if the crowd is roaring.
Just the same, if someone's going for a sneaky flank and the crowd starts going, ooh, you know something's cooking up. You just don't know exactly what it is. Playing the crowd is certainly a part of Siege. We've seen it with cooking grenades downstairs and looked before. The crowd reacts. Likeliness of the player being there is very high.
Man of the previous round now taking up space atop of red stairs. Loban's drone seemed to be thwarted by a mute jammer, so he took matters into his own hands. Now, the drone will go down through pillars and a regular drone coming out. A lot of information to be had. Though, with half of the round to go, Los has lost most of those drones. That is a troubling prospect when it's a 5v5.
Yeah, and time is an issue, right? We gotta get inside the building, surely. And there's none of these, like, bomb sites breaking up. There's no Ying, no Capital, no Blitz, no rushes possible. So with an nade being caught by an ADS, it's gonna just shut down one of the few ways they have to get these opening kills.
Like a drones, dots peaks for information. Goes deep into Piano, he's testing the waters here. Who's playing on these lines of sight? Flashes will need to enable an entry. Oh, but a bad flash! It cost Dots his life. Thankfully, Meyer is there for the trade. 12 kills to his name, and Hertz has gone down. Lopen will fall in response.
Reloading, cover me!
Back equal again in the 3 versus 3, but as long as Meyer survives, there is hope still alive for Los.
Unbelievable play from these two players on Los at the moment. Willing their team in, and with Herds bleeding out, the 3v3 at the top is not accurate at all. JV92 has been unbelievable so far on this map. He gets the read on it, a close engagement, dropping Maya. That's case down as well. Herds leading out, missed opportunity. Cameraman slaughtered by JV92. W7M on championship point.
JV the anchor. You keep that man on the bomb side and it will never fall. Cameraman made a, I hate to say it, mistake of an amateur, sprinting in the 1v1. Sure, time was slow, but we're talking 12 seconds left, not 2 seconds left. You got the time to ADS to clear out those ankles, because if you don't win that gunfight, it doesn't matter in the end. You can't plan afterwards. And now Los in this situation again where they call a very late tactical timeout. This time it makes sense because things were going well for them, but now they truly have no more parachutes, no ways back. They just gotta win the next 2 rounds, go into overtime with a clear head, and try and take it in OT.
Way back on Consulate, the very first map of this grand final, Los were down 6-4, and they took their tactical timeout, immediately losing the next round. Could the pattern continue here? W7M know what to do when the momentum is on their favor. They know what to do when their opponent takes a tactical timeout. When their match point is so close, they will not crumble under this pressure. The onus sits on Los's shoulders.
Small mistakes like that really add up, and they are only amplified when the pressure on you gets even bigger. A team like Los, as inexperienced as they are, but as talented as they are, absurd. But time and time again, they have proven to us and to, more importantly, themselves, why they deserve to be here.
And also W7M, every single kill they do right now, every point of damage, it's gonna make them one step closer to a back-to-back major championship. The players are going to feel so many emotions with every kill that happens from their side, all the way down to that final one. But they're not gonna let go until the very end. This is a dream come true for W7M to get this round, to create a world record with a back-to-back major championship, and to put the word Dynasty back into our world, something that we've not said for a very long time at realistic means. But W7M certainly are Dynasty capable.
I hate to use that word because it almost feels like we're jinxing it, if you believe in superstitions. But if there's a team who warrants it, it's W7M. The question that was asked back in the G2 days, when it seemed like all the regions were getting to a relatively stable level and parity was across most of competitive Rainbow Six, people said, will we see another team like G2 again? And the answer for most people was no. We didn't expect that. But when you take players who are perfect or as close to perfect as you can get in their roles, and you put them together, and you get a team like W7M, then the answer becomes, yes, we actually could see it, and we might just be a round away from witnessing it.
And after being runners-up at the Six Invitational, they lost their IGL Volps, right, over to Team Liquid. They lost Julio to go and become a coach. And yet they could still come back. They could pick up Felipox, who is one of the most experienced players in the game, who has yet to find a chance to really fight for a championship.
Los, they're They're bringing out the Monty again. I'm sorry, because normally I'm a huge Monty enjoyer, but it has not worked out for them in this best of 5 so far. But it has to work right now. Minute and 20 seconds left. Self-destruction going out. But KC and W7M, they get the opening kill.
And that's Loven. What bigger a target other than maybe Maya could you find in a critical round?
It's intense. Nades are going out, they gotta deal with this Kite Claw first to get the hatch open up, and the first nade missed, and the second one almost did as well, but the hatch will get opened. One man down. I want to see Dots doing something successfully, but the second claw went out as well. The hatch will be denied. They cannot get it open up right now. They're gonna be scrambling for time and scrambling for map control.
The Monty experiment is gonna be the big deal. Have they cleared out the pathway forward for the Mountain to continue to take up space and give Los a fighting chance?
Oh, here he is. Dots has made Hertz pay. Maya looks for another one. Los have a real shot. With Maya moving forward once again. He is the best player for his squad. Another kill for Maya. KZ shut down in the 4v2. 4 versus 1. Nade against the world. With Los forcing down the diffuser. W7M find the first pick they need to make this miracle happen. But it's so unlikely now for Nade. The Monty facing him now, forcing him back, and pushing Los to another chance, another hope to make this a reality. And there's the final one, the final nail in the coffin. One more round is all Los need to push us to overtime.
That's exactly what Maya did there as well. He went to his teams left and right. One more. They are living what we call the soldier's minute. When the current moment is the only thing that matters. In this case, it's 3 minutes. Because 3 more minutes will decide overtime for Los. A championship for W7M. They held their nerve in that attack around despite losing a member early on. They still fought all the way to the very end. We see their player cams, very vocal player here, Maya and cameraman discussing what the approach is going to be.
Nick, you wondered whether that Monty experiment would work, and it did. Dots unshielding and a first bullet hipfire headshot together with his team. And guess who stepped up? It's Maya. It always seems to be Maya. This guy's on 15 kills, for goodness sake, and we haven't even hit 12 rounds.
Well, that's cheating. Because we are in the 12th round.
We are technically hitting 12 rounds now, Mr. Pedantic.
Okay. Half of our job is pedantry. And we talked about this last night on the way to dinner. You know, do you consider Los the same team as Team 1 because nobody was on the squad?
Oh God, let's not open that debacle. I'll have a very heated conversation with Jesse about that.
He'll probably win, though.
I probably will, I think.
You think so?
Jesse will give up.
Exactly.
Jesse refuses to give up.
Carter refuses to give up.
Also true.
Maybe that's the defining quality of...
Did you see that SSG found Carter and shaved his head?
I did see that.
You know, speaking of not giving up, I gotta give credit to Los. No matter the result of this round, they looked like they might have just been out of it after the first map, but they fought their way back, never surrendering, clutching up in individual rounds, 1v1s, 1v2s, etc. They have really fought so hard to be here, and I want to see them go into overtime. I want to see them take it all the way here on this map, at the very least.
And if Los do push it to overtime, it feels inevitable that that OT will be in their favor. It feels inevitable that W7M will have the pressure on their shoulders to try and stave off forcing to a map 5.
Exactly that.
And the roof will blow off this place.
Oh, yeah.
If we go to OT, and then a potential 5th map at Skyscraper to send us home. But we are not there yet.
Oh no! They switched, thrown so many of the traps, but not that one specifically. No drone check. The Dots on Monty now, this time more vulnerable on the ace. He falls early, but this happened last round as well, and it didn't mean the round was over for Los.
Yeah, I mean, you can go down by 1, you can go down by 2, but stick to the plan, approach this site. You've lost the ace. I mean, I think that's the bigger issue at this point.
They lost the hop breach for the pets inside a train. Now there's even the sit back, right? They got the Solas, they got the Maestro, they got 2 C4s in pocket as well. It's gonna be utility round, just like Lowe's did themselves on this exact same bomb site about 5 rounds ago.
Smokes in pocket for Loban as well to conceal the Twitch as he moves forward. The gun in hand will hit like a truck. Loban waiting for the potential flank. There's track stingers there as well. Info inside of the bomb site that will need to be dealt with, or else Los will be under watch as the objective comes in. Final 30 seconds unfolding.
Oh! And KZ opens for W7M. This is the desperation that we have seen from Los time and time again. W7M in a 4 versus 2. And all they need to do is wait. JV finds one. Maya against the world, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil, the region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal, a promise made in Copenhagen, history made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
There's very little in this game that feels inevitable. I said G2 in Montreal felt inevitable, but for the foreseeable future, I think it's fair to say W7M at any event will feel inevitable. Yes, Los gave them a hard time, but ultimately it was just one map that Los won.
Yeah.
W7M steamrolled the competition, and really, though there was some doubt, was there ever any real doubt?
The crazy thing is, W7M didn't just build up by, making a major event, getting into quarters, then to semis. No, they came out of literally nowhere. Charlotte, they had some visa issues, played online on high ping. Still, team said that the best team they played against basically ever. And then all it took was all 5 players going to LAN and just lifting trophies, making, finals, and qualifying for the future SI as well. Just after previously going to the Invitationals finals against G2.
It felt like 2022 was the year for W7M. They made every major, and going into SI, they looked like the best team in the world. They lost it heartbreakingly in that grand final. Then they lose 2 of their best players. They rebuild. They do not care what people say. They do not care if the crowd is against them. They are the best team in the world right now, and nobody can question that. Only one thing yet remains for W7M, and that's to win the Hammer in their home country.
They're going to have an opportunity to do just that in February. The question is, what will it take to topple W7M? That answer will not come today. Champions yet again. Let's toss to the desk to break down that thrilling grand final.
That's it. We're all said and done. For the first time ever in Rainbow Six history, we have a 2-time back-to-back major champion. It's W7M. Genuinely isn't much left to say at this point. Pure domination. They did a good job.
Jacob, they did it in Copenhagen. They've done it in Atlanta. The best team in the world will have one hell of a target headed into Sao Paulo. But for today, they are champions.
They're the best players, with the best coach and the best support staff and the best attitudes. And that's why they are the best team in the world. Right now, undisputed. What a team.
For one final time, let's throw it to Ian Chambers on stage.
Making history in esports is a rare opportunity, but it's one these Brazilians have taken, and they will go down in the history books forever. Please step forward. The first ever 2-time back-to-back, your Blast R6 Atlanta Major Champions, W7M! We're very much in favor of their opponents, Lurs, and commiserations to Lurs. What an incredible team. The future looks incredibly bright for them, but we gotta shine a spotlight on the winners here. Philippox, come and join me. Happy birthday, brother. This is quite the treat.
Thank you. That's the best gift I could ever ask for. It's amazing. I can't describe what I'm feeling right now. I'm kind of anxious right now, feeling kind of sick, but it's amazing. It's just amazing.
How do you manage to control those emotions? Because you say that yourself, you're feeling a bit anxious, you're feeling a bit sick. Towards the back end, you need to make sure you maintain composure to get the job done. And you did it, and you've now made history.
I'm gonna be honest. On the outside, I was trying to give to pass like a comfort to my team, but in the inside, I was like really anxious. Like in the round in the kitchen, I was going to pick Clash, but I couldn't see Clash, and in 2 seconds I couldn't pick Clash. Then I went to Lesion, so I was really anxious, really hyped about winning, and I had to control that better.
You did a phenomenal job of that. Heads, come here, man. You've had, I know. You've had, just briefly, an incredible run here at this tournament. How does it feel to be a history maker?
Amazing sensations. I love my team, and hey, I don't speak English.
Guys, I'm gonna give you all the opportunity to say whatever you want to the camera in Portuguese. I will pass you the microphone. You deserve this moment, take it.
Bom, cara, difícil, né? Parece um déjà vu aqui. Há 6 meses a gente estava aqui em Copenhague levantando um título. E agora de novo um título, aniversário do POX. Primeiramente eu queria agradecer ao meu time. Que timaço que eu tô, que bizarro. Palmas pro meu time aqui.
Mai Carequinha.
Eu queria mandar um abraço pra minha mãe, que novamente, se não fosse por ela, não estaria aqui nesse time. Se não fosse também pelo Felipe, do W7M. Queria dedicar esse título também ao meu irmão, que não pôde estar de novo na final. Pro meu pai. Queria mandar um abraço e um beijo pra minha namorada. Eu te amo muito, muito obrigado por me apoiar e tá sempre comigo nos momentos fáceis e difíceis, né? Por enquanto tá fácil. E deu, né? Quem quiser.
Talk too much.
E também um recado aí pro Stroker aí, um abraço pra você que tá sempre me apoiando aí. Senão, se não mandar um recado, você vai cobrar mesmo.
Você Thank you guys, Brasil. Mandar uma mensagem lá pra Floripa, minha mãe, minha família e meu pai, meus amigos assistindo tudo. Agradecer pela torcida. E é isso, né? Papamos mais uma aí.
O quê? Queria agradecer...
In English, please.
Não. Queria agradecer meus pais que estão em casa, minha família, meus amigos que mandam mensagem, toda a torcida. É muito gratificante estar aqui levantando mais uma taça. E é bizarro, não sei nem o que falar, e é isso.
Bom, agradecer meu time maravilhoso, os melhores do mundo. É muito bom poder olhar para o lado e confiar 100% em cada um deles. Agradecer a Deus também demais e mandar um recado aí, quem tem mais tem 2. Valeu!
Primeiramente, agradecer a minha família, minha namorada que sempre está comigo, acompanhando, a meu time. E parabéns, senhores, vocês entraram para a história do Siege, tá?
Queria agradecer também meu time aí, que é insano, simplesmente insano. No final, agora tava passando meio mal ali de ansiedade já. E graças a Deus, 9-2 aí MVP, jogou demais, todo mundo jogando demais. Então é muito bom você poder confiar 100% no seu time. Agradecer minha família, meus amigos, todo mundo tá sempre acompanhando. E ao Oscar, que a gente esqueça do Oscar, né? For Oscar!
Thank you guys, amazing crowd. See you guys in Brazil. SI, it's amazing. E pro pessoal que tá aí de casa, minha família, um abraço para todo mundo. Eu quero agradecer em especial aqui a W7M, representada pelo Eudinho. A gente não ia ter treino, a gente não ia conseguir treinar para estar aqui, defender o título. Os caras tiraram o escorpião do bolso, abriram, botaram dinheiro, deram um bootcamp pra gente. Isso com certeza foi o diferencial. Então, muito obrigado aí todo mundo e 2 Major, back-to-back champion.
There you go. And lastly, the 3P. Are we gonna get it in Sao Paulo?
Hopefully so, bro. We are coming for that.
All right, Atlanta, one more time for the history makers. Best back-to-back major champions, W7M. All right, I want to bring up, I know that the broadcast team are standing by here. Please come on up here. All of the talent team that made this possible as our amazing team, W7M, make their way off stage. I'm going to wrap this up, try and find which camera I'm on. I'm somewhere up here. Thank you all ever so much for coming. Come on, guys, get up here. To every single one of you who made the trip out to Atlanta, wherever in the world you came from, this has been one of the best crowds I've ever had the pleasure of being in front of. So guys, make some noise for yourselves. This team right here, they make all the magic happen. Give it up for our amazing talent team! For those of you in the house, we are going to be doing a signing session right after this, so go see us after that. And for you guys watching at home, and for all of you in the arena, that's it from the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. We will see you in Sao Paulo for SI. Good night!